Chapter 1382. After all, the other party was the founder of Soul Path, a rank 9 venerable, one of the top 10 cultivators in history. It would be a joke if he could be soul-searched so easily. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, who cultivated Space Path, could create killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment that could be used at any time without using any immortal essence. Even if Spectral Soul's main body did not have immortal essence or goo worms, he was not easy to deal with. When Zishan Mikoto gave all of his inheritance to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's gains were far beyond his expectations. Zishan Mikoto wants me to save these people. But he did not say this out loud. Is he afraid that I will be suspicious and refuse to accept the gifts? He really put in a lot of effort. But if I use these people well, they will become my helpers. They are already at their wits' end, they are my natural allies. Ha, I will take all of you away. Fang Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. Even for people who had just transmigrated to this world, he was like that. Through his experiences in his previous life and this life, he had a much broader view than ordinary people. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Black Tigress had all betrayed him. But so what? Fang Yuan understood them from the bottom of his heart. These thoughts flashed in his mind for a moment. Fang Yuan stored Zishan Mikoto's will into the sovereign immortal aperture. Without immortal essence and immortal goo, Zishan Mikoto's will was almost non-threatening. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Yuan would not give immortal essence and immortal goo to this purple will. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have time to check his gains, he directly communicated with the purple will in his immortal aperture. He wanted to ask about the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Zishan Mikoto had revealed earlier. Fang Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now, there was a huge risk. Hence, the upper extreme heavenly eagle naturally became the first choice. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's advantage over the countercurrent protection seal was that it could fly faster and penetrate through the void. It was also a primordial desolate beast, so its skin was very thick. Of course, the prerequisite was that Fang Yuan could control it. Even though Fang Yuan had name restriction immortal goo, it was not his own, he was only borrowing it from Wu Clan. Secondly, the immortal goo was only rank 7, against the rank 8 upper extreme heavenly eagle, it might not be enough. Fang Yuan soon learned of Zishan Mikoto's method. Fang Yuan actually knew about this method as well. This was an enslavement path technique, and it was related to a person. This person's name was a bit special, he was called 180 Slaves. He was an Eastern Sea Goo immortal, his early years were filled with difficulties, he was born as a slave and had a low status, but he used all the opportunities and risks to grow, eventually climbing to the peak of his life. He was an enslavement path genius. Ordinary enslavement path cultivators were the upper slaves and the lower slaves. But he did the opposite, using the lower slaves to control the higher slaves. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had the inheritance of 180 slaves, and it was a part of their cultivation content for Zombie Alliance members to purchase. Shark Demon had once bought a portion of 180 slaves' true inheritance. He wanted to use a group of sharks to control that one-finger flow shark in the River of Time. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Blazing Heaven Demonis, and he was schemed against by Shadow Sect in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Not only him, even his beloved wife Su Bai Man was turned into a goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Shadow Sect's foundation was incomparably deep, and Zishan Mikoto was a first-generation split soul. There was definitely more than one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. But what Zishan Mikoto could take out now was only 180 slaves. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Although Zishan Mikoto had many immortal goo, he had set up the Purple Blood River formation some time ago, and had spread the true inheritance many times in the last 100,000 years. It was already not easy for him to gather a set of goo worms and achieve the effect of enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves, using one's own name to command. It seems this is the trump card of 180 slaves, it is the proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I even have immortal goo. Mortal goo are common things, I only need to buy them in jewel yellow skies. It seems that Shadow Sect has already modified 180 slaves. But what I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fong Yuan's thoughts moved as the upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature, expending a large amount of heavenly crystals. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, started to purchase eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient eagle beasts in jewel yellow skies. The sale of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a large scale in jewel yellow skies. However, it was rare to find an eagle among all of them. Time was pressing, Fong Yuan had no other choice, he hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He announced in jewel yellow skies, purchasing eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts at a favorable price, using immortal goo to pay is not a problem. At once, this caused a commotion. Using immortal goo to purchase desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Immortal goo were unique, they were extremely hard to refine, while desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were easier to raise. This was clearly a loss. But Fong Yuan could not care so much. Soon, it attracted the attention of many goo immortals. I have the mixed heavenly eagle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, how much are you selling your immortal goo for? A goo immortal asked. The mixed heavenly eagle was not an ordinary eagle, it had the head of an eagle and the body of a human, it had a pair of arms, 5 fingers like a human, sharp nails, eagle feet and eagle wings, it liked to use a long bone club as a rod in battle. Even though this mixed heavenly eagle has a strange shape, it is indeed an eagle, I can use it. Fong Yuan thought of this and immediately asked, how many do you have? 33 desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles, 7 ancient mixed heavenly eagles. That goo immortal reported. Fong Yuan nodded without hesitation, I'll buy it. I have a rank 6 immortal goo here. Only rank 6 immortal goo. I have 7 ancient desolate beasts. The goo immortal said unhappily. Fong Yuan was even more dissatisfied, he shouted, get lost if you don't sell. That goo immortal's attitude immediately changed, sigh, don't be angry, I'll sell it, I'll sell it. How can I not sell it? Once this transaction was completed, it immediately caused an even greater commotion in jewel yellow skies. The transactions of jewel yellow skies were very open, everyone witnessed the transaction. Someone is actually using immortal goo to buy desolate beasts. This is unprecedented. This goo immortal has a screw loose. Even though there are many mixed heavenly eagles, how many immortal materials can there be? Using immortal materials of this level to refine that rank 6 immortal goo, it would take more than 10 attempts. Refining immortal goo was too difficult, the success rate was very low. 10 attempts might seem like a lot, but in fact, many goo immortals would refine immortal goo 50 to 60 times. This isn't a scam, right? Is there a problem with this immortal goo? Some goo immortals were suspicious. No. This is jewel yellow skies, who can deceive it? The treasure light emitted by the goods is genuine. Let me do it, I have over 100 rainbow-chasing eagles here. Another customer came looking for him. Rainbow-chasing eagles were large in size, they were all desolate beasts, there had never been an ancient-level rainbow-chasing eagle. This type of eagle did not have high battle strength. Wild rainbow-chasing eagles liked to chase the light of rainbows, they were lacking in other aspects, only their speed was remarkable. Deal, take this rank 6 immortal goo. Fong Yuan directly bought it. The other party asked with some difficulty, can you make an exception and exchange it for an immortal goo? I have raised these rainbow-chasing eagles for over 100 years to reach this scale. Fong Yuan had a firm attitude, get lost. If you don't want to exchange it, get lost. No, no, no. Are you going to exchange it or not? Exchange, exchange, exchange. Fong Yuan's divine sense snorted coldly, if I was not in a hurry to use the eagles, would you be able to get such benefits? Hurry up, don't waste time, I am giving you the immortal goo, I cannot waste any more time. Thus, the following goo immortals changed their way of addressing Fong Yuan, calling him Senior Fong Yuan. A storm was brewing. Even if there were no eagle-type goo immortals, they came to watch the show, to see this eccentric person who used immortal goo to buy desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The commotion of jewel-yellow skies naturally attracted the attention of the 5 regions. Among them were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. But they could not stop Fong Yuan. Treasure Yellow Heaven was forever neutral, no one could find its location, and no one could exert any influence on it. After a while, Fong Yuan gathered enough eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient male eagles. For this, Fong Yuan paid for immortal goo. Among them, 3 were rank 6 and 1 was rank 7. And the number of eagles he obtained was astonishing, reaching over 1,200. Most of them were desolate beasts, while 30% were ancient desolate beasts. At the same time, he also gathered enough mortal goo. Fong Yuan began to activate the immortal killer move 180 slaves. He was very careful, because this was the first time he was using this move. His speed was very slow, even though the situation was urgent, he had to make full use of every second. Goo worms were activated one by one. Fong Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Guh. Suddenly, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed, the backlash caused Fong Yuan to be injured, a large number of mortal goo were destroyed, his mental energy was also expended. Man as before. In an instant, Fong Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th try, Fong Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry. It had a submissive expression. Success! Before Fong Yuan could rejoice, he heard He Lulan shout, "Quick, the goo formation is about to be destroyed." Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and immediately let out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. "You can't escape." Fairy Myrtle's voice was heard. She was flustered and exasperated. Fong Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect right under her nose. He still wanted to escape, he was truly looking down on Fairy Myrtle. But right at this time, Zishan Mikoto's wool was released by Fong Yuan. It contained immortal essence and several immortal goo. Fong Yuan, remember everything I told you. Leave now. The purple wool said this and activated a killer move, charging towards the super goo formation and crashing into it. At the next moment, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fong Yuan and the rest. It tore through space and arrived outside the goo formation. With a fierce flap of his wings, he immediately flew up to the 9th heaven. Chapter 1383. Another immemorial desolate beast. Someone left the battlefield. They seem to have escaped from the super goo formation. What is going on? The upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fong Yuan, Ingwu Xia, and the rest, quickly leaving the battlefield. Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals were stunned. In fact, when Ingwu Xia and the rest were transported away by the super goo formation, many of them had sensed something amiss. The goo immortals on that eagle are almost all demonic path scoundrels who attacked us. What is Wu Yi-hai doing? Let us in. Southern Border's goo immortals protested. But inside the super goo formation, where was Fong Yuan? He had already changed his appearance and escaped in front of everyone's eyes. Chi Gue, something is amiss. At this moment, in the battlefield, Southern Border's righteous path goo immortal expert Tree Old Man came to Chi Gui's side. The other clan's goo immortals failed to communicate with Wu Yi-hai, so be it. But Wu clan and Chao clan, especially Fairy Chao Si Lu, failed to communicate with them. Wu Yi-hai did not respond. There was definitely a problem. Wu Yi-hai controlled the entire super goo formation. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge mistake, lives would be lost. Chi Gue nodded with a solemn expression. He knew the severity of this matter. This super goo formation was personally created by Chi clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chuyu. Even though he could not control the goo formation, he could check its condition. But it would take a lot of time and effort. It was troublesome. Chi Gui's face turned ashen as soon as he found out the truth. Bada observed Chi Gui's expression and saw that Chi Gui's expression changed abruptly. It was hard for him to conceal his panic and shock. Bada's heart immediately thumped and he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Lord Wu Yi is missing, the Super Gu formation is being occupied by two forces, they are fighting for it. One has Central Continent aura, the other has Northern Plains aura, just based on aura, they are both rank 8 Gu immortals," Chi Gui said with a tragic expression. When Bard heard this, he was stunned. This was a huge blow. He took a few deep breaths, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Too dangerous. This situation was too dangerous. Wu Yi mysteriously disappeared, it is likely that he was killed. No matter how two rank 8s got into the Super Gu formation, with just Wu Yi's rank 7 cultivation level, it is not enough. This was Bard's deduction. At this time, he still did not think that Fang Yuan would be a traitor. This was also because Fang Yuan had changed his appearance before he left, paying attention to this detail and had a small effect on them. More importantly, they never expected that Wu Yi would work together with Shadow Sect. Why? Because not long ago, Ba Quan Feng appeared in Southern Border's righteous path, preventing the Super Gu formation from being set up. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan saved the situation. With his help, Southern Border's righteous path created the second layer of the Super Gu formation. This matter left a deep impression on the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals present. If such a person was a mole in the Shadow Sect, how could he ruin the Shadow Sect's plan at such a critical moment? Wu Yi is likely dead. Sigh, now that I think about it, fortunately, I was plotted against by Ba Quan Feng. If I were controlling the Super Gu formation now, wouldn't Wu Yi's ending be mine? Speaking of which, I should thank Wu Yi, he replaced me. Chi Gui was still grateful towards Fang Yuan. Bard quickly accepted Wu Yi's death. Bard had long disliked Wu Yi, even if Wu Yi's ending was tragic, he could still treat it as a joke. But now, Bard could not laugh. The Super Gu formation is gone, even though Shadow Sect retreated, Celestial Court is still around, what is their attitude? Bard had to consider this serious question. Earlier, Shadow Sect and Southern Border's righteous path were on the same side, resisting Shadow Sect's attack. Now that Shadow Sect had retreated, Spectral Soul's main body was still imprisoned by Duke Long. What was the attitude of Celestial Court? To speak the truth, Bard had no confidence in this answer. Because not long ago, Central Continent's Celestial Court had organized a surprise attack on Northern Plains, destroying Snowy Mountain-blessed land, but they were defeated by Longevity Heaven. The current situation was very similar. Central Continent's Celestial Court organized another expedition to Southern Border. What would their attitude be? It was hard to say. Even though they were all in the righteous path, Bard, who was already a higher up of the righteous path, understood one thing: politics did not care about moral principles, only benefits mattered. What could they use to protect their own benefits? One word: strength. If the Super Gu formation was still around, Southern Border's righteous path would have some confidence to talk to Celestial Court. But now, Wu Yi was gone, the Super Gu formation was being snatched away. They seemed to be two rank 8 Gu immortals, but none of them had Southern Border aura. At this moment, in this situation, the more Bard thought, the worse his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. After a while, he opened his dry lips and made a difficult decision: retreat. Retreat, we are giving up on the Super Gu formation, there are immortal Gu contributed by our clans here. Chi Gui pointed at the Dream Realms. Look at these Dream Realms, Celestial Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, who will bear the responsibility for the loss of the immortal Gu and Dream Realms? Bard glanced at Chi Gui coldly: if you want to retreat, retreat. If you want to stay, you can stay as well. After saying this, he called the final Ba clan Gu immortal and left. Bard's decision immediately caused a commotion among the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals. Before Bard left, he informed all of the Southern Border Gu immortals of the current situation. Wu clan and Xiao clan heard that Wu Yi was missing, they were greatly affected. The Super Gu formation was not under their control. Most of the southern border Gu immortals imitated Bard and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Yihai was Wu Yong's brother. Now that he was missing, Wu Liao was a Wu clan Gu immortal. How could he retreat so easily? I believe Lord Wu Yihai is blessed by heaven. Qiao Silu thought about it and left with Qiao clan's Gu immortals. Most of the southern border Gu immortals left, leaving behind Qi Gui, Wu Liao, and a few others. They chose to believe in Celestial Court. After all, they were the leader of Central Continent's righteous path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was pestered by Zui Hui. Both sides were locked in battle. Zui Hui had deep hatred towards Celestial Court's Gu immortals. This was no longer just hunting for food. This was clearly within Zishan Mikoto's calculations. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals retreated as soon as they could. A mere will can stop me. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle used the power of Star Constellation chessboard to completely destroy Zishan Mikoto's will. Not a single one was left. This rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert had finally achieved her goal. She successfully gained control of this Super Gu formation. But she was not happy at all. Fong Yuan escaped and became the Shadow Sect's sect leader under her watch. Fairy Myrtle knew about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed. She would not be able to catch up to it even if she chased it now. Fairy Myrtle's mood was terrible. But after she gained control of the Super Gu formation, she immediately contacted Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, how is the situation on your side? What responded to her was a loud bang. Space tore open like a shattered mirror. A rank 8 Gu immortal flew out of the spatial crack. Who else could it be but Duke Long? But he had a transcendent aura and a domineering aura, but now, his face was dark and gloomy. He had a ruthless expression, as if he was enduring something. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She immediately activated the Super Gu formation and brought Duke Long in. Lord Duke Long, what's wrong? Duke Long gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had just moved the door of life and death into the phantom aperture, but that remnant soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used the door of life and death to try and devour my soul. Let's go back to the Celestial Court and use the power of the Celestial Court to separate Spectral Soul's remnant soul from my body and suppress it. Fairy Myrtle's heart sank. She did not expect the situation to be so severe. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a rank 9 when he was alive. Even though he was schemed against by Providence and captured by the Celestial Court, once he was given a chance, he retaliated fiercely. Yes. Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. She had to follow Duke Long's orders without any hesitation. But Sui Hui, these southern border Gu immortals and the escaped Fong Yuan, what do we do with them? Fairy Myrtle thought about it before asking. Duke Long did not hesitate. Zui Hui is fine, it cannot catch up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Forget about these southern border righteous path forces. I have already confirmed that Spectral Soul's main body is here. From start to finish, we have not fallen out with southern border. We can form a good relationship and help Central Continent's future. As for Fong Yuan. Saying so, Duke Long paused and looked at Fairy Myrtle. A look of shame flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It was my fault. Duke Long laughed instead. I don't believe that you did not use any methods at all. Fairy Myrtle replied, Lord Duke Long is wise. I have already used an investigative method on that scoundrel Fong Yuan. The same goes for the rest of the Shadow Sect members. That's good. Southern Border's righteous path reinforcements are coming from all directions. Let's retreat first. Duke Long nodded. Just like this, when the reinforcements of Southern Border's super clans finally arrived at Tian Mountain. What they saw was a messy battlefield. Dream realms were everywhere, piled up randomly. They were no longer as perfectly round as before, but like a group of mountains, scattered here and there. The Super Gu formation had already vanished. Since Fairy Myrtle already had the Super Gu formation, she could split it up. Many of Southern Border's righteous path immortal Gu were taken away by Celestial Court. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and flew into White Heaven. Zui Hui chased after them, unwilling to give up. It also flew into White Heaven. More and more Southern Border Gu immortals gathered here. It was a huge group that was rarely seen in 100 years. Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the rest looked at this battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered huge losses this time. Chapter 1385. Reeks, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew past his ears. Fang Yuan sat on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, his long hair fluttering behind him. Even though the winds had a huge pushing force, Fang Yuan did not move at all. He was as steady as a mountain. As a Gu immortal, he definitely had the ability to ride the wind. Beside him, Ing Wuxia and the others were either sitting, standing, looking at the scenery, or meditating with their eyes closed to heal their wounds. Fang Yuan had no injuries on his body. Even though he had failed several times when using the immortal killer move 180 slaves, he was healed by Time Path Immortal Gu Man as before. This 180 slaves killer move is truly amazing. I can actually control the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. According to the contents of this killer move, the more desolate eagles I can enslave, the more I can control this upper extreme heavenly eagle. In that case, I should buy more desolate eagles in the future and nurture them. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used 4 immortal Gu to buy a large number of desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles from Jewel Yellow Skies. There was no choice, the situation was urgent. If there was time, Fang Yuan would definitely not make such a stupid transaction. Right now, this transaction was still ongoing in Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Gu immortals were discussing this matter. They were discussing how much of a fool Fang Yuan was. The only one who knew the truth was Fang Yuan himself. Maybe the Celestial Court could also guess it. Fang Yuan looked at the sovereign immortal aperture. These desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles were flying in the mini 9 heavens. In mini purple heaven, there were some eagle nests. These eagle nests were obtained by Fang Yuan from Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains He tribe. There were also ordinary eagle chicks in the eagle nests. They were still growing. Using He tribe's rearing method, when these chicks grew up, they were likely to become desolate eagles or even ancient desolate eagles. However, Fang Yuan had long used the Time Dao to slow down the flow of time in the Supreme Immortal Aperture. This caused the growth of the young eagles in the nests to slow down. Therefore, Fang Yuan would have to wait a long time for them to grow into desolate eagles or ancient desolate eagles. So far, we still have to rely on external acquisitions. The more eagle beasts there are, the more reliable my 180 slaves will be. Now, we have more than 400 eagles, but we can barely control it so that it can fly. If I want it to fight, it's fine against the weak. But against strong opponents like Zui Yi Hui, the upper extreme heavenly eagle might disobey my orders and turn on me. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, Fang Yuan could finally calm down and think. In fact, this was not the only problem. With such a large group of ancient desolate eagles suddenly added in, what they would eat and what kind of effect they would have on the surrounding environment were all problems that Fang Yuan had to consider and deal with. To rear these eagle beasts, Fang Yuan needed a large amount of basic life forms as food for the eagle beasts. This would require a complete food chain, and the scale of this food chain would not be small. Fortunately, my Supreme Immortal Aperture space is large enough. With such a large group of eagle beasts, it is more than enough. Moreover, it is sparsely populated. I can create an independent ecosystem without worrying about the inherent environmental effects. White paper is easy to draw on. I have ample funds now. I have 100,000 immortal yuan stone. Purchasing and rearing the eagle beasts is only one aspect. Another aspect is to improve the reverse flow protection seal. After the battle of the Super Dream Realm, Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect. This greatly exceeded his expectations. The Shadow Sect suffered a great loss. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, causing Fang Yuan to become the biggest thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. If Fang Yuan did not accept it, he would also be targeted by the Celestial Court. Like what Zishan Mikoto said, Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. The Celestial Court would definitely eliminate him. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to take over the Shadow Sect. When I can fully control the upper extreme heavenly eagle and improve the reverse flow protection seal, I will have some ability to protect myself against the celestial court. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but think of that grand heaven overseeing tower, as well as that domineering quasi-rank 9 expert, Duke Long. A wave of pressure unavoidably spread in Feng Yuan's mind. I am still too weak, even with the new reverse flow protection seal. I can only stand in front of rank 8s and protect myself from their attacks. But if the attacks are endless, reverse flow river will eventually be exhausted. Even if I have an immemorial desolate beast like the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it does not have enough intelligence, it cannot move as easily as me. And the enslavement path killer move, 180 slaves, can also be unraveled. Sigh, my strength has already grown rapidly. Unfortunately, I am facing the Celestial Court, the strongest Gu immortal force in the world. I need to annex immortal apertures to increase my cultivation level. Rank 8 is enough for me to catch a breather, my current rank 7 cultivation level is too low, but if I advance to rank 8, the sovereign immortal body's weakness will expand and become difficult to resolve. To Feng Yuan, this was a dilemma. My strength cannot increase, in this situation, do I need to rely on them? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan looked around. Ing Wu Xia, Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, Black Tigress Miao Yin, and many other Gu immortals from Pure Dream Seeker. In Purple Mountain True Monarch's Inheritance, there were information path Gu worms that recorded the details of these people. Feng Yuan had already looked through them earlier. Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals were all defective products. Zishan Mikoto refined them to confuse others and conceal Spectral Soul's true actions. These Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies contained pieces of Zishan Mikoto's remnant soul. Unfortunately, after the refinement, these Purple Mountain remnant souls had already fused with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies, they could not be separated. Once the time limit of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies was up, they would self-detonate into dream realms. These Purple Mountain remnant souls would also dissipate. This flaw could not be resolved even if Zishan Mikoto's main body was reborn. This was also why Spectral Soul's main body would not place its remnant soul in these Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. What was worth mentioning was that even though Ing Wu Xia used the Cocoon of Light to obtain a rank 7 Pure Dream Reality Seeker body, he was an exception. Because he was the original Pure Dream Reality Seeker body in his early years, the flaw of the defective products did not affect him. His soul could still leave the Pure Dream Reality Seeker body freely. Thus, even though there were many of these Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals, there was no value in nurturing them. Feng Yuan had originally planned to research and learn more about Shadow Sect's Dream Path attainment, but now that he had obtained Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, it was recorded clearly, it saved him a lot of time and effort. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were the true helpers Feng Yuan could borrow. Currently, the strongest one is undoubtedly Bai Ning Bing, who inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance, but she is only my ally. Fairy Miao Yin cultivates Miao Yin's true inheritance, she has rank 7 cultivation level, she is one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, her battle strength is very stable. Black Tigress. Feng Yuan had just thought of this when Black Tigress suddenly emitted a large amount of black fog from her body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind that came from the front. After the black fog dissipated, a young girl with white skin and large eyes appeared. She had an innocent expression, clearly, Lady White Rabbit had returned. Lord Wu Yi Hai, how should I address you? Lady White Rabbit looked at Feng Yuan in a submissive manner. He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest looked at her in surprise. After recovering, Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand. But Feng Yuan had inherited Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, he understood this Black Tigress' true inheritance very well. Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance would accumulate strength during normal times and unleash their battle strength during battle, reaching an extraordinary level. But there was a side effect, they would have a dual nature, one side would be dark and sinister, while the other side would be pure and innocent. Gu immortals usually had a pure and innocent side, they were weak. Once their lives were in danger, or their emotions fluctuated intensely, they would use their dark and sinister side to deal with it. This side of the nature had strong battle strength, but of course, it would last for a much shorter time than the other side. Two sides of the nature shared their senses and memories, but they often had different thoughts. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Because Lady White Rabbit admired Wu Yihai, while Lady Black Tigress was recruited by Zishan Mikoto and was a member of Shadow Sect. Regardless of which side they were loyal to Fang Yuan. Don't be afraid. I have my own difficulties, that is why I hid my true identity from you. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled warmly at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit still could not accept it, she gave a soft "oh," showing a timid expression. Fang Yuan sighed internally, even though Black Tigress has first-rate rank 7 battle strength, it is not stable. That leaves He Lulan and Ing Wuxia. He Lulan might be the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation level, she has the great strength true martial physique but cultivates fire path, she wasted her talent and is obsessed with taking revenge for her mother. Using the profundity of blazing heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first-rate rank 7, but she is indeed the weakest. As for Ing Wuxia, Fang Yuan looked at Ing Wuxia who was paralyzed on the eagle's back, staring blankly at the sky. His bones seemed to have been pulled out, his entire body was like mud, his expression was dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan shook his head. Actually, Ing Wuxia, who had lead soul into dream, could display battle strength that was firmly in the number 1 position. Even Fang Yuan was wary of him. But such a person with no fighting spirit, even if he had triple chi retraction, what could he expect from him? Ing Wuxia, hand over all your goo worms to me. Fang Yuan spoke. Ing Wuxia did not speak, he did not react, he was like a stone statue. Fang Yuan's voice turned sharp, Ing Wuxia, I am the leader of Shadow Sect, are you going to defy me? Ing Wuxia did not move, there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, he was about to continue when a strong aura burst out from the sky in front of him. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared. Shadow Sect's remnants, Yuri clan's master is here. Where do you think you're going? This book came from. Chapter 1387. The rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower that possessed fate immortal goo would also be dissolved by the dream realm. In the battle of the giant dream realm that had just ended, Duke Long had personally tried it, and heaven overseeing tower was still in phantom form at that time, it was not spared. Heaven overseeing tower was like this, so was the rank 7 immortal goo house Bay Pavilion. Once they entered the dream realm, the whole of Bay Pavilion would start to break down. E-Clan's goo immortals all felt that a large number of goo worms were losing contact with them. This scene immediately gave these E-Clan goo immortals an incomparable shock. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated Bay Pavilion's strongest method. Immortal Killer Move. Boundless Sea and Sky Bay Pavilion rumbled and burst out with dazzling blue light, but it could not break through the dream realm. But the Immortal Killer Move was still effective, at the next moment, Bay Pavilion vanished. It moved a whole 70,000 li and arrived at another place, completely leaving the battlefield. The whole of Bay Pavilion was in ruins, it was no longer as grand and majestic as before. E-Clan's goo immortals were breathing heavily in Bay Pavilion, some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They retreated, it was truly dangerous, if we were any slower, we might have really fallen here. Dream realms are so terrifying. Even immortal goo houses could not resist them. No wonder someone prophesied that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would surpass the strongest expert of the past. Damn it, we let those Shadow Sect survivors escape. E-Clan's goo immortals rejoiced for a while before gritting their teeth. Now that they retreated, it would be too late for them to return. The Shadow Sect survivors must have used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Not long ago, Bay Pavilion found traces of Fang Yuan's group, it took a lot of effort to catch up. According to the strength of both sides, E-Clan with the rank 7 Immortal Goo House should be stronger. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was rank 8, it could not do anything to Bay Pavilion. E-Clan had both offense and defense, they could advance and retreat freely. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side had scattered Gu immortals, they could defeat them one by one. What made Yi Clan's Gu immortals even more confident was that as long as they stalled for some time, they could wait for the reinforcements of Southern Border's super forces. They had a rank 7 immortal Gu house, as long as they did not make any mistakes, they could definitely stall Fang Yuan and the rest. In fact, Yi Clan's Gu immortals did the same thing. They had used the immortal killer move Return Water Life to fight a battle of attrition. But Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast, he used the 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies as immortal killer moves, sending them over. Yi Clan was caught unprepared. Even though Yi Clan's Gu immortals knew some information about the giant dream realm battle, they could not have expected Fang Yuan to be so ruthless, sacrificing his own people so easily. Another point was that Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon form was too fast. His transformation path Dao marks turned into sword path Dao marks, sword eyebrows immortal Gu continued to cultivate, increasing his sword path Dao marks. There was also sword escape immortal Gu, as well as the explosive speed of the ancient sword dragon itself. If Fang Yuan moved alone and used sword escape immortal Gu to carry the 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, even though his speed was fast, Yi Clan's Gu immortals could react. Yi Clan's Gu immortals had ugly expressions. They had Bei Pavilion, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, Bei Pavilion was in a terrible state, they had suffered great losses. Most importantly, they had lost a lot of face, they had already informed the other righteous path Gu immortals of Southern Border. When they arrived, how would Yi Clan's Gu immortals have the face to face them? The Cape Pavilion was silent. After a while, the leader of Yi Clan's Gu immortals spoke, "Everyone, hurry up and repair Bei Pavilion. Even though we were trapped in the giant dream realm, we did not lose any immortal Gu. We brought a large number of spare mortal Gu, we will give you a few minutes to repair Bei Pavilion. The enemy is strong, they can actually control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to such an extent. They are also extremely cruel, they did not even frown when killing their own people. Such a nature, they are simply too cruel, they are worse than pigs and dogs. We fought with all our strength, but we could not block the dream realm. We wanted to fight to the death with these demons. But in consideration of the big picture, we had no choice but to retreat, it was to hand the information of this battle to the other righteous path Gu immortals." Yi Clan's leader spoke frankly, the surrounding Gu immortals nodded. The truth was the truth, they could not be changed. But when he said that, it gave off a completely different feeling. After Yi Clan's leader unified his words, he contacted Wu Yong and the other Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals, informing them of the situation. What, they were actually repelled? Didn't they have Bei Pavilion immortal Gu house, they lost them. Look at what the Yi Clan is saying. Their skin is really thick. But they still brought information. For example, this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Once Ancient Sword Dragon transformation was mentioned, the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals in the Dream Realm battlefield looked at each other. They could not help but think of one person at the same time. Lu Guanyi is also a demonic path Gu immortal, he also cultivates Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Do you think he is the Gu immortal of Shadow Sect? Not necessarily. Ancient Sword Dragon transformation is only an immortal killer move. Moreover, during the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi is clearly not on the same side as Shadow Sect, they are enemies. Lu Guanyi is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but that person has Southern Border aura. But this is not certain, if the other party is a member of Shadow Sect, it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For example, Wu Clan, didn't they have an immortal killer move that could change the factions of the 5 regions Gu immortals? Someone looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether that person is Lu Guanyi or not, I need to find my brother Wu Yihai's whereabouts. Who will join me to chase after Shadow Sect? He spoke loudly, his voice resounding. Lord Wu Yong has a benevolent heart, he cares about his family, it is truly touching. We are willing to go. We are willing to show our might to Lord Wuyong. The other southern border righteous path Gu immortals responded. Wuyong's performance in the Purple Blood River Formation was quickly spread to the rest of southern border's Gu immortal world through Tai Mianshen. There was no doubt about this speed. Any Gu immortal would become the center of attention no matter where they went after cultivating to rank 8. Because their every action, even if it was unintentional, would have a deep and lasting impact on their surroundings. Wuyong was the leader of Wu clan. Now that he exposed his fourth immortal Gu house, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, southern border's Gu immortals realized how powerful Wuyong was. Adding on the fact that the Wu family had the reputation of being number one in the righteous path, Wuyong's question immediately received widespread acknowledgement and response. These people are still crafty, they want to hide behind me and order my Wu clan around. Wuyong snickered internally. Wuyong was a person who sought practical benefits, but unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so now. He had to put up a good front. His younger brother was missing. As the elder brother, he had to act like he was trying to save him. Especially now, Fang Yuan's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in Wu clan's ancestral hall were not broken. Moreover, as the leader of the righteous path, he had to take charge of the situation. Otherwise, if he did not stand up for southern border's righteous path, his and Wu clan's prestige would fall greatly. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Fang Yuan was extremely evil. He borrowed 6 immortal Gu from Wu clan before leaving. A total of 6 immortal Gu. And there was even 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. Among these immortal Gu, there was bloodline immortal Gu, which was personally approved by Wuyong and sent from Wu clan's treasury to support Fang Yuan. Even that 100,000 immortal Yuan stone was suggested by Wuyong himself. He lent it to Fang Yuan. Now that Wu Yihai was missing, the biggest responsibility fell on Wuyong. If Wuyong did not pursue, not only would he not be able to explain to the southern border righteous path Gu immortals, he would also not be able to explain to Wu clan. Immediately, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building led the southern border experts and chased after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, flying into the sky. Although Yi clan was defeated by Fang Yuan and lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Wu Yihai had other clues. He immediately transmitted to Wu clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa, go borrow the corresponding immortal Gu from the treasury and set up a divination phase Gu formation. Take out Wu Yihai's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, place them in the Gu formation and deduce my brother's location. Wu Fa was Wuyong's trusted aide. He immediately received the order and hurriedly went to do it. Wuyong collected battlefield information. According to Central Continent's Celestial Court's performance, they did not attack the southern border Gu immortals, they only plundered the battlefield and took away the immortal Gu of the southern border forces. Southern border's righteous path would definitely settle this score with Central Continent. But currently, Wuyong's priority was to save Wu Yihai. Central Continent's Celestial Court had great strength. It would be very difficult to take back the immortal Gu from them. On the contrary, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were not strong. Since Wu Yihai's life tablet did not shatter, he might really have been captured by them. Of course, Shadow Sect has information path methods that can shatter my life tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu to create the illusion of my death. Naturally, they can also kill Wu Yihai and keep the life tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Their goal is to lure us to chase them. This thought flashed in Wuyong's mind. He had considered it thoroughly. But he still chose to chase without any hesitation. Because this time, not only him, there were also countless southern border righteous path Gu immortals, rank 8 Gu immortal Chi Chu Yu, and several immortal Gu houses. With such a lineup, Wuyong was confident that even if Shadow Sect set up an ambush, he would be able to flatten them. In the face of great power, all schemes and plots were nothing. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was flying at full speed. On the eagle's back, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, activating a mystical immortal Gu. Dao Path. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped, saying with a grim expression, "There are many information path Dao marks on my body. I might have been hit by an investigative killer move. The possibility of southern border's righteous path Gu immortals is low. Central Continent's Celestial Court, especially Fairy Myrtle, is the greatest suspect. No matter what, I need to return to plunder Shadow Earth Trench and use information path methods to get rid of this investigative killer move. Note, last week's character solicitation activity has ended, this week's voting will be held. Tomorrow, Venerable Gu's official groups, White Heaven Group, Black Heaven Group, Venerable Gu's Tieba, and Venerable Gu's WeChat will all have voting choices. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. Everyone, let's choose the top 3. To be continued. Chapter 1388. White Day. Boom! A tower tore through the air, flying rapidly in White Day, leaving a long trail of air behind it. Everywhere it went, the beast groups in White Day ran away in all directions. Because this tower was emitting an intense rank 9 aura, the beast groups felt an intense threat. It was Heaven Overseeing Tower. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, the Celestial Court looted Southern Border's Super Goo formation and took away all the goo worms. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been restored by the Central Continent Goo Immortals. At the top of the tower, there were only Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. It seems that Southern Border's White Day was not affected by luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Fairy Myrtle retracted her gaze from the outside world and looked at Duke Long. Her beautiful face showed a trace of worry. Duke Long was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his face was ashen, his expression turned sinister from time to time as he frowned. His strong body was like a boulder, even though he was sitting cross-legged, he gave off a feeling of a huge pillar that could support the sky. As expected of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, even with only a remnant soul, he was able to cause so much trouble to Lord Duke Long. Lord Duke Long took away the door of life and death for the Celestial Court. To think that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually borrowed his strength. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried, but on the other hand, she also felt admiration towards Duke Long. This time, the Celestial Court attacked, sweeping away the dejection of Northern Plains' defeat. They actually swept through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alive. This was mostly due to Duke Long's battle achievements. Without Duke Long, there would be no way to achieve such an impressive result. Right at this time, Duke Long slowly opened his eyes. Lord Duke Long, is there anything I can help you with? Fairy Myrtle quickly went forward and asked. Duke Long shook his head. No worries, Spectral Soul is only a spent force, I have already taken control of the situation. As long as we return to the Celestial Court and borrow the power of the Celestial Court, we can easily suppress him. That's good. At this rate, we should have more than enough time. Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh. However, Duke Long quickly added, we also have to prevent any accidents. If I am devoured by Spectral Soul, he might disguise as me. So, once I return to the Celestial Court, immediately imprison me and seal me layer by layer. Then, use all the means of the Celestial Court to investigate. If I am the one suppressing Spectral Soul, I will cooperate. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured me, he would be exposed. If he continues to disguise himself and does not resist, he will also become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by my Celestial Court. Duke Long was thinking about Zhou Xiang, he did not give Spectral Soul any chance. Fairy Myrtle quickly agreed. Duke Long was silent for a while before asking, what is the situation over at Fang Yuan's side? Fairy Myrtle answered, earlier, Southern Borders Clan's Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion encountered Fang Yuan's group by accident. Unfortunately, they were not able to stop him. Fang Yuan is crafty, he guessed that he was being tracked so he came to Bay Pavilion, he used his Immortal Goo to investigate, he really found something fishy. But... saying so, Fairy Myrtle showed a confident smile, so what if he found out? My investigative killer move was activated with the help of the Immortal Goo House Star Constellation chessboard. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method back then. That's good. Duke Long heard this and relaxed, closing his eyes again. Southern Border. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was carrying Fang Yuan and the rest, flying rapidly. A sharp eagle cry resounded in the sky, scaring away all the birds in the surrounding 100 li. There were no obstructions along the way, they did not see Bay Pavilion chasing after them. The Shadow Sect immortals also let down their guard slightly. An earth trench gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The earth trench was deep and bottomless, even in broad daylight, it was covered in shadows. This is Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. Fong Yuan stood up, looking down at the entire Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. Ing Wuxia led the immortals to northern plains under Fong Yuan's pursuit, and rescued Zishan Mikoto. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Zishan Mikoto led the Shadow Sect's remnant forces from northern plains to eastern sea, before arriving at southern border. This Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench was their temporary headquarters. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fong Yuan's identity as Wu Yihai was exposed. Even if the Celestial Court did not expose it, this fake identity could not withstand scrutiny. Fong Yuan unexpectedly became the Shadow Sect's new leader, so he brought the remnant forces of the Shadow Sect here to rest and reorganize. Whoosh! The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle folded its wings and dove towards Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. Soon, it entered the Earth Trench, carrying Fong Yuan and the rest, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was huge, it could not compare to Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. Entering deep into Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was like a small bird beside a ship. All kinds of strange and eerie roars entered the ears of Fong Yuan and the rest. Among the shadows, there were auras of large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Most of them were shadow monsters. Shadow monsters were a type of Dao beast, they were usually produced in places with dense dark path Dao marks. Undoubtedly, Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench was such a place. Even though shadow monsters were Dao beasts, they still had survival instincts to avoid danger and seek benefits. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's immemorial aura made them panic, they did not need Fong Yuan to drive them away, they scattered and escaped. Fong Yuan and the rest arrived at their destination smoothly. This was not the deepest part of Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, but a cave entrance on the steep mountain wall. The cave entrance was very wide, even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could barely fit inside. After landing at the entrance, Fong Yuan and the rest got off the eagle's back. Fong Yuan kept the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle into his immortal aperture and entered the cave. With Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, Fong Yuan easily arrived at the location of the mechanism and controlled the goo formation here without any obstruction. The goo formation here is quite good. Using the dense dark path Dao marks here, mortal goo were used to set it up, but it has the power of an immortal goo formation, its specialty is to conceal it from others' deductions. To be able to use natural Dao marks to set up a goo formation, the creator was definitely a formation path great grandmaster. This was not strange for Shadow Sect. Even with Fong Yuan's current formation path great grandmaster attainment, he could only see the rough details, he did not know the profundities of this formation. It was impossible for him to set it up. After arriving here, Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He did not immediately try to remove the investigative killer move on him, instead, he summoned the other Gu immortals and talked to them one by one. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fong Yuan naturally had to do such a thing. Lady White Rabbit was very obedient, she answered every question Fong Yuan asked. Fairy Miao Yin was very aggressive and proactive, when Fong Yuan asked a question, she would answer quickly and even ask Fong Yuan a question. During this period, she would even ask Xiao Si Lu who was prettier between her and Xiao Si Lu. And in the conversation with He Lulan, Fong Yuan suggested that if He Lulan made a huge contribution, he could consider removing the alliance agreement and restoring her freedom. Speaking of which, He Lulan's current awkward situation was partly due to Fong Yuan. After rebirth, Fong Yuan changed a lot of things. Before this, He Lulan used Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill He Cheng, she succeeded in taking revenge and saw her true nature, she obtained Attitude Gu and tried to control He tribe, her future was bright. After the Battle of Tian Mountain, He Lulan lost her auntie, due to a series of coincidences, she eventually became Fong Yuan's subordinate. Just like what Ing Wuxia thought, He Lulan was a talent. Fong Yuan had the same opinion. Next was Bai Ningbing. Even if you did not look for me, I would have looked for you. Bai Ningbing spoke first. Her attitude was different from the others. She stood in front of Fang Yuan with her arms crossed, looking down at Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path will not let you off after becoming enemies with Celestial Court. What are your plans now? Bai Ningbing asked. She had also participated in the Giant Dream Realm battle. She was on the same side as Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path would not let her off either. I will first digest the resources of Shadow Sect, then plan step by step. Fang Yuan said. Now that the Dream Realm was gone and Wu Yihai's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan lost this cultivation shortcut. Chapter 1389. Even though Shadow Sect was completely crippled, Spectral Soul was captured, and only Ying Wuxia and Sixth Hair were left in his split soul, it still left behind a lot of resources. Web, immortal goo and immortal materials were only a small portion. The key were immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses, and others. A vast number of immortal goo recipes, countless immortal killer moves, and even the construction plans of immortal goo houses numbered up to 12. Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City. There were also all sorts of clues to true inheritances. For example, by Xiang's true inheritance, even the higher secret of the 5 Xiangs, Paradise Earth's true inheritance and the Azure Sea Blue Whale, clues to Red Lotus true inheritance, clues to Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Of course, these true inheritances were hard to obtain, otherwise, Shadow Sect would have obtained them long ago and used them to increase their foundation to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. In fact, even without these clues, just Spectral Soul's true inheritance alone was a huge fortune. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path methods back then caused the 5 regions to turn dark. His soul-devouring method could absorb the experiences and memories of his prey. His split soul method could create generations of Shadow Sect members. His soul transference method could create traitors like Sixth Hair. He could even plant people in the Celestial Court. And his soul cultivation method, the final form, Fang Yuan remembered it clearly. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, he was able to resist the tribulation with his own body. Right now, there were 2 important things in front of Fang Yuan. First was information path. He needed to get rid of the investigative killer move on him, as well as all sorts of alliance agreements to regain his freedom. Second was wisdom goo. Fang Yuan had already grasped the method to undo the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body. By then, he would be able to obtain wisdom goo's recognition again. He would be able to obtain the light of wisdom's assistance. Bai Ningbing continued, I have already obtained yin yang rotation goo, but I need to refine it into an immortal goo before I can reverse the body of a female. But refinement path is deep and profound. Yin yang rotation goo is not my vital goo. I have no confidence. Fang Yuan nodded. I know. Borrowing the Shadow Sect's strength to help you refine goo, this was the agreement you made with the Shadow Sect. If I become the leader of the Shadow Sect, I can also acknowledge the previous agreement. Because for a long time to come, we'll be borrowing each other's strength, won't we? I'm relieved that you have this awareness. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan indifferently, then turned around and left in satisfaction. Speaking of which, the members of the Shadow Sect had more yin than yang. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin were all female immortals. Only Ying Wuxia and Fang Yuan were males. After a round of private conversations, Fang Yuan, the new leader of the Shadow Sect, was finally acknowledged. As for Ying Wuxia, he was still in an extremely dispirited state. No matter what Fang Yuan said, he turned a deaf ear to it. This caused Fang Yuan's killing intent to surge. He wanted to end Ying Wuxia's life and take away the immortal goo, to grasp the amazing method lead soul into dream. But Fang Yuan thought about it. This matter was not urgent. Not to mention the killer move lead soul into dream, he had already grasped all of its contents. He only lacked the goo worms. This move was very taxing on the goo immortal's mind. Its structure was complex, it was hard to learn and practice, and it was even harder to take care of other aspects. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the immortal goo, he would need to waste some time to familiarize himself with it. Of course, it was not that he did not have other methods. For example, the soul-devouring method. As long as he devoured Ying Wuxie's soul, Fang Yuan would have the memories and a large amount of experience in using Lead soul into dream. Back then, when Ying Wuxie was just born, he was able to quickly use Lead soul into dream because his split soul contained a large amount of related memories. There was another reason: Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya Blessed Land by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan knew this long ago. But after Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect, it was uncertain if he could obtain Sixth Hair's acknowledgement. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul had transmigrated to Langya Blessed Land and gradually grew up as a refinement path Gu immortal. He and Fang Yuan had been enemies for a long time. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, although it was Zishan Mikoto's wish, would Sixth Hair acknowledge it? Fang Yuan did not have any confidence. Most importantly, Sixth Hair was not bound by the Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. It was also impossible. If he had an information path alliance agreement, it would be easy for Land Spirit of Langya to see through him. That would be exposing his identity. After all, no matter which Land Spirit of Langya it was, they were all refinement path experts. They had all sorts of methods to see the Tao marks on immortal materials. Fang Yuan did not know what Sixth Hair's attitude was, but he knew that if he killed Ying Wuxie and took his Gu worms, the chances of Sixth Hair admitting him would be very low. Sixth Hair did not have much value, but he was a member of Langya's sect. If he was used well, he might be able to help Fang Yuan topple the whole of Langya's sect. Fang Yuan did not want to lose this connection for the time being. Gains and losses were not proportional. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to let Lady White Rabbit take care of Ying Wuxie, while he went into closed cultivation to resolve the investigative killer move on him. Zishan Mikoto's original immortal Gu were incomplete when they were in Fang Yuan's hands. But these Gu worms could be used to form an immortal killer move called Averting Disaster Wisdom. It was used to get rid of hidden threats. Even though it was not suitable, it was the strongest method that Fang Yuan could use at the moment. Fang Yuan had never used this killer move Averting Disaster Wisdom. Thankfully, it had a simple structure and involved few immortal Gu. The steps were also simple. If it were a complex killer move, Fang Yuan would not choose to try it. Red Date Immortal Essence started to be expended. Gu worms started to move according to Fang Yuan's will. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a profound light. Bam! At the next moment, the profound light collapsed with a muffled sound. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, blood flowed out of his nose. The killer move activation failed. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. If he wanted to activate the killer move on his first try, he would need to try many times. Man as before. Activating this time path immortal Gu, Fang Yuan quickly recovered and started to try again. Second try, failure. Third try, failure. Fifth try, sixth try, failure. Just as Fang Yuan was activating the killer move, in southern borders Wu clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fei was facing a small Gu formation. This Gu formation was only the size of a water vat, but it involved 1,000 Gu worms. The Gu formation was laid flat on the ground, controlled by 3 Wu clan Gu immortals. They were continuously transferring immortal essence. The Gu formation activated. It was like a whirlpool of water that was rotating rapidly. Is it ready? Wu Fei asked. The 3 Wu clan Gu immortals nodded at the same time. Most of their attention was on controlling this immortal Gu formation. Wu Fei slowly stretched out his arm and opened his palm, revealing 2 mortal Gu. A life tablet Gu and a soul lantern Gu. He carefully threw these 2 Gu worms into the Gu formation in front of him. Soon, these 2 mortal Gu were swept into the whirlpool in the center of the Gu formation, vanishing rapidly. The whirlpool's rotation speed increased by several times. The 3 Wu clan Gu immortals' foreheads were covered in cold sweat, their faces turned pale and their bodies started to tremble. After a while, 2 Wu clan Gu immortals fell to the ground, fainting. Only one person was left. He slowly opened his eyes and spoke with incomparable exhaustion as he gave a location. This position was quickly passed on by Wu Fa to Wu Yong, who was far away. Wu Yihai is likely to have been captured by Shadow Sect. Since his life tablet Gu is not broken, I can use this crucial clue to find Shadow Sect's hiding place. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench Ha. Thinking of this, Wu Yong shouted at the Southern Border Righteous Path members, I know the clue, follow me. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Fong Yuan's expression was ugly. The killer move avert calamity wisdom cannot unravel the investigative killer move on me. It seems I need to use a stronger method. At this time, He Lolan's anxious voice entered Fong Yuan's ears, the situation is bad. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Gu formation suddenly broke apart. It can defend against deductions, it seems our location has been exposed. I already know. Fong Yuan was not surprised. He was in control of this Gu formation. The moment the Gu formation had a problem, he immediately understood. Fong Yuan was not flustered, he had already thought of a solution. Everyone, come here. Chapter 1390. The Super Gu formation set up in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was destroyed, but it also gave Fong Yuan and the rest a warning. At this time, the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals were still on the way, they were still some distance away. Fong Yuan could use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape immediately. However, after careful consideration, he decided to practice the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and use this method to prepare for a rainy day. Because right now, Fong Yuan's methods could not undo the investigative killer move on him, that was to say, his location was always exposed. While being chased, there was a high chance of encountering enemies. For example, earlier, when Fong Yuan and the rest were retreating, they encountered E-Clan's immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion. In this situation, Fong Yuan and the rest were taking a huge risk by riding the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not an immortal Gu House, the Gu Immortals and it were not a single entity, it did not have the offensive and defensive capabilities of an immortal Gu House. This caused the Gu Immortals on the Eagle's back to be easily targeted by the outside world. But if they grasped the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, they could instantly teleport and cross an extremely long distance, leaving danger zones. Yingwu Xia and the rest had such a method, they could even escape from the pursuit of the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan's repeated attempts to kill them were largely due to this ancient battle formation. Now that Fong Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, the enemy's advantage immediately became his advantage. Fong Yuan summoned all of the Gu Immortals to him, he imparted the contents of the ancient battle formation to each of them. Among them, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Yingwu Xia had already grasped this formation path killer move. But this was the first time Fong Yuan, Miao Yin, and Black Tigress had come into contact with it. No matter what, only 3 of them had grasped omnidirectional travel. Among them, Yingwu Xia's condition was extremely poor, he could not be relied on. Thus, everyone had to gather and practice it together. This formation path method needed the cooperation of many Gu Immortals, there was no point in practicing it alone. Just as Fong Yuan and the rest were urgently practicing the ancient battle formation, the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals led by Wu Yong left in a grandiose manner. Fellow Daoist Wu Yong, according to the information you have, the other party is very likely to be in the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Now that we are not far from the Earth Trench, please give the order to plan the overall situation. Chi Chu Yu said. He was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal with the same cultivation level as Wu Yong. In terms of seniority, he was from Wu Du Xiu's generation, he was slightly older than Wu Yong. However, the prestige of the Wu clan was still flourishing, while the Qi clan had always been content in a corner, and their prestige was far inferior to the Wu clan. Adding on the information that Tai Mianshan leaked about Wu Yong, Southern Border's Gu Immortals started to feel wariness towards this first supreme elder of Wu clan. There was even some fear. After all, in the past, many Righteous Path forces had made things difficult for Wu clan, some even openly tried to take over Wu clan's resource points. If they knew about Wu Yong's battle strength and Wu clan's 4th clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, they would have restrained themselves, they would not be so unbridled. Wu clan has lost many territories, with Wu Yong's strength, he will definitely take revenge. After exterminating the remnants of Shadow Sect, it will be time for Wu Yong to make his move. Sigh. We were all wrong. This Wu Yong has deep thoughts. He is completely different from Wu Du Xiu. He actually concealed himself so deeply. Now that I think about it, this is probably his scheme. He will show weakness first, then use the righteous path to retaliate and obtain more benefits. Along the way, the southern border Gu immortals conversed with each other. Theories about Wu Yong's conspiracy soon began to clamor. As for Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect remnants, Zishan Mikoto was already dead. Even Spectral Soul's main body was captured by the Celestial Court. The only thing that could catch the attention of the southern border righteous path Gu immortals was Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle. Southern border's righteous path used 6 immortal Gu houses this time. Why would they be afraid of the upper extreme heavenly eagle? Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Bai Ningbing suddenly grunted, a pained expression flashed past her face. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man as before Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan activated this time Path Immortal Gu to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of Man as before, He Lolan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before Immortal Gu was still intact. She was even on the same side as Fang Yuan once again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yuncheng had already died. And he was killed by Fang Yuan personally. The drill stopped. Fang Yuan used Man as before on himself. His injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for the failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although Man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Fang Yuan's. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. This made Fang Yuan's defense a little weak, but at the same time, it gave him a good healing effect. Everyone's injuries were not serious, and with their excellent true inheritances, they quickly recovered. Alright, let's do it again. Fang Yuan called. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Everyone's body emitted a radiance. The radiance quickly linked together, but it started to shake, losing its original stability. Bam! With a soft sound, the light dissipated, turning into countless specks of light that danced in the sky. Fairy Miao Yin moaned, her face flushed red. This time, her injuries were the heaviest. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was uninjured. He used Man as before to heal Fairy Miao Yin. Our movements need to be synchronized. Again. After a while, Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Another failure. He Lulan grunted, her brows furrowed as a trace of pain flashed past her beautiful face. After resting, Fang Yuan said, "We might as well make some adjustments. Follow my movements, feel my strength, and follow my movements." Understood? The 3 girls nodded, not speaking. A moment later, although Fang Yuan once again tasted the bitter fruit of failure, his progress was much greater than before. Very good. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. For the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to be activated, the 4 sides had to be united and move in unison. After the initial torment and hard work, they finally found the feeling. But right at this time, the formation emitted a loud noise. Oh no, our location is exposed. There are several immortal Gu houses above Earth Trench. A pure dream reality seeker physique body in charge of controlling the Gu formation reported. At once, the female immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the leader of Shadow Sect. They were waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. They are quite fast, but it is fine. Fang Yuan smiled, "This is within my expectations. Just follow the plan I've arranged." Yes. The pure dream reality seeker physique body left. Let's continue. Fang Yuan said to the girls, "The immortal Gu house has already sealed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Time is limited, we need to hurry." Inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong looked down at Plunder's shadow earth trench through the window. After observing for a while, his eyes shined with brilliance. This super goo formation is quite profound. The person who said it used the natural Tao marks in earth trench and only used a large number of mortal goo to create an immortal goo formation. There are also shadow monsters. Amazing, such a large scale, they are all gathered together by this super goo formation. Qiao Zhikai stood beside Wu Yong and exclaimed. At this time, Qi Chu Yu's voice came from Qi Clan's immortal goo house. He was excited. Good formation, good formation. Why don't I deduce the weakness of this formation? We can use that to break it. No need. Wu Yong lightly rejected. We need to end this demonic extermination quickly. What can a mere goo formation do? Even if there are many more shadow monsters, they cannot block the might of our immortal goo houses. Saying so, Wu Yong paused for a moment before saying, everyone, attack together with me. The moment he said so, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building charged forward bravely, bringing along fierce winds as it charged down. Along the way, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unstoppable. The shadow monsters suffered heavy casualties. It was a scene of panic. Southern Borders Goo Immortals watched the battle with shocked expressions. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's power far surpassed their expectations. This is Wu Clan's might. Many Goo Immortals sighed inwardly, as if they could see the scene of Wu Du Shou slaughtering everyone. Wu Yong had Wu Clan's bloodline after all. His valiant nature was already deeply ingrained in his blood and bones. At once, Southern Borders Righteous Path Goo Immortals felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Kill! Charge together! Kill all these demonic path scoundrels! Several immortal goo houses charged forward like ferocious tigers with unstoppable might. Compared to the layers of shadow monsters, they were actually as weak as a flock of sheep. Battle cries had already entered Fang Yuan's ears. They were getting louder and louder. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was slightly strange. He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, but saw that Fang Yuan did not move. Bai Ningbing still had a cold expression. The super goo formation could not block the fierce attacks of several immortal goo houses. It soon collapsed. The highest cultivation level of the shadow monsters was only rank 7, they were already fleeing in all directions. Just as Southern Borders Righteous Path Goo Immortals were about to charge forward and attack, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies stood up. Bam bam bam, a series of self-detonations instantly formed a dream realm. This move again, retreat. E-Clan's Goo Immortals had suffered from this before. Bay Pavilion quickly retreated far away. The other immortal goo houses had no choice but to stop their charge and watch. The dream realm formed an omnidirectional defense, enveloping Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions. How could they break through such a line of defense? I'm bullying you for being dream path idiots. The ferocious Righteous Path Goo Immortals were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled. Shadow Sect is already at their wits' end with this defense. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them. I want to see how long they can defend for. Both sides were in a deadlock. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed. He received a letter Goo. Celestial Court's letter. Chapter 1391. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Southern Borders Righteous Path also suffered heavy losses. The Super Goo formation that they set up required contributions of Immortal Goo and a vast number of Mortal Goo. After investing so much, the gains were minimal, and in the exploration of the Dream Realm, they suffered a direct hit, losing several Goo Immortals. The true beneficiary, besides Fang Yuan, who had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court not only captured Spectral Soul's main body, they even took away the remaining second and first layer of the Super Goo formation before leaving. Among the Immortal Goo here, besides Fang Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Goo, the other Goo worms belonged to Southern Borders Righteous Path. Toward such actions, Southern Borders Righteous Path was furious. They wanted to seek an explanation from Central Continent's Celestial Court. After all, everyone was from the righteous path. Celestial Court's actions were too unfair. When chasing after Fang Yuan and the rest, Wu Yong began to look for Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Even though Southern Border and Central Continent were two different regions, super forces often had business dealings with each other. This bit of credit belonged to Jewel Yellow Skies. Precisely because of Jewel Yellow Skies, transactions between Gu immortals became much easier and more frequent. The constant flow of goods also meant frequent exchanges. Thus, Wu Yong had a way to find the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were a little uncertain. However, if he did not question Celestial Court, just by pestering the 10 great ancient sects, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, Wu Yong held an information path mortal Gu as he muttered. He did not expect that the Celestial Court's Gu immortal would take the initiative to find him. Moreover, this unknown wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court used a mere information path mortal Gu to force Wu Yong into a difficult situation. This information path mortal Gu's content was related to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Celestial Court had information on Ing Wuxia, Zishan Mikoto, Bai Ningbing, and Fang Yuan, including the fact that they had the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. And what shocked Wu Yong the most was that the real Wu Yihai had died long ago, and the Wu Yihai that had infiltrated Wu clan was the otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan. There's actually such a thing. Fang Yuan is Wu Yihai, and Wu Yihai is Fang Yuan. Wu Yong had wanted to save his younger brother, but in the end, he found out that his younger brother was already dead, and it was his enemy who had been playing the role of his younger brother. Wu Yong was first shocked by this news. After all, this was out of his expectations. Next, Wu Yong felt anger. Anger towards Fang Yuan. This damned murderer, the true culprit who killed Wu Yihai, was actually so daring. After committing the murder, not only did he not escape, he even joined Wu clan of his own accord. This was a blatant disregard for the entire Wu family, including Wu Yong himself. And most importantly, Fang Yuan actually did this. This was a humiliation, a humiliation. Not only did Fang Yuan look down on the huge Wu clan, he even ran to Wu clan and slapped them several times. What kind of force was Wu clan? The publicly recognized #1 force of Southern Border's righteous path. Who was Wu Yong? Wu Yong was the #1 person in Wu clan, first Supreme Elder, rank 8 cultivation level. He had an immortal Gu house and several rank 8 immortal Gu. He was an expert of the present age. Fang Yuan's actions were simply toying with Wu clan and Wu Yong. However, other than anger towards Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was also furious towards Celestial Court. Celestial Court had taken away all of Wu clan's formation immortal Gu. This was one reason. Secondly, Celestial Court had sent this information to Wu Yong. What did this mean? In other words, he was telling Wu Yong that Wu Yong had a weakness in his hands. He would need to consider this in his future actions. To Wu Yong, this was a threat. Why did the matter of Fang Yuan impersonating Wu Yihai become a weakness of Wu Yong instead? This was the difference between the righteous path and the demonic path. The righteous path had their own rules of the game. The righteous path cared about reputation and face. Even if they wanted to plunder, they had to have a proper reason. They had to stand on the side of righteousness and reputation. Just like before, when the other clans made things difficult for Wu clan and seized Wu clan's resource points. How did Ho clan do it? First, they sent a clan Gu immortal to pretend to be a demonic scoundrel, while another Ho clan Gu immortal pretended to chase after him, then used this excuse to occupy the resource points. How did Yang clan do it? First, they had planned for a long time, setting up mortal camps near Wu clan. Then through the conflicts between mortals, they obtained righteousness and reputation. After landing in Wu clan, Wu Yong clearly had high battle strength, and even had the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Why was he in a passive state? He. This was Wu Yong's scheme. He knew that Wu clan's territory was too huge. If he directly showed his strength, the other clans would only be wary. They might restrain themselves for the time being, but they would still be tempted to make a move. After all, Wu clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal. However, if the Wu clan were to passively defend and allow the other clans to bully them, Wu Yong would be able to take revenge after obtaining a righteous cause and sufficient excuse. He would then be able to bite off a piece of meat from the other clans. Only by doing this could the other forces remember the pain, and not dare to offend Wu clan's dignity for decades to come. This was Wu Yong's plan. Even his closest aide Wu Fei was not aware of it. Actually, before this, everything was progressing according to Wu Yong's plan. It was just that Wu Yong did not expect a troublemaker like Shadow Sect to appear. Once the demon Fang Yuan sneaked into Wu clan, even Wu Yong himself would treat Fang Yuan as his own brother. Don't forget, before this, Wu Yong had used Wu Yihai many times to raise his reputation, to express his care for his own brother. Wu clan was the #1 force of Southern Border's righteous path. Such a thing actually happened, it would definitely cause their reputation to plummet, and cause the other clans to have disloyal thoughts. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to use these excuses to retaliate against the other clans. But once this matter came out, as long as Southern Border's clans persisted on this topic, Wu clan would feel weak. Your Wu clan is the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, but in the end, a demon sneaked in and left. What face does your Wu clan have to lead the righteous path? What qualifications do you have to occupy these resources? Don't tell me that after occupying these resources, you are going to provide them to the demonic path scoundrels in the clan? This was like on Earth, when a celebrity was found to be taking drugs, a successful man who had always proclaimed his love for his family was found to have an affair, or a spy was found in the police force. Although prestige could not be seen or touched, it was indeed a kind of strength that could affect all aspects. In Wu Yong's view, the resource points that Wu clan lost were nothing. Since they could be lost, he could also take them back. In reality, he could instead use this chance to raise his own prestige, to show off his superior battle strength, to leave his shadow in Southern Border's history. But Fang Yuan's matter was completely different. Once it was discovered, it would be a heavy blow to Wu clan. The prestige and reputation that countless generations of Wu clan had worked hard to maintain would be greatly damaged. Once this matter was spread out, what face would Wu Yong have to take back the resource points that Wu clan had lost? For a long time, Wu clan would not be able to raise their heads. This damned Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. He had never hated a person so much. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. He could only blame himself for using Wu Yihai to raise his prestige, to express his benevolence and friendliness. But in the end, it was Wu Yong who was incompetent and was deceived by the demon Fang Yuan. This was the stain on Wu Yong's life. This damned fairy myrtle. Wu Yong also hated the wisdom path female immortal from the celestial court. Her intentions were clear. Telling Wu Yong all this was to warn Wu Yong, and to use Wu Yong as a spear to urge him to eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong had to eliminate Fang Yuan. As long as he secretly killed Fang Yuan, Wu Yihai's death could be pushed to the Shadow Sect. It was logical and logical. By then, even if the Celestial Court exposed this matter, Wu Yong would not be afraid. This matter would not become a stain on Wu Yong's life. Fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong muttered this name again. He knew that Fairy Myrtle wanted him to use all his strength to kill Fang Yuan and the rest. She was making use of him. But Wu Yong had no choice but to do so. Most importantly, in Fairy Myrtle's letter Gu, there was only information about Fang Yuan and the rest. There were no words of negotiation or threat to Wu Yong. This made it so that Wu Yong could not find any evidence to use against Fairy Myrtle. Lord Wu Yong, what happened? Chao clan's first supreme elder Chao Zhikai saw that Wu Yong's expression was not right and asked with concern. Wu Yong glanced at him, immediately hating him as well. It is this old thing. Leading Chao clan, trying to curry favor with our Wu clan. Without him, how could Fang Yuan enter our Wu clan so easily? But on the surface, Wu Yong smiled and consoled Chao Zhikai. It is nothing, I am just worried about my brother. I wonder what will happen to him after he lands in the Shadow Sect? Chao Zhikai felt strange. There were no outsiders here. Why was Wu Yong still concerned about Wu Yihai? Why was he acting like this? Wu Yong's concern for Fang Yuan earlier was fake, but this time, it was real. It was just that he was concerned about Fang Yuan, he wanted to kill Fang Yuan immediately. Have we not contacted Wu Yihai yet? Wu Yong secretly contacted the Wu clan Gu immortals in the headquarters. The immortals all said no. Among them, someone said, the most recent communication with Lord Wu Yihai was about him borrowing Gu from the clan. Someone else added, Lord Wu Yihai has 6 immortal Gu that Wu clan lent him, we cannot let anything happen to him. Wu Yong heard this and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Among these 6 immortal Gu, there were the immortal Gu that he had personally approved to lend to Fang Yuan from the treasury. There was also the 100,000 immortal Yuan stone, which Wu Yong had offered to lend to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Wu Yong wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he hated Fang Yuan even more. It was this guy. He was too good at acting. Before being exposed, he did not forget to make a huge profit. He was truly sinister, too crafty. Chapter 1392. Wu Yong also considered the authenticity of the Celestial Court's information. However, Fairy Myrtle provided a lot of evidence, and even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance and left the battlefield on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, many southern border Gu immortals had seen it. Wu Yihai's disappearance was too sudden and strange. If Wu Yihai was Fang Yuan, then everything could be explained. Send Wu Yihai's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu to me through jewel yellow skies. Other than that, there are also some immortal Gu, Wu Fa, go to the treasury and take them out for me. Wu Yong stood by the window, looking at the layers of dream realms as he secretly gave his orders. At the same time, he said to Qi Chuyu, Qi clan's first supreme elder, please set up a formation to surround this place and prevent the other party from using space path methods to escape. Oh? The other party has such a method? Qi Chuyu was surprised before nodding. I can set up such a Gu formation to interfere with space path, but I do not have enough immortal Gu on me. No worries. Wu Yong smiled. At this time and place, with all of our southern border righteous path friends here, are we afraid of not having enough immortal Gu? No righteous path Gu immortal refuted Wu Yong's words. They all followed Qi Chuyu's request to see what immortal Gu each clan had that could be used to set up a Gu formation. If they did not have any, they could use jewel yellow skies to transport them. Even though they were expensive. But ever since Fang Yuan started this, southern borders Gu immortals started to imitate him. The matter of Wu clan sending Gu worms to Wu Yong was soon discovered by Fang Yuan and the rest. After all, jewel yellow skies was very open, any immortal Gu transaction would cause a huge commotion. Almost all of these immortal Gu are from Wu clan's treasury. It seems they are transported through jewel yellow skies. And my life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu. Humph. Fang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Unfortunately, even though he knew this, he couldn't stop it. Trading with jewel yellow skies was very safe. Fang Yuan had once relied on this advantage, but now it was his enemy's turn to take advantage of it. Soon, Fang Yuan's information path mortal Gu received Wu Yong's message again. Wu Yihai, maybe I should call you Fang Yuan. We can talk and make a deal. I will use your immortal Gu to buy your life. What do you think? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this secret has been revealed by the Celestial Court. Those Gu worms were probably sent to Wu Yong. You want to buy my life? It seems like he has some sort of method. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped cooperating with the other Gu immortals. You guys continue practicing, I need to deal with a small problem. Saying this, he immediately moved to the side and activated reverse flow protection seal. Inside Wu Yong's immortal aperture, Gu worms flew out like layers of clouds, almost covering the sky. This is the signature killer move of southern borders' former super clan, Wu clan. It had once brought terror and darkness to southern borders' Gu immortal world. My Wu clan obtained it but kept it a secret because we were afraid of being ostracized by other clans. Now, Fang Yuan, have a taste of it. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a cold light. The immortal killer move was activated successfully. But because of his method, his aura was concealed. Even Qiao Zhikai, who was standing beside Wu Yong, could not sense it. At the next moment, Wu Yong's expression changed, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Lord Wu Yong, what's wrong?" Qiao Zhikai was shocked. He quickly ran over to support Wu Yong. "How could this be?" "Thankfully, I only wanted to give a warning and probe, I did not use my full power." Wu Yong was filled with shock. The killer move was clearly targeted at Fang Yuan, but he actually became the target. Wu Yong exerted some strength and broke free from Qiao Zhikai's grip. His expression quickly calmed down as he coughed. "It's fine. It is just an internal injury from the purple blood river formation." Qiao Zhikai immediately showed a moved and respectful expression. "Lord Wu Yong is injured, but he cares about his brother, disregarding his injuries to save him. You are truly a role model of our righteous path." Wu Yong, he was silent for a while before saying to Qiao Zhikai, "You are very good." Qiao Zhikai did not expect Wu Yong to be sarcastic. He thought he had flattered him. He felt proud of himself. Wu Yong was injured because of Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Reverse flow river has weakened slightly. It seems that Wu Yong has some powerful methods that can attack my body through my life tablet goo and soul lantern goo. Unfortunately, it encountered the reverse flow protection seal and was reflected back. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He started to ponder. Strange. Since Wu Yong knows I am Fang Yuan, how could he not consider that I have reverse flow protection seal? Don't tell me, he does not know that I have another identity, Lu Guanyi. Did the Celestial Court not tell him? Or did the Celestial Court not know? Fang Yuan thought of the dream realm. The reason why his identity was exposed this time was because the manifested dream realm had been corroded by heaven's will. He had entered the dream realm many times. He did not use familiar face or dark limit immortal goo to disguise himself. Providence naturally found out his true identity and location. If that was the case, Lu Guanyi's identity was not exposed. Damn it. Fang Yuan thought of this as his heart sank. I used reverse flow protection seal now and got hit by an investigative killer move. Wouldn't I be telling others that I am Lu Guanyi? Regardless of whether the Celestial Court saw through my identity or not, now that I used reverse flow protection seal, my identity is definitely exposed. This was a small confrontation in the dark. It was a new development. It involved Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the Celestial Court. Wu Yong's method backfired on him, but his injuries were not severe. Although Fang Yuan was not injured, he showed a lot of confidence. The Celestial Court was behind the scenes. They did not use their own strength, but made Wu Yong and Fang Yuan fight to the death. This was Fairy Myrtle's scheme. This wisdom path Gu immortal of the Celestial Court immediately displayed her powerful scheming ability after obtaining the crucial clues and information. Her methods were very ingenious and experienced. Wu Yong then sent messages to Fang Yuan, but no matter what, Fang Yuan ignored them. The practice of the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was finally showing results. It was getting closer to success. But Fang Yuan had become burdened now. In order to defend against Wu Yong's attacks, he had to maintain reverse flow protection seal at all times. This caused him to be distracted. He could not concentrate on omnidirectional travel. However, after Fang Yuan purposely slowed down, he activated it bit by bit. The bright light shone on the surroundings. The light dissipated, Fang Yuan and the rest vanished on the spot. Intense space path fluctuations were sensed by the southern border righteous path Gu immortals outside the dream realm to some extent. They are gone. Maybe one or two of them are still alive. Wu Yong had an expressionless face. He was not surprised. But our Gu formation is not finished yet. They actually have such a method? Why didn't they use it earlier? There must be some serious drawback. Qiao Zhikai guessed. Chi Chuyu stroked his beard. No matter. Even though my super Gu formation is not complete, it has some effect. I believe that at this moment, they should have already split up. Many southern border Gu immortals were confused, but Wu Yong praised, Qi clan's first supreme elder is truly capable. Since Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel, he also predicted that they would use this method to escape. How could he not make the appropriate countermeasures? Earlier, he had secretly transmitted to Qi Chuyu, asking him to restrain and target them. Qi Chuyu was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a formation path great grandmaster. Now that he had the information, he had a specific target, he could make the appropriate countermeasures and succeed at this moment. Guh. Bai Ningbing had just stepped on the ground when she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was weak and her face was pale. This is not our destination. Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. She quickly contacted the others. Omnidirectional travel was broken, the 4 Gu immortals were split up, they were very far away. Other than Fang Yuan, they were all injured. What do we do, sect leader? Fairy Miao Yin transmitted. Fang Yuan hesitated. Should he escape on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Or should he waste time to gather the Shadow Sect immortals again? Right now, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had all self-detonated into dream realms, they were left in Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. There were still a few left in the immortal apertures of Hei Lulan and the rest, including Lady White Rabbit's blessed land. Dream realms were corroded by Providence. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also monitored by Providence at all times, keeping them around was equivalent to exposing their location. But at the crucial moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could also self-detonate into dream realms to block immortal Gu houses. Thus, Fang Yuan reluctantly kept them around. The investigative killer move on him had not been dispelled. Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu were also in Wu Clan's hands, and most importantly, Wu Clan actually had a method to attack Fang Yuan. The situation could be said to be very bad and dangerous. Fang Yuan could not deal with any immortal Gu house. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not reliable, even though it had rank 8 battle strength, it would not risk its life to fight against a strong enemy. Fang Yuan's control over it needed to be improved. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was also missing. This caused Providence to be able to monitor Fang Yuan at all times and make arrangements. And these people might also have investigative methods on them. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. After leaving Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, Fang Yuan's next destination was Western Desert. Among the 5 regions, Shadow Sect had the most resources in Western Desert. Because Ing Wuxia, Zishan Mikoto, and the rest had already roamed around the other 4 regions, taking all the remaining resources and immortal Gu they could find. Only Western Desert was left out. Going to Western Desert alone? It is a pity to abandon them like this. And if I don't get rid of the investigative method on me, my whereabouts will always be controlled by others. Langya Sect. Chapter 1393. Rumble. Air currents surged as if thousands of waves were set off. The light shined brightly, the scene was grand and beautiful. Within this light, a figure gradually walked out. He was extremely tall, around 9 feet, his body was muscular, his long black hair was thick and dense, like a cloak, it draped over his back, moving up and down with each step he took. The most eye-catching thing was that this Gu immortal had a pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They seemed to be made of purple gold, shining brightly. Fairy Myrtle had been waiting for a long time. She went up to greet him with joy, bowing. Lord Duke Long, that's right, this person was Duke Long. He was the one who led the Central Continent Immortals and controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming the biggest winner of the Battle of the Dream Realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast, it crossed 2 regions from White Heaven and returned to Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects immortals dispersed. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle returned to Celestial Court after receiving reinforcements. According to Duke Long's description, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's Gu formation to check Duke Long's identity and prevent him from being possessed by Spectral's soul. From the current situation, Spectral's soul did not succeed in the possession. Duke Long was still Duke Long. But his expression was still ashen, his brows were tightly furrowed. With every step he took, his soul would feel a tremor. As expected of Spectral's soul demon Venerable, even after death, his soul path attainment is unparalleled. In the following days, I will use Celestial Court's immortal graveyard to suppress him completely. Duke Long said, Fairy Myrtle, you will continue to lead Celestial Court, do your best to eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest, and get rid of any future threats. Fairy Myrtle nodded, I have already contacted Wu Yong, using the strength of Southern Border's Gu Immortals, we will split up Fang Yuan and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Not long ago, I sent another message to Wu Yong, telling him the exact location of the remaining members of the Shadow Sect. It is estimated that we will receive news of victory in a few days. Duke Long nodded slightly and looked at Zishan Mikoto with admiration. This was the power of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. With the help of a situation, he could move heaven and earth. Guessing people's hearts, living a free and unfettered life while others fought for him. Fairy Myrtle herself was very outstanding, she was an elite expert among rank 8 Gu Immortals, that was why she was accepted by the Celestial Court. With Star Constellation Chessboard, she could be said to be top 3 in terms of Wisdom Path power in the current world. The reason why it wasn't number 1 was because the world was vast. There would always be dragons and snakes in hiding. The Celestial Court also did not know the general situation. Only when the world was in chaos, when the universe rose and fell, when everything was turned upside down, would there be any turbulence. As for Fairy Myrtle's previous achievements, it was due to the lack of crucial clues. At that time, Fang Yuan's defense was too good. But now, it was different. Duke Long continued to instruct, we must take this scoundrel Fang Yuan's life. He is a complete otherworldly demon, Fate Gu's only natural enemy in this world. However, he is also the inheritor that Red Lotus has been waiting for a long time. He not only has Giant Sun's true inheritance, he will also have Red Lotus' true inheritance. The great era is coming, our Celestial Court will have our 4th Immortal Venerable, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In order to receive her, we need to do our best to sweep away the dust and obstacles. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, all of them. Everything is to receive Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Ziwei, do you understand? Ziwei understands. Fairy Myrtle replied, I have already followed your arrangements, that person is already in Southern Border. Very good. Duke Long nodded, he did not say anything else as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle stood far away, quietly sending Duke Long off with her gaze, until the latter's tall and muscular body entered the depths of the immortal graveyard. She slowly let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the huge project, her purple eyes were shining brightly. The Celestial Court is the strongest, it has always been. Always. She murmured softly. Southern Border. A white silhouette streaked across the sky at high speed. Lightning fire followed, exploding one after another behind the figure. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge error. The white figure dodged in time, he was safe and sound, he suddenly stopped and waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, ice and snow flew, cold winds howled. A figure emerged from the lightning fire, he wanted to chase, but quickly stopped and used a defensive method. In a few breaths of time, this small valley turned into a world of ice and snow, there were ice crystals everywhere, shining brightly under the sunlight, giving off a biting cold aura. He only has rank 6 cultivation, but he actually has rank 7 battle strength. Amazing, as expected of an immortal with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Chai Clan's rank 7 expert Chai Pajun praised inwardly, before exerting strength. Bam! The thick layer of ice on his body was unable to withstand his ferocious strength, and directly shattered. His body was thin, like it was made of iron, his skin was slightly dark, his eyes were like a wolf or a tiger, staring at his opponent on the slope. His opponent was dressed in white, her figure was graceful and alluring. Her silver hair was like a tassel, hanging down to her waist. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow, her expression was ice cold, her appearance was peerless, even Chai Pajun's soul was shaken by this beauty for the first time. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of cute red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. Shi, Fong Yuan and the rest had activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, but because of Chi Chu Yu's Gu formation, the battle formation failed, and the 4 Gu immortals were scattered. Bai Ningbing landed here and immediately healed her injuries. She was just about to follow Fong Yuan's instructions and regroup, but was found by Chai Pejun. The curtains of a fierce battle were drawn. After dozens of rounds, both sides had fought for hundreds of li, but were evenly matched. For gazes met, but Chai Pejun did not attack immediately. Bai Ningbing used her blue dragon pupils to stare at his skin, thinking, this is Chai Pejun's unique trashwood body? Even if it is an immortal killer move, as long as its power is slightly higher, it would be reduced to a mortal killer move on this trashwood body. Chai Pejun's move was unique, it directly crippled Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes. Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes, was a method to make enemies feel troubled and difficult to deal with. Back then, when Fong Yuan chased Wu Xia and the rest, he had fallen for this move. Unfortunately, Chai Pejun relied on his defensive killer move Trashwood Body to directly ignore Cold Eyes. Of course, Bai Xiang's true inheritance did not only have cold eyes, Chai Pejun had also suffered some injuries from fighting with Bai Ningbing. Amazing! Chai Pejun suddenly spoke, I cannot help but admire you, Bai Ningbing. His tone was very flat, there was no fluctuation in his tone. His strange tone spread along with the cold wind in the deathly silent battlefield. You only have rank 6 cultivation level, but you can make me feel troubled. I have been famous for many years, I am already a famous rank 7 fire path expert in southern border. But now, the frost energy in my body cannot be dispelled. Northern Dark Ice Soul, one of the 10 extreme physiques, as well as Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I am truly envious. If you were kind and walked the righteous path, there would definitely be a place for you in southern border's Gu immortal world. Unfortunately, you have fallen to the demonic path and brought disaster to the people, your only outcome is death. Saying so, Chai Pejun paused, he turned his head and looked at the horizon. A bolt of lightning roared. Crack crack. Lightning flashed, splitting the ice and rocks as a third rank 7 expert descended. Bai Ningbing, you dare to attack my southern border righteous path, do you think you can escape? This expert's gaze was sharp as he growled. Chai Pejun saw reinforcements and let out a breath of turbid air. He had purposely said a lot of things to stall for time. After fighting with Bai Ningbing, he deeply realized that it would be very difficult for him to defeat her, let alone take her life. Did he really need reinforcements? Wu Yong was still in charge of the overall situation, and with Fairy Myrtle's message, he quickly dispatched Gu Immortals to encircle and kill the scattered Shadow Sect members. Be careful, this woman has extremely high battle strength, we cannot be careless. Don't worry, I also have Lord Wu Yong's information. As long as we stall her, not long after, friends specializing in battlefield killer moves will come to help. The two were conversing secretly when Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. She was cold as ice, she had been silent since the start of the battle. This was the first time she had spoken since the start of the battle. Idiot! Her cold and arrogant voice was beautiful and pleasant to listen to, causing the 2 rank 7 experts to be slightly dazed. But at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out with an intense aura. Oh no! What immortal killer move is this? Just this aura is so terrifying. I am stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements, but this Bai Ningbing is also stalling for time to prepare a killer move. The reinforcements were shaken, while Chai Pejun shouted that he had fallen into a trap. Not far ahead, there is an eerie fire cave. As long as I enter there, I will be able to guard against deductions and wait for reinforcements. Hei Lulan was moving rapidly. In her field of vision, trees seemed to have turned into black shadows, rapidly passing by on both sides. Omnidirectional travel had failed in activating the ancient battle formation, Hei Lulan landed here alone. But soon, she received Fong Yuan's instructions to quickly move to a secret location 100 li away and wait for a chance to regroup. Needless to say, Hei Lulan's luck was quite good, there was an eerie fire cave not far away. This was set up by Zishan Mikoto when he was alive, using eerie fire immortal materials to set up the formation. It could block wisdom path deductions and achieve the goal of concealment. After a series of sprints, the eerie fire cave was already 5 li away. But right at this time, Hei Lulan suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the plain forest in front of her, her brows furrowed as the auras of all kinds of goo worms on her body started to rise. You only saw through my goo formation now, Hei Lulan, your foresight is not that good. A mocking voice came from somewhere. At the next moment, the goo formation activated. Hei Lulan's field of vision suddenly changed. The sky and mountains disappeared, leaving behind only a barren desert where not even a blade of grass grew. Hei Lulan's pupils shrunk. Being trapped in an immortal goo formation was a very bad thing. If she encountered an enemy, she could still escape. But the goo formation was a cage of its own. There was something that made Hei Lulan even more worried. My speed is not slow. I have been moving forward according to Fang Yuan's instructions. The other party actually knew my route and set up a goo formation in advance. Could it be that Fang Yuan sacrificed me on purpose to attract the enemy and gain time for himself to escape? Note, his condition is not good today, only 1 chapter. To be continued. Chapter 1394. Boom! An intense explosion occurred, flames spread everywhere. The scorching heat wave formed a thick wall of qi, fiercely repelling everything in its surroundings. At once, the goo formation was filled with sand and dust. As the dust settled, a lonely figure was revealed. It was Hei Lulan. At this moment, she was breathing roughly, her whole body was covered in a layer of flame clothing. It was originally beautiful and covered in flames, but now, this clothing only had a few sparks left. Even this move cannot break this goo formation. Feeling that she was still inside the goo formation, Hei Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. The intense battle had already lasted for over an hour. Hei Lulan had used all her methods but could not break this goo formation. This way, she was in a passive state and at a disadvantage. In fact, during the entire battle, she did not even know what her opponent looked like. This southern border righteous path goo immortal had been controlling the goo formation from behind the scenes. He had never shown himself. I have to admit. Hei Lulan, you are very strong. But unfortunately, you have no formation path attainment at all. I'll tell you the truth, even if your battle strength doubles, you cannot break this signature goo formation of mine. The formation path goo immortal behind the scenes laughed smugly. Hei Lulan snorted coldly, sighing inwardly, I don't have enough immortal essence, I used up all my methods, to think that I, Hei Lulan, would die here in the end. Sigh. Mother, I cannot take revenge for you, even though Hei tribe is destroyed, not being able to kill that scoundrel Hei Cheng is my greatest regret. Right at this time, the formation path goo immortal's laughter suddenly stopped. Damn it! Next, he growled, unable to conceal the shock in his voice. There's a chance. Hei Lulan's mind was shaken. But at the next moment, she saw a long beam of light appear in the dark world of the goo formation. This was sword light. The sword light disappeared in a flash, but it left a long white mark in the dark sky. The white mark quickly expanded, and Hei Lulan heard the resonant cry of a flood dragon. It grew louder and louder, and soon after, it resounded in her ears. Hei Lulan's heart trembled violently. She was all too familiar with the roar of this flood dragon. The impression was too deep. Not long ago, Hei Lulan had been chased by the owner of this voice. She had been in a sorry state, and it was only because of the cooperation of Ing Wuxia and the others that she had narrowly escaped death. It's Fang Yuan. Hei Lulan almost cheered. He had never felt that Fang Yuan's flood dragon cry was so beautiful and resonant. The white sword mark was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark sky. The sword mark quickly expanded, as if a hole had been torn open. Dazzling light poured in from this increasingly large hole. No! The southern border righteous path goo immortal controlling the immortal formation screamed in indignation. But at the next moment, the immortal formation that gave He Lulan a huge headache collapsed. Her vision was filled with light. He Lulan was on high alert, her squinted eyes slowly widened. After adapting to the light, she found that Fang Yuan was standing beside her. And that southern border righteous path Gu immortal was being attacked by Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress. I'm safe. He Lulan let out a breath of air, her mind relaxed. The joy of escaping from death's door soon faded. She, who had an ambitious nature, only took a glance at Fang Yuan before sitting cross-legged on the ground and healing her injuries. For He Lulan, the situation earlier was extremely dangerous. The heavy injuries on her body showed how dangerous it was, her life was hanging by a thread. Fang Yuan did not heal her. Other than man as before immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had no other healing methods. If Fang Yuan was injured himself, other than man as before, he might be able to transform into an ancient desolate beast and rely on the ancient desolate beast's self-recovery ability to heal his injuries. But for He Lulan, this transformation path method would not work. The battle soon ended. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress were both rank 7 experts, the two of them attacked the other rank 7 Gu immortal together, they had the upper hand. And this rank 7 southern border righteous path Gu immortal cultivated formation path. Setting up Gu formations was his specialty, but if he fought alone, that was his weakness. Even worse, his immortal formation was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Once the Gu formation was broken, the backlash immediately caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Under such a situation of internal and external troubles, this rank 7 southern border righteous path Gu immortal soon died on the spot. This was a rare rank 7 formation path Gu immortal. Fang Yuan kept his corpse in the sovereign immortal aperture, he was not in a hurry to annex it. He summoned the upper extreme heavenly eagle, let's go. We will reinforce by Ningbing. The immortals knew the situation was urgent, any delay could lead to the encirclement of the southern border army. Precisely so, Fang Yuan did not even merge the immortal aperture of this corpse into the sovereign immortal aperture, he rode on the upper extreme heavenly eagle to travel. When they saw Bai Ningbing, the battle had just ended. The surrounding thousand li was covered in snow and ice. Bai Ningbing was in Bai Xiang form, standing proudly at the peak of the snowy mountain. And among her opponents, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. Bai Ningbing actually won against 3 opponents by herself. Bai Xiang killer move, that's right, this is the killer move Bai Xiang. The white terror that once terrorized the whole of southern border, to think that Bai Ningbing is using it again. The injured southern border Gu immortal was filled with shock, he used all his strength to escape. When he saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle in the sky, he almost despaired. But Fang Yuan did not chase after him, he took Bai Ningbing and escaped. Now that they were escaping, every second counted, there was no need to waste precious time on this rank 7 Gu immortal. Since this rank 7 Gu immortal could escape with injuries, and his other 2 comrades were already dead, he definitely had the ability to escape. It would not be easy to kill him in a short period of time. The upper extreme heavenly eagle turned around and flew towards western desert. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move Bai Xiang and collapsed on the eagle's back. She was already at the end of her rope, although the killer move Bai Xiang was abnormally powerful, it involved a lot of mental energy and expended immortal essence rapidly, it was a huge burden to Bai Ningbing. If that injured southern border Gu immortal had put in a bit more effort, he might have been able to see through Bai Ningbing's bluff. Unfortunately, he was terrified by the killer move Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was very powerful, it only needed a tiny fragment to revive, it was an almost unkillable white monster. Unless someone could break this killer move, or suddenly kill Bai Ningbing until not even a speck of dust remained. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move and fainted. If not for Fang Yuan and the rest's help, she might have died of mental exhaustion. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was proficient in wisdom path methods, he was a great healer for Bai Ningbing's condition. When Bai Ningbing woke up, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had already flown over 100,000 li, you actually came to save me? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, her first words were very blunt, expressing the shock in her heart. Bai Ningbing was very clear about Fang Yuan's nature, but she had never expected Fang Yuan to save her. He Lulan suspected Fang Yuan's goal. She had once guessed that Fang Yuan would abandon her. Bai Ningbing thought even more thoroughly. She was sure that Fang Yuan would abandon them and escape alone. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing expressionlessly, saying, "The situation is more serious than you think. All of us were hit by an investigative killer move. That is why you were intercepted by Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals when you were retreating." Although Fang Yuan had perceivable Dao Immortal Gu that could inspect the Dao marks on Gu Immortals, he did not know how many Dao marks the other Gu Immortals had originally. Without this number, even if Fang Yuan could inspect the Dao marks on He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, what was the use? But this time, it was clear from the enemy's performance that they were also hit by a similar investigative killer move. Which Southern Border Gu Immortal did this? Fang Yuan, you have already become the leader of Shadow Sect, you have inherited Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, can't you unravel it? Bai Ningbing asked. I have already tried. Fang Yuan sighed. Zishan Mikoto's immortal Gu were not comprehensive, he had lost many in the battle. Even though he had several methods to deal with this situation, Fang Yuan could not make bricks without straw. He Lulan heard this and her gaze flashed. She thought of Langya's sect. Since they did not have enough immortal Gu, they could refine Gu. As far as she knew, Fang Yuan had a close relationship with Langya's sect. Fang Yuan could make use of that relationship. In fact, Fang Yuan had done so. Not long ago, when he decided to return to help Bai Ningbing and the rest, he had communicated with Sixth Hair. In the end, Sixth Hair did not acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. He suspected Fang Yuan's motive and asked Fang Yuan to save Ing Wuxia. After all, only the two split souls of Spectral Soul were left. Ing Wuxia and Lady White Rabbit were in Fairy Miao Yin's immortal aperture. This was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan returned. Sixth Hair did not want to cooperate, so Fang Yuan went to look for Land Spirit of Langya. What made Fang Yuan feel fortunate was that after Langya's sect was established, Land Spirit of Langya was no longer as difficult to communicate with as before. As long as Fang Yuan had sect contribution points, he could borrow the strength of Langya's sect to refine Gu. Fang Yuan only handed over some of the contents of Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, and his sect contribution points rose by leaps and bounds, in exchange for Land Spirit of Langya refining immortal Gu for him. Under Fang Yuan's request, Land Spirit of Langya gave up on the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style Gu refinement method and used the Human Isolation style. It could not be helped, under Providence's gaze, if they used the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style to refine Gu. With Providence's interference, they would not be able to refine Gu no matter what. Even though Langya's sect started to refine Gu for Fang Yuan, Gu refinement required a process. Moreover, immortal Gu were hard to refine, they might not succeed in a short time. The situation is even more complicated. I suspect that Celestial Court has already allied with Southern Border's Righteous Path to eliminate us. Celestial Court is using Southern Border's Righteous Path as a tool, but they will not watch without doing anything. We need to be careful. Other than Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals might be hiding and waiting to attack us. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Chapter 1395. Intense winds blew at them. Net below his feet, the mountains were lush and verdant, like an endless herd of elephants, continuously galloping backwards. On the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's back, Fang Yuan and the other Gu Immortals were not in the mood to admire this beautiful scenery. Their current situation was very dangerous. The whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals were trying to encircle them. Maybe there were other lone cultivators or demonic path Gu Immortals hiding to see if they could take advantage of the situation. Southern Border's Righteous Path could no longer match them. Any rank 8 Gu Immortal or Immortal Gu House could bring huge trouble and danger to Fang Yuan and the rest. However, what made the Immortals even more worried was the Celestial Court. After the Celestial Court took away the Super Gu formation, it did not leave it behind. Fong Yuan and the rest did not know that Duke Long wanted to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. But even though the Celestial Court left, its influence still existed. Its desire to kill Fong Yuan and the rest had not subsided. In fact, it was becoming more and more intense. Fong Yuan's judgment was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and the rest agreed with it. If they were on the Celestial Court side, they would also not let Fong Yuan and the rest go. Other than leaking information to Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals and making use of them, to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Celestial Court would definitely leave behind some hidden methods. It was just that they did not know what this hidden method was. The unknown created even more pressure in their hearts. The Celestial Court's hidden method was like a blade hanging above everyone's heads. They did not know when it would suddenly fall. Even if Fong Yuan and the rest escaped to Western Desert, this Celestial Court's hidden method would not disappear. It was likely to follow them. Providence can actually corrode manifested dream realms. Exploring dream realms is simply exposing my own secrets. I even used Dark Limit and Familiar Face to disguise myself. I thought I had deceived Providence. This is my biggest failure in the Dream Realm War. Fong Yuan stood on the eagle's back and stopped using Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The cost of maintaining this killer move was too high, and now Fong Yuan was using all sorts of investigative methods, including 3 breaths future sight. As he investigated his surroundings, he reflected on himself, looking for his mistakes and mistakes. No one is a saint. Who doesn't err? Making mistakes was very normal. Rank 9 venerables would make mistakes their entire lives. Being limited by one's vision, being trapped by one's temperament, being dragged down by one's environment, and so on, no one could always make the right choice in their life. After making a mistake, recognizing the mistake and correcting it is what a hero should do. If Fong Yuan had known about this in advance, he would not have explored the realm like this. Now that Fong Yuan thought about it, he realized many of Providence's plans. For example, his Water Dao, Formation Dao, and Dark Dao realms had all reached the Grandmaster level. But what Fong Yuan needed the most was to raise his Information Path and Time Path attainment levels. Once his Information Path attainment level rose, even if Fong Yuan did not have Information Path Immortal Gu, he would be able to resolve his own problems. His Time Path attainment level had always been ordinary. If he could raise it to He Fan's true inheritance, Fong Yuan's battle strength would rise sharply. Even if it was not Information Path or Time Path, Sword Path, Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Soul Path, it would be great if he could raise his attainment level to Grandmaster. Especially Sword Path. Fong Yuan had several Sword Path Immortal Gu now, as well as Bo Qing's true inheritance. If he was a Sword Path Grandmaster, his battle strength would rise sharply. Unfortunately, he did not. In fact, during the later stages of exploring the Dream Realm, when I was guarding the Super Gu formation, I only encountered some absurd dream realms. Providence erodes dream realms are circulating. I'm afraid that Providence does not want me to advance again. In the 500 years of memories of my previous life, there was no mention of dream realms being eroded by Providence. Maybe this was a secret that had not been discovered in the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life. More likely, when Fong Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, his will was tampered with by Providence, causing him to forget about this. I lost my Dark Limit Immortal Gu too. Right now, we are all exposed to Providence. Thankfully, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is fast. There is not much time left for Providence to make arrangements. Southern Border's Righteous Path, Celestial Court, and Providence, these 3 forces were chasing after Fong Yuan, trying to kill him. Fong Yuan was not flustered in the face of danger. He planned carefully on how to preserve his life in this situation. In fact, ever since the collapse of 88-Point Xinyang Tower, Fong Yuan had been thinking about this. He had made ample mental preparations. Exposing his identity now was much better than exposing himself earlier. Because in Fong Yuan's hand, there were many cards that he could play. It depended on how he used them. Right now, he was using wisdom path methods. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He was thinking of all sorts of situations and deducing how to resolve them. how to protect himself with the least expenditure. There is an immortal goo house coming from the southeast. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing spoke. She had inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. Her long-distance investigative methods were far more suitable than the 3 breaths future vision that Fang Yuan had now. Next, Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. I also found out, this is Ho Clan's immortal goo house, Flying Sand Pavilion. She was familiar with Southern Border's situation, she immediately recognized it. Next, Fairy Miao Yin exclaimed, they are so fast. Flying Sand Pavilion was one of the fastest immortal goo houses in Southern Border's goo immortal world. It was even faster than the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Fang Yuan and the rest only used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to travel, Flying Sand Pavilion would catch up to them sooner or later. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had already prepared for this situation. He had practiced the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with the immortals in advance. Although they were disrupted by Chi Chu Yu's goo formation, it was only a small setback. Now that the immortals had gathered again, they could use this method again. Flying Sand Pavilion was moving rapidly in the mountains. This was its unique method. It could use Earth Path Dao marks to reduce immortal essence expenditure and increase speed. Undoubtedly, in this southern border with dense Earth Path Dao marks, Flying Sand Pavilion was like a fish in water. While moving, Flying Sand Pavilion seemed to be made of silt. The yellow-brown silt inside was constantly moving, while the outside was filled with smoke and dust. Ho Clan was not the only goo immortals inside, there was also a rank 8 goo immortal, Shangwu Jia. Shang Clan was one of the top super forces in Southern Border's righteous path. They naturally had a rank 8 goo immortal. Shang Clan's first supreme elder, Shang Wujia, had always upheld Shang Clan's tradition of neutrality and had a good relationship with all the clans. If it were Yao Clan, Luo Clan, or even Tai Clan, Ho Clan's goo immortals would absolutely not give them face and invite them into Flying Sand Pavilion. While chasing, Shang Wujia's expression suddenly changed. In his perception, Fang Yuan and the rest had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Did they use that ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Shang Wujia's heart jolted. A map of Southern Border's terrain appeared in his mind. Combining all kinds of information, Shang Wujia quickly deduced the directions that Fang Yuan and the rest were most likely to retreat to. And in these directions, there were Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals. Wu Yang's plan is not bad. Shang Wujia calmly evaluated, then his brows furrowed slightly. He realized that according to this arrangement, Fang Yuan and the rest would eventually be chased to the northwest of Southern Border. And there, Wu Yong was already waiting for them. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building speed could be said to be the #1 immortal goo house in Southern Border. However, Wu Yong was able to reach there by using Tai Clan's immortal goo house beacon tower. Beacon towers were scattered all over Southern Border, and it was precisely by using this powerful immortal goo house that Southern Border's righteous path could quickly spread out a large net. As for Fang Yuan and the others, they became the big fish in the net. Swoosh! Under the clear sky, 4 goo immortals suddenly appeared. They were Fang Yuan and the rest who had used the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to teleport here. This is already the 5th time. I have expended a lot of Dao marks. This is not good. The other side knows our location and is encircling us like a large net, rapidly tightening. Should we change our direction and catch them off guard? Bai Ningbing and the rest suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. The investigative killer move on us is the root of the problem. If we don't get rid of it, we will be caught sooner or later. What we need to do now is to use every second we have to break through the encirclement and go to Western Desert. As long as they reached Western Desert, it would not be easy for Celestial Court to mobilize Western Desert's righteous path to pursue Fang Yuan and the rest. Let's go. Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and used the immemorial Desolate Beast to continue flying. Actually, the true ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could cover a huge distance. Unfortunately, the one that Wu Xia and the rest had was not the complete version. In the following series of battles, the core immortal goo of omnidirectional travel were unfortunately destroyed in battle. As a result, what Fang Yuan was using now was actually an incomplete version of omnidirectional travel. The incomplete omnidirectional travel not only reduced the distance it could cover, it also greatly reduced the number of Dao marks on the Gu Immortal's body. Remnants of Shadow Sect, where do you think you are going? After flying for a while on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan and the rest suddenly heard Wu Yihai's voice. What? Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face paled. Don't be afraid, this is just Wind Whisper Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, consoling. Wind Whisper Immortal Gu had an extremely wide range. As long as it was activated continuously without regard for immortal essence expenditure, it could theoretically cover the whole of southern border. But soon, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was extremely fast. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was one of the few immemorial desolate beasts with unparalleled flying speed, the distance between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was shrinking rapidly. Using omnidirectional travel saw that the situation was bad. Even though he was still far away, he resolutely chose to activate the ancient battle formation. Against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, no distance was safe. After keeping the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, omnidirectional travel activated successfully and the 4 Gu Immortals vanished on the spot. However, when Fang Yuan and the rest reappeared, their expressions became extremely unsightly. What's going on? We actually teleported such a short distance? Not even 10% of our previous distance. Wu Yang's voice resounded in the immortal's ears again. You have been hit by my wind lock, omnidirectional travel is no longer effective. The moment he said that, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon again. The immortals felt a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. The greatest crisis in history was imminent. Chapter 1396. Windlock. When did we get hit by this killer move? We did not sense it at all. The Shadow Sect immortals were all stunned. They did not know how they got hit by this killer move. If not for the fact that the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was not effective, everyone would have thought that Wu Yong was bluffing just by listening to Wu Yong's words. Never underestimate the methods of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong did not have high seniority, even lower than other rank 8 Gu immortals in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. But he had a long history of learning, and had even inherited Wu Duxiu's legacy, thus he had many methods. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. How does this windlock killer move work? How long can it last? How can I find the weakness of this move and target it? His mind was in turmoil, thoughts were surging. These problems were troubling him, he had to resolve them as soon as possible, it concerned his life and death. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was getting closer, Wu Yong's laughter could be heard, he was not going to give Fang Yuan enough time to think. The situation was extremely urgent, Fang Yuan needed to make a decision immediately. He thought for a moment before ordering the others, enter my immortal aperture. What do you mean? Your strength is too low. Fighting a rank 8 Gu immortal is equivalent to courting death. You might as well enter my immortal aperture and research on windlock, quickly think of a method to restrain it. Fang Yuan said bluntly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. The immortals looked at each other. But soon, He Lulan was the first to enter. Not courting death was naturally a good thing. He Lulan had been worried that Fang Yuan would use the alliance agreement on her to make her fight against Wu Yong and throw away her life to stall for time for Fang Yuan to escape. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would choose to do this? Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress hesitated for a moment before following behind. Because of Zishan Mikoto's true inheritance, they had achieved something and were now members of the Shadow Sect. However, his recognition of Fang Yuan was mainly because Fang Yuan was the leader of the Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing was the last one. Of course, she wasn't concerned about Fang Yuan. Instead, she was looking at Wu Yong with a hint of eagerness. Bai Ningbing pursued an exciting life, just like how Fang Yuan pursued immortality. This kind of feeling was as hot as fire, it could even be said to be crazy. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if you have Bai Xiang, Wu Yong can easily kill you in an instant. Fang Yuan's tone was urgent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but still took a step forward, entering the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance. Fang Yuan quickly closed the Immortal Aperture's entrance, then urged the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to continue flying. Wu Yong's sigh could be heard clearly from behind. Fang Yuan, you are also an outstanding person. You actually had methods to disguise as Wu Yihai and hide in my Wu clan for a long time. You are extremely daring, you are made for great things. It is a pity, such a pity. How good would it be if you were the real Wu Yihai? Wu Yong's sigh was sincere, he still cherished talents. Fang Yuan escaped in front while Wu Yong chased from behind. The immemorial desolate beast upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed was still very fast in this desperate situation. But clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building speed was even faster. After all, it was a rank 8 immortal goo house. At the same time, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had a huge advantage. Immortal goo houses would not get tired. As long as there was enough immortal essence, any immortal goo house could maintain a stable state forever. But the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was different. After flying for a long time, it would feel tired and sleepy. But Fang Yuan did not need to consider this. Because according to their current speed, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building would catch up long before the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle felt tired and slowed down. How many people are left? Call them out. Fang Yuan's back was facing the front as he faced Wu Yong. The auras of all kinds of goo worms on his body rapidly rose and lingered around him. Don't worry, I am alone. Wu Yong smiled before activating the immortal goo house. Green bamboo leaves flew out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, turning into wind arrows that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to fly up and descend at times, flying around in the air and skillfully dodging the wind arrows. Not bad. Your flying foundation is solid. Your enslavement path methods are even more eye-catching. Wu Yong praised generously. Fang Yuan, however, sensed something amiss. There was a gust of wind lingering around his body. It was indiscernible at first, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Not only him, even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's wings were shrouded in 2 lumps of green wind, greatly hindering its flying speed. Wu Yong's continuous attacks forced me to dodge and change directions. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed did not decrease, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is chasing in a straight line. And this lump of wind on its body, it is probably the so-called wind lock killer move. It can actually absorb the scattered fierce winds in the air to increase its power. Wu Yong's attacks could not hit Fang Yuan, but he had already achieved his goal. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. Still no solution. Fang Yuan asked the Shadow Sect members in the Immortal Aperture. Difficult. I just had a little idea. Clearly, this is a rank 8 killer move, it is no small matter. A bunch of nonsense. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. At this time, he heard Wu Yong speak. You must be thinking of how to break through my killer move wind lock right now, right? There is no harm in telling you the truth. Once this move is used, it cannot be moved, but its range is very wide, covering over 100,000 li. It also has a time limit, it can only last for 15 minutes. Wu Yong spoke frankly. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart sank. Wu Yong's actions showed his strong confidence. He felt that Fang Yuan had already fallen into his hands, unable to escape. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building attacked indiscriminately, finally catching up. Wu Yong smiled. Standing at the window of the second floor of the bamboo building, he pointed his index finger at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, finger wind dragon. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm was extremely fast, flying towards Fang Yuan. While flying, it suddenly expanded, its body rapidly expanding, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a 220 feet long vicious wind dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it crashed towards the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not dodge in time. It was about to be hit by the finger wind dragon, but at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan stepped forward. He actually took the initiative to block the blade and crash into the finger wind dragon. Wu Yong was stunned, followed by shock. Because after the finger wind dragon crashed into Fang Yuan, it did not cause any damage to the latter. What was even more unbelievable was that the finger wind dragon turned around and returned to its original path, directly attacking its owner. Boom! With a loud sound, the finger wind dragon crashed into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The immortal goo house shook intensely, its speed was reduced by more than half. And the finger wind dragon also completely collapsed. Fang Yuan took the chance to fly onto the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, increasing the distance between them by a large margin. Wu Yong saw that he was wearing an immortal robe, a ribbon was fluttering in the wind, his aura was ethereal and powerful. He was shocked to an indescribable degree. This killer move, don't tell me it is. Wu Yong was also speechless. Although he had not personally participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the information of this battle had been leaked as Lu Guanyi became famous in the 5 regions. Wu Yong recognized this killer move. It was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This also meant that he knew the secret that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi, and Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw Wu Yong's astonished expression and thought, it seems that Celestial Court did not tell Wu Yong about Lu Guanyi's secret. Maybe Celestial Court did not know? Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity. Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed, he could not use it anymore, it would affect his interpersonal relationships in Northern Plains. But there was no helping it. Against a rank 8 grade expert, Fang Yuan could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to stand his ground. If he used other methods, he would be easily killed by Wu Yong. Although Wu Yong suffered a setback, his gaze towards Fang Yuan quickly became heated. Fang Yuan was not only Wu Yihai, he had the background of Shadow Sect, he also had Reverse Flow River and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. As long as they could capture him, the foundation and wealth he possessed would definitely allow the strength of the entire Wu clan to skyrocket. Wu Yong was tempted by the huge benefits. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was related to the biggest scandal of Wu clan in recent years. Good, it was not a waste of my effort to control the situation and create a situation where you and I can fight alone. Wu Yong growled as he controlled the immortal goo house to bombard Fang Yuan, chasing after it again. The damage of wind lock was reflected by Fang Yuan onto Wu Yong. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle still had wind lock on it, while Wu Yong was being carried by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, it had no effect on this dangerous situation. This time, Wu Yong directly controlled the immortal goo house to collide with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan sighed, blocking in front of the immortal goo house without dodging. Wu Yong chuckled, flying out of the immortal goo house to fight Fang Yuan. At the same time, the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building targeted the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Although Wu Yong was not in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, he had left his will and a large amount of immortal essence in the immortal goo house. The upper extreme heavenly eagle and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building fought, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's situation was even worse. After fighting, he thoroughly experienced the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Under Wu Yong's attacks, Fang Yuan could only passively take a beating, unable to retaliate. After a dozen or so rounds, Wu Yong thoroughly recognized Fang Yuan's powerful defense. Reverse Flow Protection Seal gave him a huge headache. Any attack that landed on Fang Yuan would be reflected back, even punches and kicks were the same. Wu Yong immediately focused his gaze on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immemorial desolate beast was the breakthrough point of this battle. After realizing this, Wu Yong split some of his attention to firmly suppress Fang Yuan, before using an immortal killer move to attack the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out in pain. Its speed was astonishing, but its master was trapped here. How could it escape? However, immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was still alive and kicking after enduring several of Wu Yong's moves. Oh no! But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. The upper extreme heavenly eagles will gradually gain the upper hand against a strong enemy. It wanted to escape. Right at this moment, this will finally reach a qualitative change, causing Fang Yuan's killer move 180 slaves to fail. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was no longer restrained. It immediately flapped its wings and escaped. Fang Yuan was left behind, facing Wu Yong and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building alone. You still haven't researched it? Fang Yuan shouted at the shadow sect Gu immortals in his immortal aperture. How can there be any results in such a short time? Bai Ningbing and the rest were also very depressed. Wu Yong pounced, don't even think of releasing them in front of me and using omnidirectional travel. Sure enough, in the following battle, Fang Yuan had no chance at all. After several more rounds, Wu Yong suddenly spread his arms, activating the immortal battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He was trapped in an unfamiliar battlefield, unable to escape. If you surrender and offer up all of your cultivation accumulation, you might have a chance to live, Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gave an ultimatum. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. This was truly a desperate situation. His only hope now was to rely on Ing Wuxia and the rest to find an opportunity to use omnidirectional travel. He should be able to pass through this battlefield. But just as Wu Yong was about to attack again, his expression suddenly changed. He looked towards a certain direction. Who is it? Come out. A sigh was heard, a Gu immortal appeared, Central Continent's aura was spreading everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were both shocked when they saw this person. Chapter 1397. A middle-aged Gu immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. He wore a red and white robe, his posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His brows were long and sharp, his eyes were shining with divine light, his lips curled into a gentle smile. He was elegant but did not lose his domineering aura. But at this moment, there was a trace of melancholy on his face. It was the famous Central Continent Gu immortal, the pillar of Spirit Affinity House, Sound Path Rank 7, the one who could fight Rank 8, Feng Zhouge. Why was he here? Wu Yong and Fang Yuan were shocked. Feng Zhouge's appearance and deeds had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Thus, even though this was the first time Wu Yong had seen Feng Zhouge, he quickly recognized Feng Zhouge. After all, a Rank 7 Gu immortal who could fight Rank 8, this was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. If not for Fang Yuan's other identity, Lu Guanyi, Feng Zhouge might still be the most outstanding. Wu Yong quickly concealed his shock. He sneered at Feng Zhouge. A Central Continent Gu immortal actually dares to appear in front of me. Good, very good. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Celestial Court gained the most. They took away many immortal Gu of Southern Border's righteous path. Feng Zhouge was currently affected by this matter. He incurred Wu Yong's enmity. Fang Yuan's gaze was also focused on Feng Zhouge. This was not the first time he saw Feng Zhouge. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had already engraved Feng Zhouge's appearance in his heart. There was no helping it, Feng Zhouge's brilliance in the 5 regions' chaotic war even surpassed ordinary Rank 8 Gu immortals. Unfortunately, he died in Langya Blessed Land. His death directly caused a huge uproar. The Central Continent was shaken, and the other 4 regions rejoiced. After being reborn into this world, Fang Yuan had also seen Feng Zhouge. In that strange thieving heaven true inheritance space in Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Zhouge's life due to a freak combination of factors. He should have died in the thieving heaven true inheritance space because of Qin Bai Xing's suicidal attack. But after Fang Yuan's rebirth, everything changed. From this perspective, although Fang Yuan's actions were unintentional, he was indeed Feng Zhouge's savior. But so what if he was her savior? In this world, there were many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Fang Yuan stared at Feng Zhouge, not daring to be careless. He shouted coldly, Feng Jioge, are you the person that the celestial court arranged to assassinate me? Feng Jioge glanced at Wu Yong before fixing his gaze on Feng Yuan. Seeing Feng Yuan again, and under such circumstances, Feng Jioge was filled with emotions. Feng Yuan's progress was too fast. The first time, when Feng Jioge learned of Feng Yuan, the latter had just snatched Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter and became the new owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Jioge knew Feng Yuan's name because of his daughter. But he did not care about it at all. Why? Because back then, Feng Yuan was just a mortal. Immortals and mortals were like the clouds and mud of heaven and earth, they were not on the same level. It could even be said that to be able to attract the attention of a grand Gu immortal like Feng Jioge, this was already a great honor for a mortal like Feng Yuan. But the development of events was out of Feng Jioge's expectations. Feng Yuan committed huge crimes and repeatedly brought disaster to the world. His identity was exposed, he was an otherworldly demon, possessed spring-autumn cicada, and even inherited Giant Sun's true inheritance. Especially Feng Yuan's rapid progress, from a mortal to an immortal, and then to an expert among Gu immortals, it was like a matter of one step. Many Gu immortals worked for countless years but could not achieve such results. But it seemed that Feng Yuan easily achieved it. The first time they met, Feng Jioge's life was actually saved by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan conveniently inherited one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment. Afterwards, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Feng Yuan played an extremely important role. To think that Lu Guanyi is also Feng Yuan. The great era is coming, heroes are emerging, Feng Yuan is currently the most dazzling one. Seeing Feng Yuan again, Feng Jioge sized him up and evaluated him in his mind. At the same time, he spoke with a bitter smile, I came all the way from Central Continent to chase an immortal Gu that Thieving Heaven demon Venerable used. I did not expect to run into this matter. That means, he is not someone sent by the Celestial Court? Feng Yuan frowned. With Feng Jioge's personality and style, he had no need to deceive Feng Yuan at this crucial moment. But Wu Yong did not believe him, he sneered, to think that Feng Jioge has a hypocritical side. When I used the battlefield killer move, if you did not want to participate, you could have easily escaped and not been involved in the battle. Feng Jioge nodded, that's right. I came here of my own accord because I owe Feng Yuan a life. If I did not run into him, it would have been fine, but since I ran into him, I had to help him. What? Wu Yong was stunned. Feng Yuan was also stunned. Wu Yong asked in disbelief, did I hear wrongly? You owe him a life, so you want to help him? Ha ha ha. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Feng Jioge was a Central Continent Gu immortal, a member of the 10 great ancient sects. Everyone thought that he would become a member of the Celestial Court in the future. He actually wanted to save Feng Yuan. What kind of person was Feng Yuan? An otherworldly demon, a demonic scoundrel ranked at the top of the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Feng Jioge actually wanted to help him. This was simply the greatest joke in the world. Not only did Wu Yong laugh loudly, even Feng Jioge's smile became wider. Wu Yong saw Feng Jioge's smile, his laughter gradually stopped as his expression turned solemn. He knew. Feng Jioge was serious. This person was simply insane. A righteous path Gu immortal wanted to help a demonic scoundrel. Feng Jioge was not an ordinary righteous path Gu immortal, he was a superstar of the righteous path. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, people already saw him as a quasi-rank 8 grade expert. His reputation in Central Continent, and even the 5 regions, was huge. And Feng Yuan was also not an ordinary demonic path member. These last years, he was the most famous person in the entire world. He was a complete otherworldly demon, possessing spring-autumn cicada, reverse flow river. Giant Sun's true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, he snatched to immortal blessed land from under the noses of Central Continent's 10 great sections. He destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower in Northern Plains, he came to Southern Border and defeated Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan, seizing the fruits of victory. Recently, he successfully infiltrated Wu clan, and after the Battle of the Dream Realm, he became the leader of Shadow Sect. Feng Jiuge wanted to help a person like Feng Yuan. Wu Yong was also a righteous path Gu immortal. He put himself in Feng Yuan's shoes and thought about it. Even if Feng Yuan saved his life, how much pressure would it be for him to help Feng Yuan? This pressure did not just come from his faction, it also came from his wife and children, his sect, Central Continent's celestial court, and even all the Gu immortals in the world. No. Feng Jiuge is different from me. He is not a proper righteous path Gu immortal, he was a demonic path Gu immortal in his early years. Wu Yong suddenly thought of this. Demonic path scoundrel, he is truly crazy, he cannot be reasoned with. Wu Yong was furious. Feng Yuan thought of Feng Jiuge's life. In his early years, Feng Jiuge was an inconspicuous secluded cultivator without any fame. He cultivated sound path, his determination never wavered, he invested his life in it. Once, he sang loudly in a nameless valley, causing two other Gu immortals to sing together. At that time, it was night time, the moon was high in the sky, a cool breeze was blowing, causing a small lake in the valley to sparkle. As the three Gu immortals sang together, time passed rapidly, they sang until dawn. After the three immortals finished singing, they laughed loudly. But they did not meet, they left after their spirits were exhausted. A few years later, Feng Jiuge learned of these two's names and origins. At that time, there were rumors in Central Continent's Gu immortal world that these two had stolen a rank 7 immortal Gu from Black Heaven Temple. They were demonic path Gu immortals, they were being pursued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Jiuge went to help them. Those two Gu immortals were at their wits' end. Seeing that Feng Jiuge came to help, they were moved but also curious. They asked Feng Jiuge why he did this. Feng Jiuge said, "A few years ago, I sang with you two, I sang the bright moon, you two sang the green mountain and white lake respectively. The cool breeze and bright moon shone upon one's heart. To be able to sing such a song, how can you be a despicable person who covets immortal Gu? I believe in you too." The two heard this and were moved to tears. One of them said, "You know us well. We had originally inherited this rank 7 immortal Gu from a true inheritance, but we were falsely accused by Black Heaven Temple. Black Heaven Temple is one of the 10 great ancient sects of the righteous path, no one can doubt its words." The other urged Feng Jiuge, "Friend, we only sang a song together, we have never met before. We have gotten ourselves into trouble, we have no hope of escaping. Leave now, there is still time." Feng Jiuge shook his head, he insisted on staying and helping. The two immortals said anxiously, "If you don't leave, you will also be falsely accused of being a demon." Feng Jiuge smiled, "Whether I am a demon or not, whether I am righteous or not, heaven and earth have their own Feng Jiuge. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are all in my heart." The two immortals were moved and in admiration, they were moved to tears. Feng Jiuge's poem was not famous at that time. But afterwards, he attacked Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals, winning each time. The matter became bigger and bigger. The other 9 great ancient sects heard about it and supported Black Heaven Temple, they felt huge pressure from the public. Feng Jiuge declared that he wanted to challenge Central Continent's heroes and roam the world. The 10 sects challenged him one by one, they lost consecutively, they had no choice but to work together to resist him. Feng Jiuge was fearless, he fought for 150,000 li, he suddenly changed his target and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 sects to be in a mess, they could do nothing about it. Eventually, Spirit Affinity House took action, the current generation Fairy Bai Qing used her emotions to influence Feng Jiuge, making him a member of Spirit Affinity House. In the past, Feng Jiuge was willing to sacrifice himself to help 2 Gu immortals that he had never met before. Instead, he was falsely accused of being a demonic path scoundrel. But now, why could Feng Jiuge not help the demon Feng Yuan? Especially when Feng Yuan was his benefactor. The former Feng Jiuge was still the current Feng Jiuge. Feng Yuan understood why Feng Jiuge sighed earlier. Feng Jiuge had wanted to help Feng Yuan since long ago. But he had to consider his wife and daughter, as well as his own situation. Back then, he had probably planned to act secretly. But unfortunately, his whereabouts were exposed by Wu Yong. This forced Feng Jioge to make a choice. Just like the choice he had made in the past. He made the same choice. Demonic or not, righteous or not, heaven and earth had its own Feng Jioge. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are in my heart. Demonic path, righteous path, these two factions, these two identities, they cannot restrain me, Feng Jioge. To leave or to stay, to me, Feng Jioge, leaving is the death of my heart, staying is the life of my heart. I do everything according to my heart. I am me. I am Feng Jioge. I have always been. Chapter 1398. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go. SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Ha ha ha. Within the immortal battlefield killer move, Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with anger. Evidently, he was very angry at Feng Jioge for helping Fang Yuan. Good. Very good. Although you two are only rank 7 Gu immortals, you have rank 8 battle strength. Today, I'll have a good taste of what kind of skills you two have. The pride and confidence of a rank 8 Gu immortal made the killing intent in Wu Yong's heart even more intense. He did not believe he would lose. Even if he fought 1 against 2, so what? He, Wu Yong, was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while the other two were merely rank 7. How could the gap between rank 7 and rank 8 be so easily crossed? Moreover, he had an immortal Gu house with him. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, rank 8 immortal Gu house. A rank 8 Gu immortal with a rank 8 immortal Gu house, how could he lose? Wu Yong could not think of a reason why he would lose. The battle was about to begin, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Feng Jioge slowly floated towards Wu Yong, saying to Fang Yuan without turning his head, "You once saved my life, now I am returning it to you. Now that we have settled our grudges, leave, whether you can break out of here and escape will depend on your own luck." Fang Yuan was surprised. It seemed that Feng Jioge did not want to cooperate with him, but wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Okay. Fang Yuan immediately retreated to a corner. What kind of person was he? How could he not take advantage of the situation? Seeing Feng Jioge facing him alone, Wu Yong inwardly sighed in admiration, saying, "Good, then let me meet the famous Central Continent genius." Saying so, he stored the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was his trump card. Constructed from several rank 8 immortal Gu, the immortal essence expenditure was enormous. Previously, Wu Yong had activated it for a long time in order to set up a trap and chase after Fang Yuan. This time, Wu Yong stored the immortal Gu house into his immortal aperture. It was like an unsheathed divine sword. His opponent would never know when Wu Yong would use this trump card. He would definitely feel fear and pressure. At the same time, it also showed Wu Yong's confidence and pride. He was willing to fight Feng Jioge alone. His fighting spirit was overflowing, and he was eager to give it a try. Wu Yong's body was suddenly surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and then it started to fade away. Feng Jioge and Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. This was Wu Yong's immortal killer move. What incredible speed! Moreover, his aura was concealed to the extreme earlier, whether it was Feng Jioge or Fang Yuan, they did not sense it at all. Feng Jioge quickly retreated, cautiously pulling apart the distance between him and Wu Yong. Against a rank 8 Gu immortal, how could he dare to be careless? Especially when it was an immortal killer move, if he did not probe it first, he would definitely be acting rashly. The gust of wind subsided, turning into a gentle breeze. The gentle breeze continued to move, condensing into a huge figure in the blink of an eye. They looked like humans, but were tall and mighty like elephants. Their muscles were bulging like rocks. They were green-black in color, with sharp teeth in their mouths, and a pair of monstrous arms as thick as pillars, hanging down to the soles of their feet. Their bodies were covered in green fur, and their eyes were pitch black in color. Immortal Killer Move, Soft Hard Wind Chief. Wu Yong used this move and created 6 Wind Chiefs. Some of the Wind Chiefs screamed loudly, emitting the sound of the gust of wind, while some shrieked sharply, almost piercing people's eardrums. They split into 2 groups. One group had 3 Wind Chiefs, not only pouncing towards Feng Jioge, they also did not let Feng Yuan go. Feng Jioge wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Wu Yong had his own pride, he wanted to fight with all his strength and take care of both Feng Jioge and Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge saw the killer move's appearance and a sharp light flashed past his eyes. He did not retreat, he raised his palm and attacked from afar. Clang, clang, clang. Every time he struck with his palm, there would be a melodious sound of a great bell. The sound waves vibrated and hit the bodies of the 6 soft steel wind titans. The soft steel wind chief was originally aggressive, but after being hit by Feng Jioge's immortal killer move, not only did its momentum stop, it was even forced to retreat. It was somewhat difficult to resist and looked like it was about to lose. This scene made Feng Yuan and Wu Yong's pupils shrink. They were all shocked. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level, but the power of his immortal killer move was not inferior to Wu Yong's. Be it Feng Yuan or Wu Yong, they could see that this was because Feng Jioge had an extremely dense amount of sound path Dao marks. His sound path Dao marks were actually so dense, they were on par with Wu Yong. How in the world did he cultivate? Feng Yuan watched the battle from afar, feeling extremely shocked. Love Go Small Say Netka. The reason why he could fight against rank 8s was because of that immortal killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Feng Jioge could fight against rank 8s because he had an extremely deep sound path foundation. Comparing the two, Feng Yuan was naturally much weaker than Feng Jioge. How in the world did this Feng Jioge cultivate? He actually has such a foundation, no wonder he could resist Central Continent's 10 great sects back then, and had the confidence to deal with Wu Yong. Does he really have such a foundation, or is it some kind of emergency method that cannot be used for long? Feng Yuan thought again. Of course, his main focus was still on Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, as well as the killer move Windlock, analyzing and deducing them. At the same time, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals in his immortal aperture were also working hard. Crack crack crack. Wu Yong saw that the soft Vajra Wind Chief's attack was futile, so he activated another killer move. He held a long wind whip in his hand, continuously lashing it. The wind whip seemed to have infinite length, it could be retracted at any time and lashed out, each strike breaking the air and creating crisp sounds. Feng Jioge did not show any weakness, his left hand slammed against the soft Vajra Wind Chief, while his right hand clenched into a fist to resist the wind whip. His left palm slammed against the air, each strike was accompanied by the melodious sound of a great bell. He punched forward with his right fist, and every punch produced a thunderous boom like that of a war drum. Clang clang clang, bam bam bam. At once, Feng Jioge was actually fighting Wu Yong, they were fighting brilliantly and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Feng Yuan was almost dumbfounded. The main reason was that Feng Jioge's Dao marks did not lose to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong. How did he cultivate to this level? This greatly defied the common sense of the Gu immortal world. After all, the biggest difference between rank 8 and rank 7 Gu immortals was the amount of Dao marks they had. An earthly calamity could give the Gu immortal 250 Dao marks on average. A heavenly tribulation would give the Gu immortal 750 Dao marks. A grand tribulation would give 7,250 Dao marks. A myriad tribulation would give 86,750 Dao marks. The difference in Dao marks between rank 7 and rank 8 Gu immortals was usually extremely huge. The difference between rank 9 Gu immortals and rank 8 Gu immortals was like heaven and earth. This was one of the main reasons why rank 9 Gu immortals were invincible in the world, while most rank 8 Gu immortals could suppress rank 7 Gu immortals. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation, the explosive and unimaginable increase in Dao marks would be. Although everyone knew the reason, it was simply too difficult to start from this aspect. Rank 8 Gu immortals themselves meant that the quantity and quality of their tribulations were higher than rank 7 Gu immortals. It was almost impossible to have the Tao mark foundation of a rank 8 Gu immortal at rank 7. If not for this, the Gu immortal world would have seen countless examples of rank 7 Gu immortals fighting rank 8 Gu immortals. But Feng Jioge managed to do it. If he had a sudden burst of Tao marks, it would be easier to accept. But if he could accumulate so many Tao marks from the start, that would be too terrifying. Feng Yuan observed the battle as he evaluated in his mind. Wu Yong saw that Feng Jioge could fight him to a draw, but he did not get angry, his expression became even calmer. Good. As expected of Feng Jioge. Then, how about you take this move of mine? Saying so, Wu Yong pointed with his finger. His fingertip was aimed at Feng Jioge from afar. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm shot out of his fingertip. The little worm's speed was extremely fast, flying straight towards Feng Jioge. While flying, it expanded rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long, it bared its fangs and claws, it had a ferocious aura that wanted to devour Feng Jioge. It was Wu Yong's signature immortal killer move, Finger Wind Dragon. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk as he saw this, his body shot out like lightning, retreating rapidly. Finger Wind Dragon's power was immense, Feng Jioge could not face it head-on, he could only choose to retreat and pull some distance, using guerrilla tactics. There was no helping it. Because Wu Yong's Finger Wind Dragon killer move used a rank 8 immortal Gu as the core. Feng Jioge's Tao mark accumulation was about the same as Wu Yong's, the difference was very small. But he did not have a rank 8 immortal Gu. Right now, when Wu Yong used the rank 8 killer move Finger Wind Dragon, it was extremely powerful. Feng Jioge could not use those rank 7 immortal Gu as the core to resist it. Or rather, he could only use quantity to exchange for quality. That was exactly what Feng Jioge was planning. He retreated while punching and slapping, using rank 7 killer moves again and again, stacking them on top of each other to weaken the Finger Wind Dragon, until it was exhausted. But this would undoubtedly expend Feng Jioge's rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. In contrast, Wu Yong had the White Lychee Immortal Essence of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In terms of Immortal Essence, Feng Jioge was much weaker than Wu Yong. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were stronger than rank 7 not only in terms of Tao marks, but also in other aspects. Immortal Essence was just one example. The moment Wu Yong used the Finger Wind Dragon, he immediately broke the stalemate and put Feng Jioge at a disadvantage. This killer move is very dangerous. I can sense the fierce power in its body, I cannot let it get close to me. Feng Jioge had extraordinary spiritual perception. Wu Yong indeed had a follow-up to this move, that was Boundless Bouncing Blades. Once this move was used, the entire Finger Wind Dragon would self-detonate, turning into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. It had extraordinary power, it had once made great contributions in the Purple Blood River formation. Even though this was the first time Feng Jioge had seen this Finger Wind Dragon, with his rich battle experience and intelligence, he could vaguely sense Wu Yong's follow-up move. But even though this discovery saved Feng Jioge from danger, it also made Feng Jioge more passive. He could only retreat and weaken the Finger Wind Dragon from afar. This way, Wu Yong had enough time and opportunity to prepare a new immortal killer move. This was very dangerous. Feng Jioge also knew this, but unfortunately, the Finger Wind Dragon was extremely fast and gave him a lot of pressure. Adding on the 6 soft Vajra Wind Chiefs, Feng Jioge could no longer interfere with Wu Yong. This is troublesome. Feng Jioge's brows started to furrow. At this rate, the situation would become even more disadvantageous to him. Once Wu Yong activated his next immortal killer move, Feng Jioge's situation would become even worse. But at the next moment, a figure suddenly shot out like lightning, entering the battlefield. Boom! The Finger Wind Dragon directly crashed into Feng Yuan's body. Then, It was reflected by reverse flow protection seal. The finger wind dragon that had troubled Feng Jioge for a while howled as it returned to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, who was still preparing his killer move, frowned deeply. Chapter 1399. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away. Speaking of the net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The moment reverse flow protection seal was used, it immediately showed a miraculous effect. The finger wind dragon attacked Wu Yong. Wu Yong gave a shout, his whole body erupted with a powerful aura. The immortal killer move that he had been preparing for a long time was finally unleashed. Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw. He stretched out his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed at the finger wind dragon. Almost instantly, a huge ghostly claw appeared on the finger wind dragon's body. It appeared so suddenly, without any warning at all. The ghostly claw was completely made of Yin Wind. It was huge. Grabbing the finger wind dragon was like grabbing an earthworm. The ghostly claw was black like a demon, the claws were long and extremely sharp. They were like 5 scythes. Right now, the claw had the fierceness of cutting gods and slaughtering immortals. The finger wind dragon howled in pain, struggling and roaring under the ghostly scythe claw. After a few breaths of time, it completely collapsed, turning into lumps of wind and dissipating. This scene made Feng Jioge's expression turn grim. The finger wind dragon was no doubt a rank 8 killer move, but Wu Yong's Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw was much more powerful. If this claw had landed on Feng Jioge, the consequences would have been unthinkable. If not for Feng Yuan's timely intervention, Feng Jioge would still be chased by the finger wind dragon and facing the attack of the Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw. He would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Wu Yong's expression was also unsightly. His Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw had been prepared for a long time to deal with Feng Jioge and defeat him. But after Feng Yuan interfered, he had no choice but to deal with the finger wind dragon, wasting this great killer move. In fact, the Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw did not only have its current power, it had other transformations. It was called Yin Wind Rope. It could capture Gu immortals. After all, Feng Jioge was on the middle continent side. Wu Yong had spent a huge amount of energy and immortal essence to brew the sinister Wind Ghost Scythe Claw just to capture Feng Jioge alive. Once he achieved his goal, he would benefit greatly. First of all, a person like Feng Jioge had been captured by Wu Yong. That would greatly increase his own prestige. At the same time, it would have a huge impact on Southern Border's righteous path. Secondly, they didn't kill Feng Jioge but captured him alive, so that Zhongzhou State and the Celestial Court wouldn't fall out with each other. Love Go Small Say Netku. Finally, after capturing Feng Jioge, Wu Yong would be able to make use of him. Not only would he be able to obtain benefits from him, he could even threaten Spirit Affinity House and the Celestial Court. If they could make the Celestial Court compromise and hand over those formation-setting immortal Gu that had been stolen from Southern Border's righteous path. Even if it was only a small portion, Wu Yong's reputation in the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. It could even directly stabilize Wu Clan's position as the #1 righteous path clan in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. But now, because of Feng Yuan's interference, Wu Yong's plan failed. These two guys, if I use an ordinary rank 7 killer move, Feng Jioge can completely resist it and even counterattack. If I use a rank 8 killer move, although I can avoid Feng Jioge and suppress him, against Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Once it backfires, I will be the one to suffer. Wu Yong's eyelids trembled slightly as he looked ahead. Troublesome. He clearly felt that it was somewhat troublesome. Facing Feng Yuan alone, Wu Yong could treat him like a sandbag and have the initiative. Facing Feng Jioge alone, Wu Yong could also suppress him. But facing two people working together, Wu Yong felt that it was troublesome. There is not much hope of breaking reverse flow protection seal in a short period of time. After all, this is the first time I have seen this move. I am also not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Maybe Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have some experience, they might have researched reverse flow protection seal. Right now, the only way is to continuously bombard them until they're tired of dealing with them. Then, they'll reveal an opening and kill them. If there were no fighter planes, he would create his own. Thinking of this, Wu Yong suddenly vanished from Feng Yuan and Feng Zhouge's vision. He vanished, where is he? Feng Yuan looked at Feng Zhouge. Wu Yong retreated to advance. Feng Yuan's investigative methods were not good, he could not detect Wu Yong's true body. Feng Zhouge shook his head, he seems to be using this battlefield to conceal himself. He could only get a rough idea of the situation. As soon as Feng Zhouge's voice fell, the entire battlefield suddenly changed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Strong gales appeared out of nowhere, howling incessantly. The entire battlefield was like a group of formless pythons, running and slithering. Next, wind blades formed. Wind blades with the sharpness of a rank 8 killer move danced in the air, flying towards Feng Yuan and Feng Zhouge. Good timing. Feng Yuan was not shocked, he was overjoyed, his immortal robe fluttered as he charged forward. But the wind blades agilely moved around him, shooting towards Feng Zhouge. Evidently, Wu Yong wanted to get rid of Feng Zhouge first, before dealing with Feng Yuan. This was a wise choice. Because only Feng Zhouge had the ability to retaliate. As long as he died or was captured, what could Feng Yuan do with reverse flow protection seal? Feng Zhouge saw this and laughed heartily. Interesting, you think I am a pushover. His tone was not angry, instead, he felt joy and curiosity. This was something he had never experienced before. Immediately, Feng Zhouge's fists and palms collided, shattering the wind blades. But after the wind blades were destroyed, they would turn into intense winds that howled for a while before condensing into a new wind blade. Not only were the wind blades endless, they were also increasing in number. Feng Zhouge did not dare to let these wind blades touch him, he tried to destroy them in advance. But this way, he would be in a passive situation. Feng Yuan went to reinforce him. This time, Feng Yuan only moved around Feng Zhouge. Many of the wind blades landed on Feng Yuan's body and were immediately reflected. But they did not return to Wu Yong, they directly landed on this battlefield. It turned out that even though Wu Yong was the one who activated it, he was controlling the immortal battlefield killer move to attack. There was a layer in between. Wu Yong became the mastermind. In contrast, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could only return one layer, so the wind blades were only attacking this battlefield. Wu Yong, who was hiding in a corner, was overjoyed, he activated the battlefield killer move even harder. Feng Yuan defended passively, but after a while, his frown deepened. Feng Zhouge had Feng Yuan's protection, his situation had turned for the better. He thought for a while, before breaking the silence and transmitting to Feng Yuan, "Protect me, I will prepare a method to destroy this battlefield." Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment before agreeing. Earlier, he had already deduced that this battlefield killer move was hard to break. With Feng Yuan's strength and attainment, it was hard to see any effect. It would be better to wait for the wind lock to disappear and let Bai Ningbing and the rest come out, then use omnidirectional travel to retreat from this battlefield. In that case, he had to stall for time as much as possible. But if he allowed Feng Zhouge to fight against Wu Yong would quickly gain the upper hand and suppress Feng Zhouge, until he got rid of Feng Zhouge, then he could deal with Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Zhouge had rank 8 battle strength, he still had rank 7 cultivation level. Thus, Feng Yuan came to help. Feng Zhouge started to prepare a killer move, he did not resist, he left the defense to Feng Yuan. This trust made Feng Yuan feel a little apprehensive. Wu Yong saw this and activated the battlefield killer move even more quickly. The wind blades could not do anything to Feng and Feng, the entire battlefield started to change, thunder started to rumble. This thunder was very special. Ordinary thunder was either rumbling or exploding. But this thunder was clear and crisp, it was like using a gourd scoop to knock on a bamboo tube that was at least 100 years old. A few breaths of time later, lightning flickered as it slammed towards Feng and Feng. "Be careful, this is pure clear green lightning," Feng Zhouge reminded. Pure clear green lightning was only the size of a fist, but it was extremely fast. It gave off a piercing green light. Feng Yuan had to close his eyes. He hurriedly used his transformation technique to transform his human eyes into dragon eyes. Only then was he able to withstand the dazzling lightning. Feng Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now. He had already used up most of his concentration. He could not use ancient sword dragon transformation anymore. However, it was still possible to change one's eyes. As the pure clear green lightning slammed towards him, Feng Yuan directly blocked it. The blue lightning struck his body and bounced back, continuously destroying the battlefield. But some of the green lightning shot towards Feng Zhouge. But when these pure clear green lightning got close to Feng Zhouge, they suddenly disappeared. Feng Zhouge was preparing a killer move. He naturally would not completely trust Feng Yuan. He had already prepared defensive methods. Feng Yuan saw this and felt relieved. He became more proactive in defending and attacked many times. Seeing that the lightning was not enough, Wu Yong changed the battlefield again. The lightning disappeared, and the wind weakened. Water droplets, green and beautiful, floated in the air. They gathered into a fine rain, and once again, they attacked. This is clear jade dripping wind, be even more careful. Feng Zhouge reminded again. This water droplet-like wind landed on Feng Yuan's body. It was also reflected back. Feng Yuan was unharmed. He was as stable as a mountain. But Feng Zhouge's side was in trouble. As the clear jade dripping wind approached him, it kept disappearing. But there were still many water droplets that landed on Feng Zhouge's body. Feng Zhouge also had defensive methods on his body. Each droplet gave off a clear sound. As the rain fell, Feng Zhouge's body seemed to have turned into a human musical instrument. He played a beautiful melody. Wu Yong laughed loudly. He revealed himself. He already had a chance of victory. I have another move. It is called profound clear immortal music. Feng Zhouge, you cultivate sound path. Why don't you come and evaluate it? As he said that, the entire battlefield resounded with the sound of wind. The sound of the wind was gentle and very clear. It resounded in Feng Yuan's heart. At once, Feng Yuan's immortal robe trembled, ripples appeared. Not good. This profound clear immortal music is very powerful. It is the strongest attack among the 4 transformations. Even though I have reverse flow protection seal, it can only protect me. How can it help Feng Zhouge? Feng Yuan's heart sank. Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move was called 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind. It was created by a Wu clan rank 8 ancestor. It had been passed down well. This 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind had 4 transformations. They were Shaoqing Wind Blade, Pure Clear Blue Lightning, Clear Jade Dripping Wind, and Profound Clear Immortal Music. It was Wu clan's signature killer move. It was very famous and had helped Wu clan dominate southern border for countless years. To be continued. Chapter 1400. Be it shaved clear wind blade, pure clear jade lightning, clear jade dripping wind, profound clear immortal music, these transformations were all wind path in nature. Evidently, Wu clan's ancestor, who created this immortal battlefield killer move, had already cultivated it to the level of comprehending other paths, extending from wind path to sword path, lightning path, water path, and sound path. Wu Yong used this move to great effect. Feng Yuan was helpless while Feng Zhouge was in danger. Profound clear immortal music became louder and clearer, while Feng Zhouge's music was suppressed to almost inaudible. Feng Yuan had no choice. He had many immortal gu, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and many other immortal killer moves. But against the rank 8 gu immortal Wu Yong, these things were lacking in quality. They could not be used. Only reverse flow protection seal could be considered as Feng Yuan's trump card. Unfortunately, this trump card could not resolve the current situation. Profound clear immortal music became louder and clearer. Feng Yuan's reverse flow immortal robe was shaking. Reverse flow river water was shrinking rapidly. Feng Yuan was shocked. Feng Yuan was more worried about Feng Zhouge. Blood flowed out of Feng Zhouge's nose, mouth, and eyes. His body was shaking more and more intensely. Oh no, if this continues, Feng Jioge's killer move will be interrupted, he will definitely suffer a backlash and get heavily injured. If Wu Yong's attacks are included, he might even die on the spot. Feng Yuan understood this point, but he could not do anything to help. He was not worried about Feng Jioge, but if Feng Jioge died, he would have to face Wu Yong. Even if the effect of wind lock disappeared in the future, Feng Yuan could use omnidirectional travel again, but against Wu Yong, he would not have much of a chance. However, just as the situation was gradually tilting in Wu Yong's favor, Feng Jioge suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his entire body relaxed. Then, a unique aura quickly rose from his body. Feng Jioge opened his mouth slowly, and a faint singing voice came from his mouth. The tone of the voice wasn't high at all. It was soft and weak, but it clearly entered Feng Yuan and Wu Yong's ears. Then, the song grew a little louder, like a low moan, but also like a faint murmur in a quiet night. A feeling arose spontaneously from Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong's expression immediately changed. His body was covered in layers of celestial-level defense, but when he heard this song, these defenses were useless, allowing the song to evoke the emotions in his heart. Feng Yuan's expression also changed. Although he didn't feel any emotions, the surface of the reverse current immortal robe was rippling with even more complicated waves. This situation was even more severe than when he was attacked by profound clear immortal sound earlier. Incredible, this sound path killer move is extraordinary, it has the power to kill everything in one fell swoop. I am also implicated, it is better to stay away from Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. This was not just for himself, but also for Feng Jioge. Wu Yong also made the same choice, he retreated even more thoroughly, turning invisible again and vanishing. Being able to retreat and advance at the same time, this was the advantage of being in the battlefield. Meanwhile, the entire immortal battlefield's attacks became even more ferocious. Profound clear immortal sound, minor clear wind blades, clear jade dripping wind, pure clear blue lightning, 4 types of transformations appeared at the same time, covering Feng Jioge in layers. Feng Jioge ignored them, he used his body to resist the attacks. He did not stop, the song continued. The song was just pure music, but it contained the endless profundities of sound path. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky, it was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. Emotions continued to linger in Wu Yong's mind, he felt even more bewildered. What kind of sound path killer move is this? What kind of power does it have? The song suddenly became softer, incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted Wu Yong's mind, he had an urge to cry, unconsciously, Wu Yong thought of a word, parting. The pain of parting, the sadness of parting, the reluctance of parting, the sadness of parting. Parting with his lover, never seeing his friends again, parting with his loved ones. Parting, the past remained the same. Parting, the old friend waved. Parting, the setting sun shined. Parting, the falling red was sad. The song was mournful at times, like it was complaining about the unfairness of fate, at times, like it was questioning the cruelty of reality, at times, like it was angry, like it was roaring in the heart, at times, it was like it was crying in the heart. Guh. Wu Yong's body suddenly shook, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had an expression of disbelief on his face, because in his perception, he was shocked to find that his immortal battlefield killer move, for pure 4 transformations wind, was breaking apart and separating. The goo worms that made up this immortal battlefield killer move were not destroyed by the song, even the mortal goo were unharmed. Of course, when Feng Yuan used reverse flow immortal clothing to reflect the attack, the goo worms were naturally damaged, but Wu Yong was also repairing them. This was not a big deal. What shocked Wu Yong was that these goo worms that made up the immortal battlefield killer move were not damaged, but they were not under his control, they started to separate, they were not willing to cooperate with each other. How could this be? 1 or 2 goo worms could not cooperate well, as long as they were not the core of the killer move, it was not a problem. Even if a portion of the goo worms were destroyed, as long as they were not the core, the situation could still be maintained. But now, all of the goo worms were separated, they were retreating, Wu Yong could not control them at all. The culprit of all this was this song, it was Feng Zhouge. Soon, Feng Yuan noticed something. He found that the entire battlefield was separating and breaking apart. Feng Yuan was also very surprised. Wu Yong knew the situation was bad. He wanted to stop the battlefield killer move for pure 4 transformations wind, but it was too late. At the next moment the entire battlefield collapsed. The 3 immortals saw the clear sky and white clouds again. Wu Yong coughed out a mouthful of blood, his expression was pale, he revealed himself and retreated, suffering heavy injuries. Immortal battlefield killer moves were different from Gu formations. When a Gu formation was destroyed, the backlash from the Gu immortal was not severe. But when an immortal battlefield killer move was broken, the backlash would be very severe. The stronger the killer move's power, the greater the backlash. For pure 4 transformations wind, this was Wu Clan's famous southern border super killer move. It had unparalleled power. Now that it was broken, the backlash it brought to Wu Yong was extremely severe. Good killer move. What is the name of this move? Wu Yong stared fixedly at Feng Zhouge as he asked. Feng Zhouge did not answer him, he continued to sing. Wu Yong's expression changed again. At this moment, he had no more reservations. He took out the immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. This rank 8 immortal Gu House contained Wu Yong. It provided strong defense and allowed Wu Yong to heal his injuries inside. The issue of immortal essence expenditure was no longer the main problem. Wu Yong had no choice but to do this. But soon, the shocking reality happened again. The whole of Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, under the effect of the song, started to move, showing signs of breaking apart. This was a grand rank 8 immortal Gu House. It seemed that Feng Zhouge's killer move was definitely at rank 8 level. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a terrifying light. He could no longer heal his injuries. He directly activated the immortal Gu House to charge at Feng Zhouge. Immortal Gu Houses had no shortcomings. They were the crystallization of formation path at the peak. Immortal Gu Houses charged forward. They had always been invincible on the battlefield. This was not only a fact of human history, it was also a common sense that had been tested in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life. Of course, every immortal Gu House had its own specialties. For example, He Tribe's dark prison could tame ancient desolate beasts. Another example was by Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 Heavenly Palace. It was an immortal Gu House. It had outstanding defense and was most proficient in storing immortal materials. But unfortunately, 33 Heavenly Palace was only an incomplete immortal Gu House. It had been heavily damaged and had lost the ability to move. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building naturally had killer moves, but Wu Yong charging at Feng Zhouge was a wise move. After all, activating killer moves required time. On the other hand, charging straight ahead was the least time-consuming and the most direct method. Feng Zhouge used an immortal killer move. Although the effect was extremely shocking, it seemed that he could not leave the spot and could only passively take a beating. This flaw was already seen by Feng Yuan and Wu Yong. Feng Zhouge's defensive methods had already been weakened to rock bottom. If he was hit by Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building now, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. In this crisis, Feng Yuan naturally could not ignore it. After Wu Yong dealt with Feng Zhouge, he was next. Windlock killer move's time limit had not expired yet. Feng Yuan entered the battle once again, blocking Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building's path. Feng Yuan could not activate Strength Path Giant Hand. Most of his attention was focused on maintaining Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He could only transform his arms and hands into Dragon Claws, covering them with Dragon Scales and activating Rank 7 Dragon Strength Immortal Gu. He had borrowed these Immortal Gu from Wu Clan to deal with Wu Yong. Wu Yong's chest tightened as he saw this. His immortal essence fiercely poured into the Immortal Gu House. Bam! Both sides collided, and without any surprise, Feng Yuan was sent flying. His strength was inferior to Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. He was sent flying like a cannonball. But he did not have any injuries on him. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal was too outstanding. In contrast, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building lost many mortal goo after the collision. With this gap, Feng Jioge's singing became even more effective. Wu Yong grabbed the opportunity and continued to activate the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Jioge. At the same time, he split most of his attention to activate clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's killer move. Seeing that the immortal goo house was about to collide with Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan could not react in time. But right at this time, Feng Jioge suddenly left and flew into the sky. Wu Yong missed, his face filled with anger. Feng Jioge could clearly leave and move. It turned out that it was only a facade. Feng Jioge was purposely showing weakness. The singing continued. Immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building started to disintegrate. From its appearance, it looked like a 2-story bamboo building. Although it was a rank 8 immortal goo house, it used very few goo worms. It was not like those palaces. The larger the immortal goo house, the more goo worms it had. With only so many goo worms, Feng Jioge's singing was even more effective. First, the bamboos started to disintegrate. The edges of the bamboos separated from the main body of the immortal goo house. These bamboos were naturally not real bamboos. Soon, the thick bamboo poles that separated from the main body shined with a bright jade light, turning into countless small goo worms. Wu Yong's expression was gloomy. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. At this time, Feng Yuan arrived again. Wu Yong snorted coldly, looking at Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge deeply. He then mobilized clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and flew away. In a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had already left the battlefield, becoming a small black dot in the sky. Chapter 1401. Wu Yong taking the initiative to retreat did not make Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge happy. Instead their hearts sank. If Wu Yong retreated, he could naturally advance. Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge both hoped that Wu Yong could fight them to the death. But Wu Yong did not do so. He very rationally and calmly chose to retreat. He was a rank 8 righteous path goo immortal, but facing 2 rank 7s, he actually retreated. If this matter were to spread, Wu Yong would lose half of his face. The reason why he did not lose all of his face was because the goo immortals he faced were the famous Feng Jioge and Lu Guanyi. Wu Yong needed a lot of courage to do this. Of course, even more was his wisdom. Immortal battlefield killer move, for clear 4 winds, was broken apart. Wu Yong suffered the backlash of the killer move and was heavily injured. But he had clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He still had the strength to fight. However, when he found out that Feng Jioge could move and was helpless against Feng Yuan, he wisely chose to retreat. This retreat was just right. It could even be said that it was even sharper than the previous fierce attacks, hitting Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge's weak spots. Firstly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building only broke down some corners. It was extremely fast. It was impossible for Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge to chase after Wu Yong. Especially Feng Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle, it was also out of his control. Secondly, Wu Yong managed to gain valuable time and space for him to heal his injuries calmly. After all, his injuries were not light, they severely affected his battle strength. Finally, Wu Yong could repair clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and even add some goo worms to this immortal goo house. The next time he faced Feng Jioge's immortal killer move, he would not be so passive. Although Wu Yong's Sound Dao realm was ordinary, his Wind Dao realm had already reached the level of drawing parallels. He could deal with it through the wind path and reduce the power of Feng Jioge's killer move as much as possible. That was to say, when Wu Yong chased them again, Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge would likely face a fully recovered rank 8 goo immortal Wu Yong, as well as an immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building that was specially modified for Feng Jioge in his peak state. Wu Yong could advance and retreat at will. There was no need for him to fight head-on with Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge. He retreated first and waited for a better opportunity. In contrast, Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge were helpless. They were completely in a passive state and could not do anything to Wu Yong. Fong Yuan only had reverse flow protection seal, which he could use. And although Feng Jioge had an immortal battlefield killer move, even if he had time to set it up, he could not restrain Wu Yong. That was because the latter had the rank 8 immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Difference in strength. Even though Fong Yuan and Feng Jioge worked together, there was still a huge gap in strength against Wu Yong. If it was only Wu Yong, the two of them would have some hope of winning. But Wu Yong had the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, his overall strength had risen greatly, the two of them were helpless. Fong Yuan, leave. Right at this time, Feng Jioge said to Fong Yuan. His tone was very plain. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Feng Jioge looked at Fong Yuan deeply, expressionlessly, before slowly turning his head towards the black dot in the horizon. You saved my life in the past, I saved you today, from now on, we don't owe each other anything. Feng Jioge continued. Fong Yuan's brows rose slightly, that's not right. If you did not have my help this time, you would have been killed by Wu Yong already. You helped me, I helped you, so you still owe me a favor. But Feng Jioge's tone was still plain. I said I don't owe you, that means I am at ease, I naturally don't owe you anything. You think this is yours, but remember, if I survive this time, I will definitely make you my target and pursue you. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will not let you off. You have to be careful. Fong Yuan could not help but laugh loudly. He completely understood Feng Jioge's intentions. Feng Jioge saved him to return the favor of saving his life. But this went against his righteous path identity, it would put his wife and daughter in an awkward situation. Thus, after Feng Jioge saved Fong Yuan once, he chased after Fong Yuan and killed Fong Yuan to prove himself, and also to consider for his wife and daughter. Alright, the next time we meet, we will be mortal enemies. Fong Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out He Lulan and the rest. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was activated. Feng Jioge did not reply, he did not even turn around to look at Fong Yuan, he flew towards Wu Yong directly. If Fong Yuan used omnidirectional travel to leave, Wu Yong might chase after him. To truly repay Fong Yuan's favor of saving his life, Feng Jioge risked his life, he went to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Finally, he looked deeply at Feng Jioge's back as the ancient battle formation activated, disappearing on the spot with Fong Yuan and the other three immortals. Wu Yong, who had been watching Fong Yuan and Feng Jioge, saw Fong Yuan leave, he could only smile bitterly. Now, he was regretting his previous arrangements. If he was not alone, he naturally had the ability to detain both Fong Yuan and Feng Jioge. But for the sake of Wu Clan's reputation, he made painstaking efforts and meticulous planning, separating the other southern border righteous path forces, like casting a huge net, he chased Fong Yuan and the others towards his final line of defense. This place was not far from Western Desert. If Fong Yuan escaped now, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to escape. I was careless. I did not expect the Celestial Court to help the demon Fong Yuan. Wu Yong looked at Feng Jioge, who was flying over, his gaze was cold and gloomy. It was this guy who had ruined his entire plan. Damn it! But, the other's talent and status made Wu Yong hesitate. The value of killing Feng Jioge was not as high as capturing him alive. If he killed Feng Jioge, Wu Yong would become enemies with the Celestial Court and Central Continent. One had to know that the Celestial Court had evidence that Wu Yihai was Fong Yuan. But if he was captured alive, Wu Yong could rely on this person to negotiate with Central Continent. In fact, Wu Yong already had such thoughts. If he had wanted to kill Feng Jioge, he wouldn't have attacked at the same pace as before. Wu Yong was not a pure murderer, he was the leader of a super force. What he had to consider was not just the battle itself, but also the countless aspects involved in this battle. Immortal killer move, separation song. Feng Jioge was still some distance away from clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, he used his previous killer move again. Wu Yong snorted coldly, he had already added many goo worms into the immortal goo house. Although decomposition was still effective, it was much weaker than before. An intense battle unfolded again. Wu Yong quickly gained the upper hand, even though he was still injured. The immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was domineering. Feng Jioge could only use guerrilla tactics and use separation song to dismantle it. Wu Yong was astute, he had already retreated once, he did not feel any pressure in retreating a second time. As long as the immortal goo house was decomposed to a certain extent, Wu Yong would retreat and fly away to repair it. Feng Jioge's separation song did not have any offensive power. After the goo worms were decomposed, Wu Yong obtained them and rebuilt them. The only thing that gave Wu Yong a headache was that immortal goo houses were not easy to construct. It could be said that this battle was already decided. There was no way Feng Jioge could win. Maybe if they fought head-on and neither side retreated, Feng Jioge might have some hope of winning. But unfortunately, Wu Yong was not rash or stupid. After a few rounds of fighting, he gave up on his dignity as a rank 8. In exchange, he was able to advance and retreat freely. He was in control of the situation. Even a prodigy like Feng Jioge would be forced into a disadvantageous position by him, and there was no chance for him to win. At the same time, in Central Continent's celestial court, Fairy Myrtle held star constellation chessboard in her hands. Looking at the battle situation on the chessboard, it was the scene of Feng Jioge fighting Wu Yong. "It's about time," Fairy Myrtle muttered. It turned out that Feng Jioge's encounter with Feng Yuan was arranged by the will of the stars. With the help of Celestial Court, Feng Jioge chased after the theft path immortal goo and encountered Feng Yuan. Even Feng Jioge himself was kept in the dark. Even the Celestial Court was confused. They did not know why the will of the stars made such an arrangement. Feng Jioge's aura had already become weak. He was covered in injuries, he only had the strength for one attack. In contrast, Wu Yong was hiding in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He was in perfect condition. The rank 1 immortal goo house had only some outer parts disassembled. After the battle, he retreated, then advanced, and fought again. A person's intelligence was the most important of all beings. Wu Yong's battle tactics made it impossible for Feng Jioge to make a comeback. "Feng Jioge, if you surrender now, I can spare your life and even send you back to Central Continent to be dealt with by Celestial Court," Wu Yong said plainly. Feng Jioge smiled. "Wu Yong, if you can take this move of mine, I will admit defeat. What harm is there in that?" Wu Yong's expression froze. At this point, Feng Jioge still had a method he had not used. "Back then, I became famous and obtained the recognition of rank 8 goo immortals. It was because of this move that they thought I had rank 8 battle strength. Take a look at my 7th song." "Wait, Feng Jioge." Right at this time, two figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They both had rank 8 auras. Goo immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Wu Yong was surprised. Celestial Court still had a hidden move. This was out of his expectations. In his mind, if there was such a hidden move, why didn't they use it earlier? Don't tell me they just arrived. Wu Yong guessed. While thinking, Wu Yong sneered, "Central Continent people, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Not only did you snatch many immortal goo from my southern border righteous path, you are also protecting a demon." Wu Yong was not afraid. He had an immortal goo house to protect him, and other southern border righteous path goo immortals were rushing over to reinforce him. But who could have expected these two Central Continent goo immortals to come prepared? One of them said, "Even though we belong to different regions, we are all righteous path people, we naturally have to work together. Earlier, we took away the immortal goo because we were afraid these goo worms would be damaged by the demon. We have already prepared these immortal goo, we can return them to their original owners now." "Oh?" Wu Yong was surprised. The other person continued, "As for protecting the demon, we have an explanation for that. Feng Jioge, are you willing to accept Celestial Court's orders and pursue Feng Yuan for the rest of your life, not returning him until you take his life?" Feng Jioge was silent for a while before speaking. Chapter 1402. There was a boundless sea of sand, yellow sand stretched into the sky, there was no end to it. The sky was blue and high, there were white clouds in the sky, the lines were clear and sparkling. I have finally arrived in Western Desert. A figure flew out of Western Desert's regional wall, but he did not slow down, he flew straight into the sky. This person had the appearance of a young man, he wore a white robe with long sleeves, he had long black hair, deep eyes and a jade-like face. It was Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge blocked Wu Yong for him, allowing him to escape. The sovereign immortal body had the ability to freely pass through regional walls, be it Southern Border's regional wall or Western Desert's regional wall, they could not stop Feng Yuan. In contrast, Feng Yuan was like a fish in water inside the regional wall, it was the safest environment. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Using Feng Yuan's strength, they could easily pass through the regional wall and follow Feng Yuan to Western Desert. Thankfully, these people did not have rank 8 cultivation level, and Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had devoured a lot, it had sufficient Dao marks and stable blessed lands, it could hold these Gu immortals. If ordinary Gu immortals passed through regional walls, they would need to rest for some time. But Feng Yuan relied on the sovereign immortal body, he could easily pass through regional walls, he did not suffer any losses. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, even though Feng Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect and inherited a lot of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he also lost the precious identity of Wu Yihai, Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed, and a crucial immortal Gu, Dark Limit, fell into the hands of Celestial Court. And most importantly, he had rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme heavenly eagle. Along the way, Feng Yuan reflected on this battle and summarized his gains and losses. To think that manifested dream realms could be corroded by providence. If not for exploring dream realms, I might not have been discovered by providence. However, the Shadow Sect will eventually attack the dream world. Even though I escaped to Western Desert, I lost Dark Limit and was hit by the Celestial Court's investigative killer move. Most importantly, Providence is still paying attention to me, my whereabouts are constantly exposed. Escaping from the southern border and arriving at the Western Desert could only be considered as alleviating the danger. If Celestial Court and Providence had time to make arrangements, Western Desert would become a dangerous place sooner or later, Feng Yuan would be chased by countless Gu immortals and forces here. Thus, his urgent matter now was to get rid of the investigative killer move and find a way to conceal himself from Heaven's will. Although the Western Desert's Zombie Alliance branch has long since been destroyed, there are still many resources hidden deep within the Translocation Desert. Other than that, there are 2 natural Gu nurturing grounds that can produce immortal Gu. Just like Southern Border's Jade Pot Mountain. Bai Ningbing's Ice Soul Immortal Gu was a wild immortal Gu born naturally in Jade Pot Mountain. Under the secret management of Shadow Sect, there were many secret locations in Western Desert. 2 of them were similar to Jade Pot Mountain, meaning that wild immortal Gu were about to be nurtured. Undeniably, these 3 locations were the locations that Feng Yuan wanted to go to. Feng Jioge saved me, the favor is over. His appearance is a little strange, maybe it's part of the Heavenly Court's plan. If he chases after me, even with reverse flow protection seal, I cannot do anything to him. Most importantly, Central Continent will definitely send more experts to hunt me down, it is just a matter of time. So I need to be fast. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. White light blossomed, at the next moment, Feng Yuan turned into a muscular sword dragon with shining silver scales. The sword dragon waved its tail, flying forward rapidly with an elegant posture. Soon, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu while maintaining Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Whoosh! He turned into a silver line as he tore through the sky, his speed was unimaginably fast. Several days later, Translocation Desert. This was one of the more famous deserts in Western Desert. Like Eastern Sea, there were Icy Sea Area, Twin Polar Strait, Bubble Sea Area, Shark Sea Area, Beautiful Sea Area, and other special sea areas. In Western Desert, there were large numbers of deserts that were scattered all over the place. They usually had special characteristics that distinguished them from ordinary deserts. Western Desert Goo Immortals were familiar with them. Rank 6 Transformation Path Goo Immortal Izwan, known as Demonic Mosquito, was floating above Translocation Desert. He wore a thin black leather armor, he had a sharp nose and small eyes, his black hair was messy like weeds, not only was it on his head, but it was also draped over his shoulders. After following 3 Feather Boy, I might be able to find that Zombie Alliance branch's Corpse City. Pleased with himself, he raised his nose and sniffed vigorously. Found it. His eyes shined. Following the scent, he charged towards Translocation Desert. Seeing that he was getting closer, Demonic Mosquito did not dodge. Right when he was about to touch the ground, his black leather armor shined with eerie light. Swoosh! With a soft sound, he drilled into the surface of the desert. Like jumping into water, he vanished. His vision turned dark. Demonic Mosquito had already closed his eyes. The hot sand enveloped his entire body. The temperature was very high, it could cook an egg instantly and turn it into charcoal. But Demonic Mosquito had his own methods to protect himself. This environment was not bad for him. Even if his vision was pitch black, it was not a problem. Demonic Mosquito was skilled at tracking scent, it was more obvious in the sand. He chased after the scent, traveling in the desert. Guh! Suddenly, he drilled out of the sand and arrived at an underground cave. Demonic Mosquito was not surprised. There were many underground caves like this in Translocation Desert. In the remote antiquity era, 2 immemorial desolate beasts fought here. The immemorial desolate beast Earth Chi Bat Camel lost and died here. Earth Chi Bat Camel was a special immemorial desolate beast. It had 2 life forms, one was a bat, the other was a camel. When it moved in the desert, it would turn into a yellow camel. It was as large as a hill and moved slowly. When it wanted to fly into the sky, it would turn into a green bat. It was as small as a fist and moved as fast as lightning. This special immemorial desolate beast was very similar to Eastern Sea's Sun Moon Kuanpeng. Many Goo Immortals compared the two. Sun Moon Kuanpeng was an immemorial desolate beast that lived in Eastern Sea. Under the sunlight, the Sun Moon Kuanpeng would turn into a giant peng bird and soar in the sky. When moonlight shone on the sea, the Sun Moon Kuanpeng would turn into a giant kuan fish, devouring the sea like a whale. It had a grand aura. After the Earth Chi Bat Camel died, its Tao marks spread out and engraved themselves in this desert, forming Translocation Desert. In the desert, large amounts of Earth Chi moved. These Earth Chi were like bubbles in the sea, creating underground caves. Demonic Mosquito was currently in an underground cave. There was no air here. Mortals would die if they entered. They would not suffocate to death, they would be infected by the Earth Chi and turn into rocks. As a Goo Immortal, Demonic Mosquito was unmoved. In fact, he could take all of this Earth Chi. It was a cultivation resource after all. But now, in order to track 3 Feather Boy, he was afraid of alerting the enemy by taking the Earth Chi, so he let it go. His nose twitched as he smelled 3 Feather Boy's aura. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he passed through many underground caves. These caves varied in size. The small ones were like houses, the big ones were like palaces. Finally, he arrived at a special underground cave. The aura here is so dense. 3 Feather Boy should be nearby. Demonic Mosquito tried to open his eyes. At the next moment, his face was filled with shock. Amazing, this underground cave is so huge, it is like a mortal city. The Earth Chi here is so dense that it formed an Earth Chi sandstorm. Demonic Mosquito soon discovered that at the center of this underground cave, there was a dark sandstorm. It was emitting dense immortal material aura. This sandstorm is made from Earth Chi. It is a rank 7 immortal material. It is very valuable. Demonic Mosquito was happy and worried. He was happy that he encountered such a huge immortal material. As a lone cultivator of Western Desert, this was a huge profit. He was worried that the Earth Chi that formed the sandstorm was very restless and had great power. It was not easy to take it. Wait! 3 Feather Boy's aura is here. This proves that he has been here before. Why didn't he collect such a large piece of earth chi essence? Demonic Mosquito's pupils suddenly shrunk, he thought of something amiss. At this moment, a boy's voice came from behind him, Demonic Mosquito, you finally came. Hee hee, I have been waiting for you for a long time, quickly go and test the formation for me. Oh no! Demonic Mosquito heard this and his body shook, he wanted to dodge. But it was too late. A feather made of blue light slowly attached itself to his body. Demonic Mosquito could not help himself, he was dragged into the sandstorm by this blue feather. Soon, Demonic Mosquito's miserable cries could be heard from the sandstorm. Three-Feather Boy showed his true form, he had a rosy face, he was very cute, he looked at the sandstorm and laughed loudly. Very soon, Demonic Mosquito's screams came to an abrupt end. A puff of blood suddenly soaked the sandstorm, but it was immediately swallowed back by the swirling sandstorm. Three-Feather Boy's laughter stopped, he had a serious expression. So powerful! He breathed in sharply, as expected of the defensive formation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Demonic Mosquito is an expert among rank 6s, but he could not even last for a short period of time. Who is it? Three-Feather Boy suddenly turned around, staring ahead with a fixed gaze. Suddenly, a figure broke through the void and entered. Bitter. It is a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Three-Feather Boy sensed the incoming aura and complained internally. He observed carefully, he saw that this Goo Immortal was very handsome, he had a graceful demeanor, he wore white clothes and had black eyes, he was extremely handsome. Even though he was a young man, as a member of the same gender, Three-Feather Boy was shocked by this appearance. Such a beautiful person. Looking at his demeanor, he seems to be a righteous path Goo Immortal. Just as Three-Feather Boy was guessing, Fang Yuan also looked at him, he squinted as he said with a joyful tone, Good, this is the third person I have met, after eating you, I will be able to fill my stomach a little. What? Three-Feather Boy was shocked, he quickly retreated, this is not righteous path. He wants to eat me. Big sister, save me. Chapter 1403. Fang Yuan's words made Three-Feather Boy turn pale with fright, he quickly called for help. A figure appeared in front of Three-Feather Boy, consoling him, Brother, don't be afraid, Big Sister is here. This female Goo Immortal had a petite figure, she was like a young girl, she wore a green robe with flowers carved on it, there were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears, the pearls seemed to contain water, as they swayed, they emitted a green luster. My immortal name is Chui Bo, who are you? Is it fun to scare my brother with lies? Fang Yuan assessed this fairy Chui Bo. She had the aura of a rank 7 Goo Immortal, she thought that she could speak on equal terms with the rank 7 Fang Yuan. Her skin was white as snow, but the green luster on her earrings made her look somewhat creepy. She had a pretty face, but her nose was slightly sharp, it ruined her image. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, sighing, I am speaking the truth, why would I lie? Hee hee, since you came to me, I will eat you all. The sovereign immortal body's weakness was that it needed to devour apertures. Fang Yuan knew this from Zishan Mikoto's inheritance. Actually, according to Shadow Sect's plan, they wanted to refine the rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, since it was called Sovereign, it naturally had to surpass rank 9. This was Spectral Soul's ambitious plan. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, he only managed to refine the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo before it was snatched by Fang Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's plan, rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo had no weakness, it was almost flawless. But at rank 9, it had a weakness that was not a weakness. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was an immortal goo, immortal goo needed to be fed. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's food was an immortal fetus. What was an immortal fetus? Immortal fetus was a term used in the remote antiquity era. It was like an aperture, some people called it essence pool, or purple palace. Most people called it aperture. What was the biggest difference between mortals and immortals? Immortal apertures were also called immortal fetus. But the term for immortal apertures was more general. Using someone else's immortal aperture to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. Immortal aperture paths did not matter, but cultivation was important. For example, now that Fong Yuan cultivated to rank 7, he needed to annex rank 7 immortal apertures to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. When his cultivation level rose to rank 8, he would have to annex rank 8 immortal apertures. The perfect one was rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. It did not need any food, it could truly turn into a perfect immortal body. Unlike Fong Yuan's current situation, even though he had turned into the sovereign immortal body, he could use some methods to turn back into sovereign immortal fetus goo. Right now, even though Fong Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus goo to transform into the sovereign immortal body, there were still drawbacks. Fortunately, Fong Yuan had changed his cultivation plan. He extended the time in his immortal aperture, he gave up on time path resources and avoided the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, annexing other people's immortal apertures to raise his cultivation level. This way, due to a series of coincidences, he ended up feeding the sovereign immortal body. Fong Yuan's words to Three Feather Boy were not false. Along the way, Fong Yuan encountered 3 rank 6 Western Desert Goo immortals. He killed them and captured their souls, annexing 2 of their immortal apertures. As for the last one, Fong Yuan's attainment level was too low, he could not annex it, he could only let it fall and turn into a blessed land. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were a powerful combination. They played their schemes. Not only did they trick the demonic mosquito into the goo formation to test it for them, Fairy Chui Bo even hid there to ambush them. If they met ordinary rank 7 goo immortals, Fairy Chui Bo could talk to them on equal terms. Unfortunately, they met Fong Yuan this time. A rank 7 goo immortal came coincidentally. He cultivates water path. If I devour this person, I will be able to feed the sovereign immortal fetus for a short period of time. Fong Yuan was filled with killing intent. It was rare to encounter an immortal aperture that he could annex. Especially in Western Desert, Fire Path and Wind Path were the most popular paths. Water Path was rare. It was a stark contrast to Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. Fong Yuan was a Water Path Grandmaster, but his Fire Path and Wind Path attainment levels were ordinary. Rumble. Fong Yuan attacked, activating the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, First Style, Strength Path Giant Hand. Immediately, the Giant Hand pushed apart the air, it pounced towards Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy with an unstoppable momentum. Three Feather Boy shouted in shock, quickly dodging. Fairy Chui Bo also showed a look of shock, she waved her hands as green acid flew out. The acid was like a spirit snake, pouncing on the giant palm, instantly corroding it and reducing it by 20%. However, the giant hand still had 80% of its power left. Under Fong Yuan's control, it gave up on Three Feather Boy and chased after Fairy Chui Bo. Fairy Chui Bo retreated as she shouted, "Hold on, I am Thousand Transformations Ancestor's third concubine. Why don't you give Thousand Transformations Ancestor face and become friends with us? We can share the treasures of this zombie alliance branch." Even though Fairy Chui Bo had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have much strength, or rather, she was very ordinary. However, her identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was related to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though Fong Yuan did not know much about Western Desert's Goo Immortal world, he had heard of Thousand Transformations Ancestor's name. This ancestor cultivated transformation path. When he was young, he obtained a portion of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance. It had close to 1,000 transformations. Thus, he called himself Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though he inherited the Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was not a demonic path Goo Immortal, he was a famous lone cultivator in Western Desert. His personal tastes were similar to Giant Sun Immortal, he liked beautiful women and had hundreds of wives and concubines. Among them, there were close to 10 Goo Immortals. Fairy Chui Bo was one of them. Just by taking the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, we have to incur Thousand Transformations Ancestors' hatred? Fong Yuan frowned. Fairy Chui Bo dodged as she observed his expression. She said, "Actually, I am here on Ancestors' orders. Sir, you have great battle strength, but to get past the defensive goo formation, you cannot do it recklessly. We have not obtained the treasures yet, why should we fight to the death? If we delay for too long, something else might happen. Fairy Chui Bo was eloquent. Fong Yuan nodded, you are right. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were overjoyed, but at the next moment, Fong Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Fairy Miao Yin. Go kill these two, I will take the inheritance myself. Fong Yuan said. Bai Ning Bing snorted, even though she was unhappy with Fong Yuan's orders, she still charged towards Fairy Chui Bo. He Lulan dealt with Three Feather Boy. Fairy Miao Yin smiled lightly, she watched from the side and provided support. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were completely panicking. They did not expect that there were 3 Gu Immortals in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture, and they were all from another region. This was a rare situation. Gu Immortals would not hide other Gu Immortals in their immortal apertures for no reason. Soon, Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy fell into a disadvantage, they could not retaliate against the black and white immortals. These are 2 immortals with the 10 extreme physiques. Their methods are truly unprecedented. I remember now, they are wanted criminals. Demonic path scoundrels. This person is one of the culprits who caused the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. After Three Feather Boy and Fairy Chui Bo discovered the identities of Fong Yuan and the rest, they became even more panicked, they lost their will to fight and escaped. The black and white immortals chased after them, they soon left this underground cave. Fong Yuan stood in front of the sandstorm, he activated the method that he had prepared for a long time. After a few breaths of time, the sandstorm weakened, it split into 2, revealing a small path. Fong Yuan entered without hesitation. Fairy Miao Yin was still outside, preventing others from entering. As Fong Yuan entered, the sandstorm became stronger again, the small path vanished and returned to normal. A city soon appeared in Fong Yuan's vision. Corpse City. At first glance, this was a city made of yellow soil, it was quite inconspicuous. But the truth was, this city was a huge mortal goo house. It was like Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City. However, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was different from Northern Plains. Western Desert Zombie Alliance's true headquarters was in Earth Path Blessed Land. Corpse City was inside the Blessed Land. In the past, Shadow Sect had a plan of 10,000 years, defying heaven and refining sovereign immortal fetus goo, but it ended in a huge loss. The headquarters of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was abandoned, the essence of the resources were all stored in Corpse City, the entire mortal goo house was moved to the bottom of Translocation Desert and a defensive goo formation was set up. This method preserved most of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's foundation. Not long after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's Earth Path Blessed Land was destroyed by Western Desert's Goo Immortals. But after plundering, these Western Desert Goo Immortals were not satisfied, they even became angry from embarrassment. Because they did not obtain the spoils of war they had planned. Through their constant calculations and investigations, with the help of the will of the heavens, they finally found the Translocation Desert. They confirmed that the treasure of the Western Desert Zombie Alliance was hidden here. But it was not easy to find the right Earth Chi cave. Not to mention the fact that there were many of these caves, they were like stars in the sky, and most importantly, these caves were constantly moving. At every moment, there were old caves disappearing and new caves appearing. This made it hard for Western Desert's Goo Immortals to find them. Fong Yuan was different, he was the leader of Shadow Sect, it was easy for him to find this place and enter Corpse City. However, meeting Fairy Chui Bo here is likely part of Providence's plan. I have just entered Western Desert and have to fight against a rank 8 grade expert. Bai Ning Bing, me, and the rest have all had investigative killer moves planted on us. I need to take these inheritances and move them away. Fong Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance, he waved his hand and sent the entire Corpse City into his immortal aperture. Corpse City did not have any immortal goo, but the defensive goo formation had immortal goo as the core. Chapter 1404. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. From its appearance, it looked like a rhinoceros beetle. Fong Yuan held it in his palm, feeling that it was as heavy as a rock. It had a wide carapace on its back and a thick head. It gave off a feeling of strength and power. The forked horn was like a spear that was raised high into the sky. Rule Path Rank 7 Immortal Goo, Fight. This immortal goo was Fong Yuan's main gain in this trip. Because of his identity as the new leader of Shadow Sect, Fong Yuan quickly refined this goo and stored it in his immortal aperture. Other than that, there was another immortal goo. It was only rank 6, it was Earth Path, it was called Yellow Sand. This immortal goo looked like a ladybug, its round carapace had 6 natural yellow stars on it. With rank 7 Immortal Goo Fight and rank 6 Immortal Goo Yellow Sand as the cores, as well as some Mortal Goo, along with the abundant Earth Chi in the Earth Chi Cave and Earth Path Dao marks, Western Desert Zombie Alliance created a defensive goo formation. But as Fong Yuan stored these goo worms, this goo formation broke apart and dissipated. Fong Yuan took a glance at the storage in Corpse City. There were a lot of immortal materials in the mortal goo houses. The most precious was Cold Moon Divine Hero. This was a rank 7 immortal material. Moonlight essence was condensed in the center of the desert for over 10,000 years. In Jewel Yellow Skies, it was priceless. There were very few of them, even those rank 8 goo immortals did not have many of them. And the largest quantity was a rank 6 immortal material, phosphorescent wood. This wood grew in Ghost Grim Desert, that was the territory of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. There were a lot of phosphorescent wood, it was the accumulation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Just from this, I can tell how deep Shadow Sect's foundation was in the past. It is a pity that Shadow Sect invested too much in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, their defeated forces were suppressed and chased by Providence, Celestial Court, and me. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. Ingwu Xia and the others had visited almost all of the Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions. The Zombie Alliance inheritance in Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border had all been used up. Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance headquarters was taken down by Eastern Seas Goo Immortals and was firmly controlled. Now, the final Western Desert treasure trove had been taken by Fong Yuan. This was the largest fortune that the Shadow Sect had left in the world. Apart from that, there were some miscellaneous items. Western Desert also had 2 resource points similar to Jade Pot Mountain that were worthy of Fong Yuan's attention. The Shadow Sect had secretly operated them and seemed to have produced wild immortal goo. In the underground cave, Fong Yuan and Goddess Miao Yin waited for a while. A white-clothed figure pierced through. It was Dragon Lady Bai Ningbing. She was as cold as an iceberg. Her white robe was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. In her hand was a captive. It was Fairy Chui Bo from before. Right now, she was frozen into a popsicle, her eyes were shut and her body was covered in a thick layer of frost. She did not move and allowed Bai Ningbing to do whatever she wanted. Bai Ningbing actually captured Fairy Chui Bo. This result made Fairy Miao Yin praise her, even Fong Yuan's eyes shined. Even though Bai Ningbing only had rank 6 cultivation level, her battle strength was a true rank 7, and she was an expert among rank 7s. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques, together with Bai Xiang's true inheritance, it was several times more effective. And most importantly, Bai Ningbing herself was someone who did not fear death, she had great talent. Back in Southern Border, she fought against 3 people alone, killing 2 and heavily injuring 1, her battle results were impressive. Now, she captured a rank 7 Goo Immortal, her battle strength was second only to Fong Yuan's on Fong Yuan's side. Since I captured Fairy Chui Bo, there is no hurry to kill her and annex her immortal aperture. Fong Yuan thought. Firstly, this place was filled with Earth Chi, there was no heaven chi, it was not suitable to place an immortal aperture. The rank 6 Gu immortal demonic mosquito that died in the defensive Gu formation earlier had its immortal aperture and corpse turned into sand, it had no value. Fong Yuan was not hungry, he did not need to annex and eat yet. And most importantly, Fairy Chui Bo was related to the rank 8 Gu immortal Thousand Transformations ancestor. Maybe he could use her to alleviate some of Providence's plans. Since you captured her, keep her in your immortal aperture for now. Fong Yuan said to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. She had no way out now, she was being pursued by Celestial Court and Southern Border, she needed Shadow Sect's help to refine immortal Gu, she could only cooperate with Fong Yuan. Hei Lulan also returned. She had some blood on her body, I burned that boy to ashes, his immortal aperture is also destroyed. Furthermore, the commotion attracted a group of Western Desert Gu immortals. I did not fight, I retreated first, looking at their auras, they should not be ordinary. Fong Yuan nodded. Even though Hei Lulan had not ascended for long, her horizons were already very high. Her evaluation was not ordinary, these Western Desert Gu immortals were experts among rank 7. But it was no wonder. Western Desert Zombie Alliance was also a super force. Its inheritance attracted a large number of Western Desert Gu immortals to explore it, it was normal. Super forces would pay attention to it, and don't forget, there was also Providence causing trouble in the dark, adding fuel to the fire. We will leave now. Fong Yuan said this, but before he finished speaking, 3 figures entered from the left, right, and top. Friend, you want to enter after taking Zombie Alliance's inheritance, aren't you dreaming? On the left, a thin young Gu immortal with colorful feathers laughed shrilly. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal who cultivated enslavement path, people called him Peacock Deity. We can leave, but everyone who sees Zombie Alliance's inheritance will get a share, we will split it first. A female Gu immortal came from above, she was wearing a white dance dress unique to Western Desert, her face was half covered with a white veil, her beautiful eyes were deep and her eyelashes were thick and dense. This beauty was famous, she was a famous fairy in Western Desert's Gu immortal world, her status was similar to Fairy Miao Yin and Xiao Si Lu in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, she was called Beautiful Camel Immortal. And the Gu immortal on the right had a huge beard, his chest was bare, his back was bare, his chest was firm, his arms were thick, his skin was red like copper, he breathed roughly, his aura was overflowing with vigor. His origin was even greater, because his surname was Dong. Dong clan was one of Western Desert's super forces. Dong Lai Feng, a Wind Path rank 7 expert, he was most proficient in tracking. 2 Southern Border, 1 Northern Plains, and 1 Western Desert Gu immortal, what a mess. Dong Lai Feng frowned. On Fong Yuan's side, Fong Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he came to Western Desert with the aura of a Western Desert Gu immortal. Hei Lulan underwent immortal ascension in Northern Plains, she was naturally a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin were true Southern Border natives. Foreign region Gu immortals were usually ostracized. In this aspect, Eastern Sea had the best atmosphere. But in the other 4 regions, the local Gu immortals were usually very xenophobic. Foreign region Gu immortals often had to keep a low profile in these places. If a small argument or conflict broke out, they might be attacked by the local Gu immortals. Be it Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal, or Dong Lai Feng, their expressions were ugly. Because Fong Yuan and the others had snatched Zombie Alliance's inheritance. In their hearts, all of this belonged to them. You too, these are foreign region Gu immortals, why don't we put down our differences and work together to kill these foreign region Gu immortals? That's right. Western Desert should be ruled by us Western Desert people, you foreign region Gu immortals actually came to our territory and snatched our treasures. Obediently hand over the Zombie Alliance's inheritance, and we might let you live. The 3 Western Desert Gu immortals shouted. At the same time, they conversed secretly. Be careful, there are 4 of them, 2 rank 7s and 2 rank 6s. Those 2 rank 6s cannot be underestimated, their auras are strange. That rank 7 youngster seems familiar, I think I have seen him somewhere, Dong Lifeng's pupils shrunk as he thought of Fong Yuan's identity. Fong Yuan had already shown his true appearance. After all, he knew that he had an investigative killer move on him and familiar face expended immortal essence, all his identities were exposed, he did not need to disguise himself anymore. He is Lu Guanyi. Dong Lifeng was shocked and quickly retreated. Swoosh, he went in again. He disappeared in an instant. Beautiful Camel Immortal and Peacock Deity were stunned. What was going on? Earlier, the three of us were still discussing how to fight with high battle intent, but this Dong Lifeng ran away? Did he get hit by the enemy's strange killer move? Or, did he retreat on his own? Wait! Beautiful Camel Immortal's expression also changed, she also recognized Fong Yuan's identity as Lu Guanyi. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's name had spread throughout the 5 regions, everyone knew his appearance and voice. Of course, there were differences in the degree of familiarity between the 5 regions. Northern Plains was the most widely known, it was the location of the incident after all. Central Continent also knew a lot about it because Celestial Court participated in this battle. As for the other 3 regions, some people knew Lu Guanyi's appearance, while others only heard about it, they did not have detailed information. After all, in their opinion, Lu Guanyi was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he was not from the same region as them. Like earlier, Fairy Chui Bo could not recognize Fong Yuan no matter what, she ended up as a pitiful captive. Beautiful Camel Immortal recognized Fong Yuan's identity and gasped, how could she dare to stay any longer? She escaped as fast as she could. What a joke, this was a person who could resist rank 8s. How could she be his match? Finding trouble with him was simply courting death. At the same time, beautiful Camel Immortal cursed Dong Lifeng in her heart, he ran too quickly without even informing her. But thinking about it from another perspective, if beautiful Camel Immortal was the first to discover Fong Yuan's identity, she would have done the same as Dong Lifeng. After all, when it came to escaping, not only did it depend on one's speed and the enemy's, it also depended on the speed of one's allies. Peacock Deity was stunned. Beautiful Camel Immortal also ran. Not good. At this moment, Peacock Deity felt something amiss, even though he could not understand it, his long years of cultivation experience allowed him to react quickly. He turned and shot out like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye, his speed was even faster than beautiful Camel Immortal's. Before Fong Yuan and the rest could make a move, these 3 Western Desert rank 7 experts had already escaped in fright. Fong Yuan subconsciously looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Even if Providence set up a trap, so what? As long as Fong Yuan had enough strength, no matter how many people were affected, his survival instinct would take over at the crucial moment. Earlier, he had to escape in southern border because the enemy was too strong. Chapter 1405. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Humph, a bunch of clowns. Love go small say Netkubai Ning Bing coldly snorted. Hei Lulan did not speak, but her heart was filled with emotions. Peacock Deity, beautiful Camel Immortal, and Dong Lifeng were experts among rank 7 Gu Immortals, in southern border, even though they could not compare to old Treeman Bada or Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo, they could match Wu Ran. That beautiful Camel Immortal's status in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world was equal to Chao Si Lu and Fairy Miao Yin. But against Fong Yuan who could fight rank 8s, this strength was not enough. Unknowingly, he has grown to such an extent. Hei Lolan's heart trembled. In fact, her battle prowess had also increased by leaps and bounds. However, ever since she ascended to become an immortal, she had always been hunted down. She rarely had a chance to hold her head high. This time, when the enemy retreated without a fight, he suddenly realized that the strength of his side was actually very strong. The previous encounter was entirely due to the enemy being too strong. If it wasn't the Celestial Court, then it would be the Longevity Heaven, or the entire Southern Border's Righteous Alliance. In fact, as long as they did not encounter a rank 8 Gu Immortal, they could move unhindered with their current strength. In the entire Gu Immortal world, rank 8 Gu Immortals are the rarest. As long as we are clear of the investigative killer move on us, we can go into seclusion and develop silently. With such battle strength as a guarantee, most Gu Immortals cannot stop our development. At this thought, Hei Lolan's ambition began to expand again. She had the temperament of an ambitious person and had always been very ambitious. Although she was tightly bound by the Shadow Sect's covenant, it was difficult for her to obediently serve as Fang Yuan's subordinate. "Alright, we've got everything we need. Let's go," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Fairy Miao Yin surrounded him. The four immortals worked together to activate the primordial battlefield omnidirectional travel. Whoosh! Dazzling rays of light shot out in all directions before disappearing without a trace. Fang Yuan and the others looked again, and they were already on an ordinary sand dune. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky, and the sand beneath their feet emitted a scalding heat. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and waves of air steam blew against their faces. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. It was the translocation desert. At this moment, the four of them had already left him far behind. "Right here, we need to rest for a while," Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out Lady White Rabbit. He was now the leader of the Shadow Sect, and he had first-hand information about the Shadow Sect. Everyone else who was stranded in a foreign land chose to follow Fang Yuan's orders. The four Gu Immortals flew out, concealing their traces and investigating. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, drilled directly into the desert and dug out a small cave in the soil. This cave was very crude, but Fang Yuan arranged some mortal goo, forming a goo formation. Not only did it stabilize the cave, it also provided fresh air. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster now, he could easily set up this mortal goo formation, it was like a natural instinct. After making some arrangements, Fang Yuan did not waste any precious time. He sat down and closed his eyes. He used every second he had to prepare an immortal killer move. This killer move was called Soaring Fighting Spirits. It was a rather obscure wisdom path killer move. Fang Yuan had obtained it from Zishan Mikoto's inheritance. This move had one core immortal goo. It was the rule path rank 7 immortal goo that Fang Yuan had obtained from the defensive goo formation around Corpse City, Fight. The other supplementary goo worms were all mortal goo, and most of them were wisdom path. After all, it was a rank 7 immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan was short on time, he was not in a rush. He moved step by step in an orderly manner. The goo worms were activated, forming a profound light that shone in the sky of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As the number of mortal goo increased, the color of the profound light became darker. After reaching the limit, Fang Yuan started to carefully inject red date immortal essence into the fight goo. He did not expend much immortal essence, only 3 beads. The back of the fight goo opened, its thin wings flapped agilely as it moved its entire body, drawing a bright silver line in the air. This line entered the profound light. Instantly, a dazzling light blossomed. There was a loud bang. The profound light exploded and dissipated rapidly. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed on the spot, even the battle goo fell to the ground. The killer move's activation failed. The backlash caused Fang Yuan's soul to shake intensely. He was heavily injured. Waves surged in his mind, countless thoughts collided or self-destructed out of Fang Yuan's control. This reflected in Fang Yuan's senses. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. All sorts of strange or absurd thoughts filled his mind. Thankfully, he was mentally prepared. He endured it. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, the waves in his mind gradually calmed down. Fang Yuan's expression was pale. He let out a breath of air and started to heal his injuries. His physical body's injuries were minimal, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was also heavily injured. This was not surprising. This was the first time Fang Yuan had activated this immortal killer move. even though he had simulated it in his mind many times, in reality, it was definitely different from his previous deductions. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash after the activation failed. Furthermore, the backlash was also categorized. Like Fong Yuan's current situation, his physical injuries were not severe, his soul and mind were the ones that were seriously injured. After some healing, Fong Yuan's injuries had basically recovered. Currently, even though Fong Yuan did not have any powerful healing methods, he had enough methods. If his physical body was injured, he had Time Path Immortal Gu Man as before. If his soul was injured, he had Guts Gu. This time, when his mind was injured, Fong Yuan also had many wisdom path methods to heal himself. These methods were Zishan Mikoto's inheritance. Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal body was not affected by the conflicting Dao marks, the healing effect was quite good. Of course, the injury to the brain could not be cured with just these small methods. There would still be some residual trauma, but it was not a big deal. Fong Yuan did not care about this, he continued to try using immortal killer move Soaring Fighting Spirits. He failed again on the second try, but succeeded on the third try. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a profound light flowed like water, it shrunk from the shape of a cloud to the size of a plate. Go! Fong Yuan willed, this round profound light flew down and landed on Ing Wuxie's body. Ing Wuxie was still using that pure dream reality seeker physique body, but he had suffered a huge blow, his battle intent was completely gone, he was lying on the ground like a corpse, his eyes were lifeless and his expression was lifeless. When the profound light landed on his body, it quickly entered Ing Wuxie's mind like water flowing into soil. Not just that, a large portion even seeped into his soul. The entire process was very fast, in just a few breaths of time, the fusion was completed. Ing Wuxie's body shook. Next, his eyes shined with sharp light. Ah! He opened his mouth and screamed, before sitting up straight. Damn it, damn it! He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped up on his arms, his fingers were cracking. The celestial court captured my main body, they cannot be forgiven. I must take back my main body and save it. Even if it is the celestial court, I will destroy it. Ah! Ing Wuxie continued to scream, before standing up and roaring at the sky. I want to fight. I need to pull myself together. I was too weak earlier, I shouldn't have done that. Oh Fong Yuan, you are a complete otherworldly demon, even Lord Z acknowledges you, I also acknowledge you. In the current world, who can destroy Fate Gu? You are the only one with this ability. I believe you can definitely lead us to attack the Celestial Court, destroy Fate Gu and save my main body. Ing Wuxie's dejection was swept away, he was like a completely different person. Very good. Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ing Wuxie's performance had not been in vain. Ing Wuxie's battle strength was rank 7, but he had the killer move Lead Soul into Dream, even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not defend against it, and Immortal Gu houses could not defend against it. If he had Ing Wuxie's help during the battle against Wu Yong might have lost his life. Ing Wuxie's renewed fighting spirit not only increased the battle strength of Fong Yuan's side, he could even lead another person. This person was Sixth Hair. Langya Blessed Land, a Grade Gu Refinement Hall. Rumble. The earth fire erupted fiercely, emitting a thunderous sound. From the surging earth fire, a figure jumped out. This person had black hair all over his body, he was burly and was coughing continuously, he was in a sorry state. It was the land spirit of Langya. Cough, 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 I failed again. Damn it. If I had used my tribe's heaven and earth natural style, I would have refined the immortal Gu long ago. But that Fong Yuan wants to use the human isolation style to refine the immortal Gu. Damn it, isn't he trying to make things difficult for me? The land spirit of Langya was indignant, he mumbled to himself. Right at this time, a voice came from the other side of the door. Sixth Hair requests to meet First Supreme Elder. Sixth Hair, what is it? Facing this hairy man, the land spirit of Langya had an amiable expression. I want to help First Supreme Elder refine Gu and raise my refinement path attainment. Sixth Hair replied, his eyes shining with bright light. The land spirit of Langya was most proficient in the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. But this method could not be used to refine an immortal Gu for Fang Yuan. Because during the refinement process, this method would attract providence, it could even turn into calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Only the human isolation style had a chance of succeeding in the Gu refinement. The land spirit of Langya was not clear about this. In fact, he was not proficient in the human isolation style. He was a hairy man who was righteous, he had always scoffed at the human Gu refinement method, he did not care about it at all. After all, in terms of the success rate of Gu refinement, the hairy man heaven and earth style was much higher than the human isolation style. The land spirit of Langya was not proficient in this method, but Sixth Hair was. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he was proficient in human methods. But after living in Langya blessed land for so many years, he had not shown any ability in this aspect. Until now. O Fang Yuan, since you obtained Ing Wuxie's acknowledgement, then I will reluctantly admit that you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Let me help you, I will refine an immortal Gu for you. This was the area where Sixth Hair could help Fang Yuan the most. Even though exposing these abilities would take a risk and make the land spirit of Langya suspicious, Sixth Hair's life would be in danger. But at this moment, he could not care so much anymore. As long as he could help Shadow Sect, it was fine. Chapter 1406. He had long wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His nose was tall, his lips were chiseled, he had a cold demeanor as he pursed his lips. It was Ing Wuxie's soul. Right now, he had already left the pure dream reality seeker physique body, his soul was floating in the air. This body? Ing Wuxie frowned as he looked at the ice coffin in front of him. This ice coffin was emitting cold air at all times, it was translucent like a crystal, there was a Gu immortal sealed inside. She was petite like a young girl, she wore a carved green dress, there were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears, the pearls seemed to contain water, as they swayed, they emitted green light. Right now, her eyes were shut, she was sealed by Ningbing, even the thoughts in her mind were frozen, her life and death were at the mercy of others. This female immortal was none other than the Western Desert female Gu immortal, Fairy Cui Bo, who saw that Fang Yuan did not escape in time and was captured by Ningbing. Seeing Ing Wuxie's hesitation, Fang Yuan urged, in this situation, how can we find a body that fits your requirements? Let's put up with it for now. Ing Wuxie nodded, sigh, that's all we can do. Let's begin. Fang Yuan waved his right hand, a rank 7 immortal Gu flew out of his palm. This immortal Gu had a unique appearance, it looked like a goose egg, the eggshell was translucent, from the outside, jade green light could be seen inside. At close range, one could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal Gu. This chill was different from the coldness of the ice coffin. The ice coffin's coldness was bone-chilling. And the chill that this immortal Gu emitted would directly affect the human soul. Ing Wuxie's soul shuddered uncontrollably because of this immortal Gu's appearance. On the other side, Bai Ningbing stood quietly, her gaze was attracted by this rank 7 immortal Gu. This is Change Soul Immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing muttered to herself. Indeed, it was Change Soul Immortal Gu. This immortal Gu's history was quite complicated. At the start, it was refined by Green, one of the first Spectral Soul's split souls. He then handed it over to Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao. In order to save her lover Bo Qing, Mo Yao used the soul-swapping technique and swapped his soul with Bo Qing's. Bo Qing's remnant soul was rescued by the Shadow Sect and was hidden in the depths of the earth abyss of the Zhongzhou state. He had been trying to heal himself, but he was too injured to return. In the end, he was captured by the Celestial Court. Mo Yao's remnant soul was left in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, along with Change Soul Immortal Gu and Bo Qing's Sword Path Gu worms. After that, Fong Yuan entered the bottom of falling heavenly river and used Imo Yao's remnant wool to lure out several immortal goo. Among them was Change Soul immortal goo. But even though Fong Yuan used the light of wisdom to refine these immortal goo, he knew nothing about Change Soul immortal goo. Until the will of the stars guided Fong Yuan in his dream and taught him a powerful killer move called Soul Swap in Dream. Only then did Fong Yuan learn of this immortal goo's effect. Fong Yuan used Soul Swap in Dream to occupy Ying Wu Xie's original body at the crucial moment, then he successfully ambushed Spectral Soul's main body and took away Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. One could say that in the Battle of Tian Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Fong Yuan made a comeback at the crucial moment because of Change Soul Immortal Goo. Now, this Immortal Goo was used again. But this time, Fong Yuan was not doing it to deal with Shadow Sect, he was helping Shadow Sect. In fact, he himself had become the leader of Shadow Sect. The mysteries of fate were really hard to predict. Before this, be it Fong Yuan or the Shadow Sect, how could they have expected such a situation? Under Change Soul Immortal Goo's effect, Ying Wu Xie's soul was successfully swapped with Fairy Cui Bo's. What are you doing? What did you do to me? After Fairy Cui Bo's soul left the ice coffin, she woke up in fear. But she did not have a body, her soul's screams were just meaningless screams in people's ears. Of course, Fong Yuan heard it clearly. He had soul language goo worms, they were mortal goo, he had a lot of them, they were one of Zishan Mikoto's inheritances. Fong Yuan snickered as he waved at Fairy Cui Bo's soul. Fairy Cui Bo felt an unstoppable force pulling her entire soul into Fong Yuan's hands. No! She screamed in pain, her voice was so piercing that even Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. At the next moment, she was restrained by Fong Yuan and sent into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Even though Fairy Cui Bo's soul was searched by Bai Ningbing and she had no secrets, Goo Immortal Souls could be used. Dang Hun Mountain was one such method. Goo Immortal Souls, especially human Goo Immortal Souls, had higher cultivation level and deeper soul foundation. When they were destroyed by Dang Hun Mountain, they would form more Guts Goo. But now, Fong Yuan had other methods. It was because of Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, there were many soul path methods inside, one of them could refine a Goo Immortal soul into a human form soul beast. The rank 7 Fairy Cui Bo would be an ancient soul beast if she turned into a soul beast. If Fong Yuan refined her into a soul beast, he did not need to use any enslavement path methods to make Fairy Cui Bo listen to him and remain loyal to him. After becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, Fong Yuan's true gains were in his methods and killer moves. Even though he had many immortal materials and immortal goo, their total value was far from enough. It was just that these experiences and methods required a very long time to transform into real strength. And now, Fong Yuan was facing the pursuit, what he lacked the most was time. Fairy Cui Bo's soul was suppressed, Fong Yuan stored Change Soul Immortal Goo. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the ice coffin and let out Fairy Cui Bo. More accurately speaking, it was Ying Wu Xie who was in Fairy Cui Bo's body. So cold. Ying Wu Xie shivered, his body was covered in frost. Bai Ningbing waved her hand as the frost on Ying Wu Xie's body disappeared. Ying Wu Xie thanked her as he received the goo worms that Fong Yuan threw over. A large number of mortal goo, and immortal Yuan stone. You want me to use Lead Soul into Dream? Ying Wu Xie looked at these goo worms and was surprised. Take them. I know about Lead Soul into Dream, this move is extremely complex, I cannot learn it in a short time. Right now, we are still hit by Celestial Court's investigative killer move, we need your battle strength. Fong Yuan said calmly. Ying Wu Xie nodded heavily, his eyes shined as he clenched his fists. Sect leader is right, I will not let you down. Bai Ningbing had a look of surprise in her eyes. Even though Ying Wu Xie regained his fighting spirit, his personality seemed to have changed. Fong Yuan nodded, but he knew what was going on. Wisdom Path's three essences were thought, will, and emotion. Ing Xia was originally dispirited, he only regained his fighting spirit because of it. It was natural for his personality to change. Sect leader, what do we do now? Tell us. Even if we attack Celestial Court, I will follow behind. Damn it, these righteous path dogs, I will kill every single one of them. As Ing Xia spoke, she waved her arms vigorously. She was very excited, to the point that her rather large breasts rose and fell like waves. Feng Yuan pondered, Celestial Court's pursuit is what I am worried about. They are the ones who are most familiar with our information, the Gu immortals they send will definitely be so strong that we cannot resist them. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said this. He thought of Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge said that he was chasing an immortal Gu related to thieving heaven demon venerable. He met Feng Yuan and the rest by chance. However, this kind of encounter was too much of a coincidence. Feng Zhouge was Celestial Court's backup. It seemed like it, but it did not seem like it. Feng Yuan put himself in their shoes. If I were Celestial Court, I would use all my strength to deal a fatal blow to the remaining members of Shadow Sect. Sending Feng Zhouge seems to be a poor arrangement. Feng Yuan could not understand this. The possibility of Celestial Court making a mistake was very small. Celestial Court had dealt with Shadow Sect twice. The first was the Battle of Etion Mountain, the second was the Battle of the Dream Realm. These were both crucial times, because Celestial Court made a move, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, Spectral Soul's 100,000-year plan collapsed. Did Celestial Court make a mistake the moment I became the Lord of Celestial Court? No way. There must be something I don't understand. Feng Yuan muttered in his heart. At the same time, a person came out of Western Desert's regional wall. He stood tall, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he had a gentle expression and an elegant demeanor, he was very admirable. It was Feng Zhouge. With such a rank 8 immortal Gu, it is many times easier to pass through the regional wall. Feng Zhouge looked back as he recalled the previous scene. 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court suddenly appeared and stopped the battle between Feng Zhouge and Wu Yong. Celestial Court returned the Gu worms of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong was heavily injured, he could only leave while he was ahead. Feng Zhouge, since you have already made the vow, from now on, go chase after Feng Yuan and the rest of the remaining members of Shadow Sect. I will lend you this rank 8 immortal Gu for now, even if you meet rank 8 Gu immortals in the future, it will not be so difficult. However, you need to be careful of Feng Yuan. Celestial Court Gu immortals instructed Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge was puzzled, he asked, what do you mean? Celestial Court Gu immortals had a deep gaze. Feng Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon, he needs to be killed. But it is far from enough to kill him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable chose Feng Yuan as his pawn. Feng Yuan possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada and is the leader of Shadow Sect. He will definitely head to the River of Time to find the Stone Lotus Island and inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance is hidden in the depths of the River of Time, it is extremely secretive. Chase after Feng Yuan, force him to search for Red Lotus' true inheritance, then destroy both Feng Yuan and Red Lotus' true inheritance. Feng Zhouge's gaze flickered, he finally understood the deep intentions of Celestial Court. Feng Yuan, Red Lotus true inheritance. Chapter 1407. The scorching sun rays were like sharp arrows that shot out in unison, illuminating the magnificent desert. In this desert, there were countless sand sculptures standing. These sand sculptures were made of humans and beasts, some were fighting, some were lying on the ground, they seemed to be on their last breaths. There were large and small sand sculptures, but the smallest one was dozens of feet tall. There were many sand sculptures, they formed a sand sculpture forest, it was a spectacular sight. It was the Myriad Statue Desert. This desert covered a huge area, there were countless sand sculptures, in Western Desert's Gu immortal world, there was no one who did not know about it. It had a long history, it was formed during the Olden Antiquity era, it had been passed down for over 1,000,000 years. The formation of this desert also left a heavy mark in the history of the human race. That was during reckless savage demon Venerable's era. During the 100-Tribe War, people fought here for 100 days and nights, blood flowed like a river, almost forming a sea. During that era, transformation path was the main trend. During the 100-Tribe War, humans won a Pyrrhic victory, be it humans or variant humans, a large number of Gu immortals died here. After immortal fetuses were planted, blessed lands were formed, Dao marks spread out and modified the environment. Gradually, this place became the myriad statue desert. Sand gathered on its own, growing like trees, growing by a foot every year, eventually turning into huge sand sculptures. This was the battlefield of the past, where the 100-Tribe War was fought, the world turned dark and countless lives were lost. Fortune and misfortune came together. Now, this place had become a cultivation sacred land with abundant resources. Every sand sculpture was an immortal material that was filled with transformation path Dao marks as long as it was 60 feet tall. The immortal apertures here were already gone. Over 1,000,000 years, these blessed lands were either destroyed by calamities and tribulations, or plundered by Gu immortals. But here, there were a vast number of wild Gu worms, there were even wild immortal Gu. Nobody dared to enter this place. The environment here was rich in Dao marks, mortal Gu masters could not enter easily. To them, the environment itself was filled with danger. And when Western Desert Gu immortals came here, they would often take a detour and avoid this place. The reason they did so was related to one person. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor. This rank 8 Gu immortal who cultivated transformation path had occupied this place for 1,000 years. No one dared to offend the might of a rank 8. Myriad Statue Desert was 1,000 Transformations Ancestors' territory. Any Gu immortal who entered without permission would have to be mentally prepared to face the wrath of a rank 8. In the depths of the desert, in the 1,000 Statues Palace. In the depths of the hall, in a dark corner, miserable howls of pain resounded. Roar! 1,000 Transformations Ancestor raised his head and roared, as if he was in great pain, his expression sinister and terrifying. Every roar set off a surging sound wave that spread in all directions. However, every time these sound waves struck the surroundings of the palace, a thin layer of light would appear on the surface of the palace, rapidly absorbing and dissolving the sound waves. They were only separated by a single wall, but it was like two different worlds. 1,000 Transformations Ancestors' movements could not be heard at all. Ouch! Intense pain. The unbearable pain continuously assaulted 1,000 Transformations Ancestors' body and mind. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he finally couldn't take it anymore, rolling on the ground in pain. If other Gu immortals saw this, they would be shocked. What was the reason for 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, a rank 8 Gu immortal, to suffer such torture, to the point where he lost all of his prestige as a rank 8? Clang, clang! More than 10 thick chains bound 1,000 Transformations Ancestors' body and limbs. The other ends of the chains were deeply inserted into the surrounding walls. From the looks of it, 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was actually imprisoned. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I will go crazy, the intense pain will devour all of my rationality, I will become a lunatic. The first rank 8 myriad tribulation is already so terrifying, how will I deal with the next two? Damn it! 1,000 Transformations Ancestors' eyes were filled with a final trace of clarity, struggling. Using this trace of clarity and rationality, 1,000 Transformations Ancestor finally made a decision. Immortal Killer Move, Cutting Flesh Transformation. He activated the killer move. He was extremely familiar with this killer move. At the most crucial moment, even though he was in excruciating pain, the activation did not fail. This was a rank 8 immortal killer move. It had a surging aura. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's entire immortal body expanded rapidly. Like he was inflating, he grew larger and larger. From a lean middle-aged man, he turned into a fat and swollen meatball. The fat 1,000 Transformations Ancestor shook his fat. Soon, a series of soft sounds could be heard. Bam bam bam. Following this sound, a bump suddenly bulged from the side of his neck. The bump continued to swell, like it was inflated with air. it continued to expand. The pain intensified. Thousand Transformations ancestor grimaced in pain. His face was also swollen, there were almost no slits left in his eyes. Guh. Soon, the meatball on his neck expanded to the size of a basin, it reached its limit and exploded. The meatball exploded, yellow pus splattered everywhere, a year beast jumped out and landed on the ground. Woof woof woof. After this year beast landed on the ground, it barked, it was a dog-year beast. And its aura was not weak, it was a desolate level-year beast. After the dog-year beast landed on the ground, Thousand Transformations ancestor felt a trace of relief. It was like he was originally carrying a mountain on his back, but a huge rock on the mountain was suddenly moved away. Bam bam bam, at the next moment, Thousand Transformations ancestor's entire body was covered in bumps. Bam 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 bam. In a short period of time, these bumps continued to swell and explode, pus splattered everywhere and year beasts jumped out. Chicken, monkey, goat, rabbit, all sorts of year beasts appeared. These year beasts were not only desolate level, there were also a few ancient desolate level year beasts. After hesitating for a while, the year beasts started to work together and attack Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor was not surprised, instead his expression became much more relaxed. His pain was greatly reduced, although it was still painful, it was at a level that he could endure. Facing the pincer attack of more than 10 year beasts, Thousand Transformations ancestors snorted coldly, with a thought. Clang clang. With a series of loud noises, thick iron chains shot out from the surrounding walls like bolts of lightning. Then, with lightning speed, the chains wrapped around the year beasts in the palace. No matter how the year beasts struggled, they were firmly bound and suppressed. Thousand Transformations ancestor let out a breath of turbid air, finally recovered. He grabbed with his hand, the closest snake-ear beast was in front of him, he used his method to observe it. This snake-ear beast hissed and hissed, it wanted to bite Thousand Transformations ancestor's face, but it was restrained, it could not succeed. A moment later, Thousand Transformations ancestor's expression did not change, but his heart shook. I've already used all my means, but this snake-shaped year beast is still hostile towards me. It seems like it wants to grind my bones into dust. My cutting flesh transformation is one of the immortal killer moves in Reckless Savage's true inheritance, suicide transformation. Every time I use it, the life forms that are split from my immortal body, regardless of their form, can be controlled by me freely. Because they are a part of my body to begin with. But now, these year beasts are clearly separated from my body, but they are not under my control. No matter what methods I use, they are useless. Such a powerful myriad tribulation. Cold sweat dripped down Thousand Transformations ancestor's forehead. He recalled the scene of his tribulation half a month ago, he still felt lingering fear. Rank 8 Gu immortals had to go through 3 myriad tribulations. Thousand Transformations ancestor was going through the first myriad tribulation. If not for this immortal Gu house left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, I would not have been able to pass the first myriad tribulation. Even if I pass it now, I will have residual injuries, I can only use cutting flesh transformation to cut my losses. Thousand Transformations ancestor wanted to resist it and find other ways to resolve it, but after half a month, he reached his limit, he could not take it anymore. With no other choice, he could only use the flesh-cutting transformation to abandon a part of his immortal body and transfer the injuries on his body to the flesh that he had abandoned. This time, he encountered a time path myriad tribulation, the remaining injuries on his body were all time path Tao marks. Thousand Transformations ancestor used cutting flesh transformation to discard these time path Tao marks. This way, this cutting flesh transformation turned into year beasts. And because they were filled with providence, after these year beasts formed, they were not under Thousand Transformations ancestor's control, they became his mortal enemies. Thousand Transformations ancestor felt great heartache. What he had done was too great a loss. Not to mention how the myriad tribulation dealt a destructive blow to his immortal aperture. The Tao marks that were discarded by cutting flesh transformation were not just time path Tao marks, there were also Thousand Transformations Ancestors' own transformation path Tao marks. The loss of these Tao marks was huge. Thousand Transformations Ancestor calculated silently, after passing the myriad tribulation, not only did he not gain any Tao marks, he even suffered a huge loss in terms of Tao marks. This means that after I pass the tribulation, I am worse off than before. Thinking of this, the Thousand Transformations Ancestor's heart, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness. He sighed deeply, filled with helplessness. There was no helping it. His cultivation had advanced bravely, and when facing the myriad tribulation, he delayed it for a long time. When he could not delay it any longer, he underwent the tribulation. Even though he passed the myriad tribulation, Thousand Transformations Ancestors' foundation did not increase at all, his Tao marks were even weaker than before. I was wrong. 1,000 years ago, I relied on this reckless savage true inheritance. I thought I would be invincible. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, I charged through them and advanced bravely. But the myriad tribulation is a completely different concept. I underestimated the power of the myriad tribulation. Over these years, I have unknowingly become arrogant. This heavy injury was a blessing and a curse. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was able to cultivate to rank 8, he naturally had his outstanding points. He pondered over this painful experience and reflected deeply on himself. Chapter 1408. What? Thousand Transformations Ancestor heard this and felt a surge of anger. Even though he had many concubines, among them, the one he doted on the most was his third concubine, Fairy Chui Bo. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, who did not know this? Fairy Chui Bo was in trouble now. If it was done by someone, then these Gu immortals were simply looking down on Thousand Transformations Ancestor. There were two main possibilities. The first was that the Gu immortal who attacked had a strong backer, he was also a rank 8 great expert, he was not afraid of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The other possibility was that the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance was too valuable, people's hearts were moved by the wealth, they had killing intent and acted rashly. I'll endure it. Thousand Transformations Ancestor breathed in deeply, suppressing his anger. In his current situation, he could not leave. The lumps on his body were still moving, year beasts were growing. He needed to heal himself. If he left forcefully and met other rank 8s, his situation might be exposed. I occupied Myriad Statue Desert, everyone in the Gu immortal world knows that I inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. If I expose the fact that I am weak, it might attract some people's attention. Forget it, I will endure it for now. I will let Hong Yun investigate the situation first. Thinking of this, Thousand Transformations Ancestor transmitted to the door, Hong Yun, set off immediately, find Chui Bo and save her. The female immortal outside was terrified. Lord Husband, I, Hong Yun, do not have enough battle strength, my safety is a small matter, but if I interfere with your plan, I will die 1,000 times over. No matter. I will give you a rank 8 immortal Gu, I will leave behind a portion of my will and immortal essence to protect you. Go ahead. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had just said that when the door opened slightly, a lump of wool flew out, it was a rank 8 immortal Gu and a lot of immortal essence. The female immortal Hong Yun was overjoyed, she bowed 3 times, I understand. Thousand Transformations Ancestor waved for Hong Yun to leave, focusing on himself again. Even though he doted on Fairy Chui Bo, he was more concerned about himself. Looking at the increasing number of year beasts in this hall, Thousand Transformations Ancestor's brows furrowed deeper. These year beasts are either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Unfortunately, it's filled with providence and is my enemy. I can't make use of it at all. Instead of killing them and gathering materials on the spot, I might as well sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was also helpless. The myriad tribulation this time had almost drained him dry. Right now, his immortal aperture was in a mess, his own condition was the same, his battle strength had fallen, he was worse than before the tribulation. What was even more infuriating was that even though he had passed through the myriad tribulation, he only suffered losses in terms of Tao marks and had no gains. Gu immortal cultivation is getting harder and harder. Even if I have the reckless savage's true inheritance, if I encounter the myriad tribulation, I will still die 9 out of 10 times. No wonder in the long history of humanity, there have only been 10 rank 9 Gu immortals who emerged from the ranks. Sigh. Thousand Transformations ancestor sighed deeply, placing a desolate level year beast into his immortal aperture. Using his immortal aperture, he sent this year beast into jewel yellow skies. Any goods that entered jewel yellow skies would emit a treasure light. Thousand Transformations ancestor's desolate level year beast was not a genuine one, it was a transformation of his body, formed from providence and time path Tao marks. But after entering the treasure yellow heaven, it immediately emitted an intense and surging treasure light. This layer of treasure light attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Some were the wills left behind by the Gu immortals, others were the divine senses of the Gu immortals that were communicating with jewel yellow skies. How are you selling this year beast? Soon, a Gu immortal's divine sense came to him. Thousand Transformations ancestor smiled, replying, "No hurry, no hurry." Next, he placed many year beasts into jewel yellow skies. Year beasts were rare, after all, they were fierce beasts that lived in the river of time. Be it the 5 regions or the 2 heavens, they were rarely seen. As for entering the river of time, the difficulty was even higher than entering the black and white heavens. Usually, only rank 8 great experts who had converted to time path could enter it freely. Now that Thousand Transformations ancestor took out so many year beasts, and they were not ordinary year beasts, they were either desolate level or ancient desolate level, this caused a commotion in jewel yellow skies. A Gu immortal great expert is selling a large number of year beasts, let's go take a look. These year beasts are all of high quality, it is truly shocking. It is hard to imagine that someone is raising so many year beasts. This seller must be a time path great expert. The Gu immortals conversed and made their guesses. Thousand Transformations ancestor was quite satisfied, the commotion he created was already spreading, more and more Gu immortals would soon pay attention to this place. These year beasts are all pure natural beasts. From start to finish, I did not use any enslavement methods on them. Take a look. Thousand Transformations ancestor announced. The Gu immortals roughly inspected, it was indeed so, they asked for the price. No hurry, no hurry. Thousand Transformations ancestor was just making an excuse. He was waiting. These year beasts were not true wild beasts, they were formed from his immortal body combined with the power of the myriad tribulation. There was a difference between them and true natural year beasts. Normal year beasts could be enslaved. But these year beasts, which filled providence, could not be enslaved. Even if there was someone who could do this, they would definitely be at the almighty level and possess extraordinary methods. Thus, Thousand Transformations ancestor had to sell these year beasts in the shortest time possible. This transaction could not be done for long. After a long time, everyone would discover the flaws and announce it to the public. Then, this business would suffer a huge blow. It would be best if there is a buyer who can directly offer a high price and buy these year beasts. Thousand Transformations ancestor was scheming in his mind. The potential targets he wanted to sell were those super forces or rank 8 Gu immortals. More and more year beasts were placed in jewel yellow skies by Thousand Transformations ancestor. The Gu immortals gasped, they thought this was a huge transaction. The scale of year beasts was so huge, it was rare in the last 50,000 years. Seeing that more and more people were paying attention, Thousand Transformations ancestor announced, I dislike trouble, I will sell to whoever buys the most. The price will be calculated according to the treasure light of each year beast, I will not cheat anyone. Once he said this, the lone cultivators and secluded immortals started to complain. But there were also many people who stood out, asking or discussing the price. These people were either rank 8 great experts or representatives of super forces. Thousand Transformations ancestor discussed with these people, his mental state gradually calmed down. At this rate, after selling the year beasts, he would make a huge profit. Maybe he could make up for his losses from the tribulation. Feng Jioge was flying in the sky. The sky was clear, there were no clouds in it. Looking down, one could see that the sand dunes were undulating, the lines were smooth and smooth. What made Feng Jioge even more comfortable was that this desert was not dead, there were plants growing here. Some were immortal guidance, some were arrow shrubs, some were white tooth flowers, they brought a lot of vitality to the desert. These were all common plants in Western Desert. Immortal guidance was similar to a cactus, it had needle-like leaves on the surface. Immortal guidance was in the shape of a person's palm, but some had a fist, some had an index finger, some had a pinky, and some had a middle finger. The directions of the fingers were also north, south, up, down, left, right, and so on. Arrow shrubs were the most common shrubs in Western Desert. Its branches were thin and hard, the most common ones were 10 feet tall, some especially tall ones could reach 20 to 30 feet, they were taller than buildings. In the arrow shrubs, there were often sandworms and even wild goo worms. As for white tooth flowers, they were like sunflowers, they were the size of basins, they faced the sun and absorbed sunlight. There were orange-yellow petals on the periphery of the flower. At the center of the flower, there was a row of white teeth, they were closely arranged. Under the reflection of sunlight, there was a layer of pearl-like light. Feng Jioge was not in the mood to appreciate these unique Western desert sceneries. His main focus was on something not far ahead. Close, Feng Yuan and the rest should be nearby. Feng Jioge began to dive down. Soon, his altitude rapidly decreased, and he landed on the scorching desert. His speed of descent was very fast, but from start to finish, there was no sound, not even a single wave was formed. Feng Jioge's gaze swept around, a bright light flashed in his eyes, he had a discovery. There is an illusion formation here. This illusion formation could not be broken, although it was only a mortal formation, if it was broken, it would alert the enemy. Feng Jioge thought about it, he found that this illusion formation did not isolate the air inside and outside. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew over. Feng Jioge stretched out his hand, grabbing towards the front. He actually caught the wind sound in his hand. Next, his hand slowly tightened, an immortal killer move was secretly activated, his aura concealed to the extreme. In the end, Feng Jioge opened his fist, clenched the sound of wind in his palm, and lightly patted it on his chest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after that, the sound of wind coiled around his entire body. It was natural, and it was no different from before. Under the influence of this gust of wind, he easily moved, passing through the illusion formation and arriving inside the goo formation. His vision changed. A huge sand whirlpool directly occupied Feng Jioge's entire vision. Rumbling sounds engulfed his ears, making Feng Jioge feel like he was beside a huge waterfall. The dust that rose up was like the water vapor of the waterfall. The entire sand whirlpool covered an area of over 100 square kilometers, it was a grand sight. Feng Jioge quickly looked around, he did not find Feng Yuan and the rest, his gaze landed on the center of the sand whirlpool. There was a pitch-black, bottomless hole there. After inspecting it, Feng Jioge did not hesitate, he got up and flew into the hole. The walls of the cave were made up of spiraling sand. Feng Jioge flew all the way down. The entrance of the sand whirlpool was very wide for a single person like Feng Jioge. Entering deep into the sand hole, Feng Jioge soon found himself in deep darkness. Feng Jioge could not see, but it did not matter, he had many investigative methods, they were quite exquisite. This bit of darkness could not stump him. There is time path aura here. Feng Jioge's heart jumped, he knew he had come to the right place. There might be a tributary of the river of time here. Feng Yuan had to follow the tributary of the river of time to enter the river of time and find Red Lotus true inheritance. Chapter 1409. The August event, the character illustration contest and voting have come to an end. Now, some postcards have been made. Not only are there character illustrations on them, there is also a poem and my signature. These postcards will be given to some readers in the near future. Mainly to my old friends who have been with me for many years. Thank you for staying by my side all these years. In the days of the monthly updates, in the time of guessing the plot's direction, in the time of voting for me, in every meticulously written review, in every doujinshi work, in every poem created by fans, we have always been together. This is a kind of fate. Not long ago, I saw a review. This has been written for many years. Why did it take so long? It has been a long time. 4 to 5 years. Why did it take so long? Why did we accompany each other for so long? Most of the time, there are no flowers or applause. Most of the time, we were silent, just traveling together. We are ridiculed, misunderstood, scolded and reported. 4 to 5 years, when we look back, we have changed a lot, we have grown a lot, we have experienced a lot. We have shelved our youth here, we have gathered our feelings here. Thank you, dear friends. QQ Group, Chiba Group, WeChat, there will be people in charge of communication. At that time, we will ask for your ID, phone number and address. After all, we need to send out postcards. Chidian, I am personally in charge of it. The alliance leader must have one, a set of 3. The sect leader and elders also have 1, 2, and 1 respectively, randomly distributed. I hope that readers in the above range can use Chidian's backend and send me a private message. If you want, send me your address, phone number and Chidian ID. The address only needs to be enough for you to receive the postcard. The name does not need to be your real name, as long as the gift can be sent to you. But you need to specify your Chidian ID in the private message. Don't post in Chidian's review and comments section, to prevent your personal information from being leaked. This event is to thank you for your feedback, it is purely to thank you and does not involve any profit. Because, this is all paid out of my own pocket, my personal energy and financial resources are limited, I hope everyone can forgive me for any inadequacies. Gu Daoist Master Bows and thanks here. For the readers, there is another way to get a postcard as a gift. It was to participate in the building snatching activity in Gu Daoist's Chiba. For those who didn't get any gifts, don't worry, because in the next few months, there will be more activities waiting for you. Finally, thank you all for your support over the years. Venerable Gu thanks with tears in his eyes. Note, Gu Master QQ, Gu Master a VIP Group 2509063315, full subscription verified, Gu Master's White Sky Group 3369363326, Gu Master's Black Sky Group 4972666624. The original 5 regions equivalent group would be removed at the end of this month. In the future, he would only keep these 3 groups so that it would be more convenient for him to do activities. Gu Immortal's WeChat public account, there are 2. One is Immortal Gu, the other is Author Immortal Gu, they are both me. Daoist Gu's Baidu Chiba, please search for Daoist Gu's Chiba. There's a building snatching activity, giving out detailed photos, and pasting them to the top of the post. There's a photo of the detailed photos in the post, which I took myself. Privately, they felt that the real thing was more beautiful than the photos. Chapter 1410. The center of the sand whirlpool was a deep tunnel, it seemed to go deep into the ground. The deeper Feng Jioga went, the denser the time path aura became. Suddenly, in the deep darkness, a bright light shone. In the darkness, this bright light was very eye-catching, it was shining with a brass luster. A wild mortal Gu. Feng Jioga flew closer and found that this was a rank 3 Daegu. Daegu was like a shell, it was the size of a baby's palm. The round shell had 2 fish-like fins on both sides. The fins flapped as it moved its small shell-like body in the darkness. Compared to your beasts, Daegu was very common, it could be found anywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. What made Feng Jioge concerned was that the river of time was filled with a vast number of day gu, month gu, and year gu. There were wild day gu here. Would it be like what Feng Jioge guessed? There was a tributary of the river of time. A tributary of the river of time was a common but rare cultivation resource. It was common because gu immortals had a tributary of the river of time in their immortal apertures. It allowed time to flow in the immortal aperture world. It was rare because in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, naturally formed tributaries of the river of time were few in number, but the scale was huge, far surpassing the tributaries of the river of time in the immortal aperture. Once they appeared, super forces would fight over them. If lone immortals found them, they would try to hide them and occupy them, making a huge fortune. Time Path Gu worms were not only needed by Time Path Gu masters and Gu immortals, they were also widely used in Gu refinement. For example, this day Gu, rank 3 day Gu contained 3 days of time. If one had the corresponding refinement path methods, they could use this rank 3 day Gu to shorten the Gu refinement time by 3 days. There were also time path lifespan extension methods, using day gu, month gu, year gu, and others to extend one's lifespan. Of course, these lifespan extension methods had a flaw: they would carve time path Dao marks on the body. If there were too many of these Dao marks, lifespan gu could not be used in the future. But lifespan gu was hard to find. If one did not have lifespan gu and their lifespan was at its limit, could they not use this method? If there's a tributary of the river of time here, it must have been discovered by the Shadow sect and hidden here. Feng Jioge continued to venture deeper. Soon, he saw more and more wild time path gu worms. Day gu, month gu, year gu, and so on. A patch of pale splendor appeared on Feng Jioge's path. This patch of light was the size of a bed. It was like a patch of water, quietly fluctuating without any signs of life. Feng Jioge cautiously slowed down his pace. This was the splendor of time. It was a change in the weather. It was like the wind in the desert, the fog in the mountains, and the rain in the sky. The splendor of time was also a natural phenomenon. Any life form that entered the modeled time would be affected. Time will speed up, speeding up aging. Or, if it slowed down, the world would develop rapidly, in his eyes. Be it fast or slow, his lifespan would be reduced more or less. Feng Jioge did not dare to try it. He slowed down and went around it. After leaving this patch of modeled time, Feng Jioge let out a breath of turbid air. He was even more certain that there was a tributary of the river of time here. The celestial quartz gu immortals had told him that Red Lotus true inheritance was hidden in the Stone Lotus Island. If Feng Yuan wanted to inherit it, he would have to enter the river of time. And the most reliable way to enter the river of time was to find a tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time was like an entrance. It had to be large enough for him to enter and exit easily. Thus, the tributary of the river of time in a gu immortal's immortal aperture was not enough. Only the tributary of the river of time in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, which had the same time flow as the river of time, could allow gu immortals to enter and exit. More and more splendor of time appeared in Feng Jioge's vision. The deeper he went, the larger the dark passageway became. At first, there were only 1 or 2 time path mortal gu, but as the numbers increased, at the deepest part, gu groups appeared. Each group had 100 gu. The time path aura became denser. Feng Jioge could even hear the sound of flowing water. Finally, a slender ray of light appeared in his field of vision. As Feng Jioge got closer, this line of light expanded in his vision, gradually turning into the shape of a river. A tributary of the river of time. Feng Jioge's heart shook. There was indeed a tributary of the river of time here. But where are Feng Yuan and the rest? Just as Feng Jioge was thinking about this, a huge figure suddenly leaped out from a nearby patch of mottled light and pounced directly at him. Feng Jioge quickly dodged. A bright light flashed in his eyes. An immortal killer move was instantly activated. Sound Path's silence triumphed over sound. Feng Jioge cultivated Sound Path. He was determined to create 9 songs to sing about all living beings in the world. Right now, he had created 7 songs, Separation Song was one of them. But other than these 7 songs, he had other sound path methods. Sound path killer moves Silence triumphed over sound was one of them. Fong Jioge had been working hard on it, he was extremely familiar with it, once he activated it, he succeeded. He punched and palmed, attacking the shadow from afar. This was also a killer move, the fist was the drum fist, the palm was the bell palm, it was the content of Spirit Affinity House's 3 Sounds True inheritance. In the 3 Sounds True inheritance, other than drum fist and bell palm, there was another killer move called Whistle Finger. Fong Jioge did not learn it, he only practiced what he was interested in, to make up for his lack of methods. That huge shadow monster screamed from Fong Jioge's attacks. But strangely, as soon as its cry left its mouth, it disappeared without a trace. Every strike of Fong Jioge's drum fist could produce a drumming sound, and every strike of his bell palm could produce a bell chime. But at this moment, it was completely silent. Soon, Fong Jioge gained the upper hand, his attacks became fiercer, that sneak-attacking monster was beaten into a daze, unable to retaliate. Fong Jioge also saw clearly that it was a year beast that attacked him. A monkey year beast. And it was only an ordinary desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. If it were an ancient desolate beast, it would not be suppressed so easily. Fong Jioge squinted. In the River of Time, there were not only wild time path goo worms, but also large numbers of wild beasts and plants. Year beasts were rare in the 5 regions, but in the River of Time, they were very common. But, was this desolate level year beast arranged by Fong Yuan and the rest, or was it a pure wild beast year beast? Fong Jioge thought about this question in his mind. The result of this question would determine whether Fong Yuan had found his traces or not. Year beast. Fong Yuan watched the battle while communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies with his divine sense. In Jewel Yellow Skies, there were actually people openly selling year beasts. Such transactions were very rare. Fong Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. These year beasts were either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. If he could purchase them and control them, they would be a huge force. Don't forget that he had 180 slaves immortal killer move. By then, using these year beasts and 180 slaves, Fong Yuan would be able to enslave immemorial year beasts. Even though he lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle, if he could control immemorial year beasts, Fong Yuan's side would gain another rank 8 battle strength. But what made Fong Yuan troubled was that the seller wanted to make a huge deal. Fong Yuan also wanted to devour these year beasts, but he was not the only one interested. His greatest disadvantage was that he did not have much funds. If he wanted to buy so many year beasts, it would be best if he sold the desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles that he had bought earlier. Of course, Fong Yuan could also sell immortal goo. But he did not want to do that unless he had no other choice. During the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fong Yuan had to do this to survive. But now was not the time of life and death. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was making his choice. He received a lot of offers, but only 3 of them really moved him. One directly sold Immortal Yuan Stone. A vast amount of Immortal Yuan Stone, it was hard to imagine that someone had such a huge amount of Immortal Yuan Stone. Even Thousand Transformations Ancestor was shocked. The second was willing to pay many immortal materials of all kinds. What moved Thousand Transformations Ancestor was that among these immortal materials, there were many transformation path immortal materials. The third was also very sincere, he wanted to use eagle beasts of equal quality to exchange for year beasts. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was currently cultivating a type of eagle transformation, so this buyer was very suitable for him. Just as the Thousand Transformations Ancestor was hesitating, one of the 3 sellers suddenly called out another high price. They are willing to pay immortal goo. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was shocked and joyful, he did not hesitate and agreed to this transaction. All the year beasts were sold to a goo immortal. The transaction was completed quickly, be it the buyer's huge capital or appetite, or Thousand Transformations Ancestor's speed of decision, they were both shocking. Western Desert, inside the sand tunnel. Squeak squeak squeak. The monkey-ear beast screamed in agony. But its screams were turned into nothingness by Feng Jioge's killer move. In this silent slaughter, the monkey-shaped Nian was finally no match for Feng Jioge and was brutally slaughtered. Feng Jioge inspected it and confirmed that this monkey-ear beast was a wild desolate beast. He kept it in his immortal aperture as his spoils of war. The entire battle only lasted for a short while. Feng Jioge clearly did not use his true strength. He easily killed a desolate level-ear beast. He did not rest, he continued to move towards the tributary of the River of Time. As he got closer, this tributary of the River of Time was becoming clearer in his eyes. River water flowed, the ripples were sparkling as it quietly flowed in the darkness. Roar roar! Suddenly, several ear beasts flew out of the tributary of the River of Time, pouncing towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was slightly shocked. I was discovered. Just now, he had sensed the aura of an immortal killer move. The ear beasts that came were very strong. There were 5 desolate level ear beasts and 3 ancient ear beasts. Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his surging battle intent almost overflowed. Since he was discovered, he did not have to fight with his hands tied anymore. Come out, Feng Yuan! Feng Jioge shouted. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk. Because there were still ear beasts charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. At once, the number of ear beasts increased to more than 10. Moreover, even more ear beasts were charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 14:11. Large numbers of ear beasts, chickens, goats, monkeys, dogs, pigs, horses, tigers, and rabbits pounced at Feng Jioge with their claws and teeth or roaring. Feng Jioge was soon surrounded. But he was skilled and bold, his expression did not change, his eyes were filled with calmness. Come at me! He shouted, his body shook as he activated an immortal killer move. Ding ding dong dong, a series of crisp and melodious sounds came from the battlefield. It was as if countless jade pearls of different sizes were landing on a jade plate. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. The ear beasts inside were injured one after another, their bodies were corroded by the song and turned into pieces of green jade. The ear beasts' ferocious attacks were immediately stopped. But soon, 8 ancient ear beasts charged out from the ear beast group. Dragons, snakes, tigers, and bulls attacked Feng Jioge from 4 directions. Feng Jioge snorted coldly, the sound waves on his body expanded rapidly, with him as the center, a jade-green sound wave spread out in all directions. Boom boom boom. The 8 ancient ear beasts were struck by the sound wave and were sent flying back to where they came from. Before they could even land on the ground, they had all completely turned into jade statues. Then, they suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of jade of different sizes. They had lost their lives. What a powerful green jade song! The Shadow Sect immortals who were hiding were shocked at this sight. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He knew some information. Back then, he had obtained information about the battle between Qin Baisheng and Feng Jioge through Zishan Mikoto's temporary inheritance. Feng Jioge's green jade song is several times stronger than in the Battle of Luopa Valley. It seems that he has improved greatly. Green jade song is secondary. If he uses submission song, I'm afraid half of the ear beasts here will turn against me. But even so, he. Feng Yuan laughed internally. In his right palm, there was a ball of water. This ball of water emitted a faint dark light. At first glance, it looked like water from the River of Time. But in fact, it was a rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. Indeed, this immortal goo obtained from He Fan's true inheritance had been sealed all along. But at this moment, Feng Yuan had already removed the seal and taken it out to use. Immortal killer move, Year Beast Summoning. It was the same name, but the Nian beast summon that Fang Yuan used was completely different from before. Because this time, Fang Yuan was not using Year Gu, he was using rank 8 immortal Gu. Years flow like water. The contents of He Fan's true inheritance were very comprehensive. There was Year beast summoning that used Year Gu as the core, and also Year beast summoning that used Year's flow like water immortal Gu as the core. Ordinary Nian beast summoning could only summon one Nian beast. And now, the Nian beast summoned Fang Yuan had summoned an army of Nians. Immortal killer move, submission song. Sure enough, in the following battle, Feng Jioge used this extremely effective killer move. Everyone was silent. The song could not be heard, it resounded in every Gu immortal's and every Year beast's mind. The Year beast army fell into chaos. Because many Year beasts sided with Feng Jioge, they started to fight against their former comrades. Submission song covered wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It affected people's hearts. It was an inspiration that Feng Jioge obtained from Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword during his battle with Qin Bai Sheng. Many desolate level Year beasts and ancient Year beasts changed sides, temporarily listening to Feng Jioge. There was a huge change in the battle situation. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit who were watching the battle gasped. However, Fang Yuan was still very calm. He was still activating the immortal killer move Year beast summoning. Rank 8 immortal Gu Years flow like water could be used even by rank 6 Gu immortals. And this immortal killer move Year beast summoning, Fang Yuan not only had experience in using it, he had also tried to use it in his past cultivation. It was for the day when he would have to use Year's flow like water in battle. If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Fang Yuan's vigilant nature and his early preparations finally allowed him to gain a lot at this moment. His expression was calm and unperturbed. Year beast summoning will continue to summon Year beasts. I want to see how many Year submission song can control. At a certain stage, even immemorial Year beasts will respond to the summon and be attracted. Year beast summoning was a time path method, it had the effect of enslavement path. And enslavement path was most proficient in battles of attrition. Feng Jioge was a huge enemy, Fang Yuan did not expect to get rid of him in a short period of time. Furthermore, Feng Jioge had the celestial court behind him, there might be other rank 8 Gu immortals lurking around. Because of these two reasons, Fang Yuan chose to conceal himself and use the Year beasts to attack. Year beasts charged out of the tributary of the River of Time, summoned by Fang Yuan's killer move, they attacked Feng Jioge. Soon, the number of Year beasts in this battlefield exceeded 100. Most of the Year beasts formed a circle, firmly surrounding Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge relied on submission song to control the Year beasts, using them to suppress them, he formed a circular defensive line in the encirclement. Both sides fell into a deadlock. This scene was clearly seen by Fairy Myrtle. She was in Central Continent's Celestial Court, but using her investigative killer move and star constellation chessboard, she could clearly observe the entire battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with deep thought. Killing Fang Yuan and obtaining or destroying Red Lotus' true inheritance was her current main mission. She had already made the arrangements, Feng Jioge was only one of the links. Although the battle was in a deadlock, Fairy Myrtle knew that Feng Jioge had not used his full strength. Even if he used all his methods, he still had a rank 8 immortal Gu that Celestial Court had lent him. Right now, everything is under my control. Fairy Myrtle willed, the scene on Star Constellation chessboard changed to another battle. Two Celestial Court Gu immortals were fighting with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was naturally the one that escaped Fang Yuan's control and flew away. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain, it was already injured. It did not have an immortal Gu, even though it was an immemorial desolate beast, it was still too forceful against two rank 8 Celestial Court Gu immortals. The situation was very disadvantageous to it. Fang Yuan has already planted a tracking method on this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we capture it, we will be able to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Of course, right now, Fang Yuan and the rest have my investigative killer move on them. The main reason for capturing the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is to prevent Fang Yuan from regaining control of this immemorial desolate beast in the future. Fairy Myrtle calculated in her mind. Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was not part of fate to begin with, he was the greatest variable in the world. Now that he had Giant Sun's true inheritance, the otherworldly demon and luck path, the variables were stacked on top of each other. After Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Fang Yuan was definitely the biggest threat to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could not use its full strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Firstly, Fang Yuan had strong luck. If too many people went to find trouble with him, it would be a blessing in disguise. Only people with similarly strong luck could prevent Fang Yuan's luck path advantage from showing its effect. This was one of the reasons why Fairy Myrtle specially arranged for Feng Jioge to deal with Fang Yuan. Secondly, Celestial Court itself needed to expand. The Great Era was coming, the regional walls of the 5 regions would melt, and the 5 regions would become one. Without geographical obstacles, Gu immortals would be able to move freely, it would definitely cause chaos. In this unprecedented chaotic battle, Celestial Court's position was very awkward. Because it was surrounded by southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert. Central continent was the battlefield of 4 wars, it was connected to the other 4 regions. Once chaos broke out, central continent would face huge pressure, it might even fall into a troublesome situation. Thus, Celestial Court had to conserve its strength. At the same time, the Will of the Stars had also instructed Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle that she needed more rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate in the future. Although Fairy Myrtle did not know the intention of this arrangement, she believed in the Will of the Stars and Duke Long. Lady Ziwei, there is great news. At this time, a Celestial Court Gu immortal sent a letter Gu to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately knew that this person was the recently recruited Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, Yuan Xiongdu. Ever since the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fairy Myrtle had promoted several Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to become members of Celestial Court. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals who instructed Feng Jioge and attacked the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle also had such status. As for this Yuan Xiongdu, because he cultivated Path, Fairy Myrtle had given him the important task of repairing Fate Gu. What good news? Fairy Myrtle asked. Not long ago, I bought a large batch of your beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies. The seller might not know, but these year beasts are different from ordinary year beasts, they are all over Providence. I can use these year beasts as immortal materials to repair Fate Immortal Gu. Not only can I save time, I can also use Providence to speed up the effects of each repair. Yuan Xiongdu said excitedly. Very good. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also shined, continue to work hard. Yes, Lady Ziwei. This was truly great news. Fairy Myrtle was very happy. This way, Fate Gu's recovery can be accelerated until all of its injuries are healed. Moreover, Spectral Soul's main body was captured and suppressed. Once this news spreads, it will shake the world and shock everyone. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was filled with admiration and respect towards Duke Long. It was Duke Long's wise decisions and attacks that created the huge advantage that Celestial Court had right now. If the 5 regions started a chaotic war, Central Continent would definitely take the lead in the early stages. However, there was only one crucial factor that would decide the outcome of this chaotic war. That was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Western Desert. Fang Yuan was at a crucial moment. Immortal Gu Fight was activated, around it were a large number of supplementary Gu worms. Immortal Killer Move, Enslavement after victorious battle. After the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan's gaze became extremely sharp as he looked at the year beasts in front of him. Strength Path giant hands flew out one after another, defeating these year beasts. The defeated year beasts soon stopped escaping, under the influence of enslavement after victorious battle, they became Fang Yuan's slaves, surrounding Fang Yuan. Chapter 1412. Under the effect of the immortal killer move enslavement after victorious battle, any life form that was defeated by Feng Yuan would have a high chance of submitting to Feng Yuan and being enslaved by Feng Yuan. The core of this move was the rank 7 immortal Gu Feng Yuan had just obtained, Duel. With the help of all kinds of wisdom path Gu worms, this rule path immortal Gu started to display its unique value. Enslavement after victorious battle was created by Immortal Zombie Dali. Immortal Zombie Dali was one of the second-generation split souls of Spectral Soul's main body. He was called Martial Dual Heavenly King. He cultivated Strength Path and Wisdom Path. He had the great strength true martial physique. After the first-generation split soul, Zishan Mikoto, turned into a purple gold rock, he inherited the position of Shadow Sect's leader. However, later on, a mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus insignia on his forehead came to find him. After an intense battle, he lost and was suppressed by the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. This was the origin of enslavement after victorious battle. This was an outstanding killer move that contained the profundities of Strength Path and Wisdom Path. After Feng Yuan inherited Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, he learned of the contents of this killer move. Of course, he was not familiar with enslavement after victorious battle. This was his first time using it. However, unlike other moves, this move only needed Feng Yuan to activate it in advance, and it was not difficult to maintain it. Feng Yuan could not use most immortal killer moves in battle because he was not familiar with them. If he used them wrongly, he would be shooting himself in the foot. But at this moment, Feng Yuan had the initiative. He set up an ambush for the Celestial Court's pursuers. Thus, he had ample time to prepare. After failing several times, he succeeded in activating enslavement after victorious battle. Next, Feng Yuan maintained enslavement after victorious battle while using Year Beast summoning a large group of Year Beasts in this tributary of the River of Time. But even though the Year Beasts were huge, Year Beast summoning still had a flaw. That was, the Year Beasts would not work for Feng Yuan to the death. Once their injuries were severe or the enemy was strong, they would take the initiative to retreat. This was different from summoning soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created soul beast summoning. Any soul beast could fight to the death for the Gu Immortal. They would disregard their own safety. Year Beast summoning was created by Hei Fan after all. Even though Hei Fan was a time path great expert, he paled in comparison to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Of course, even so, they couldn't ignore how powerful the Year Beast summoning was. All in all, this move was very practical. With the rank 8 immortal Gu Years flow like water as the core, the Gu Immortal could summon a Year Beast army. Against enemies, they could often form a strong encirclement, unless they met a special rank 7 expert like Feng Joga, or a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But in the Gu Immortal world, how many rank 8 great experts and people like Feng Joga were there? Strength Path giant handprints flew everywhere, causing the retreating Nien Beast will to fall to the ground. These Year Beasts were affected by Year Beast summoning and fought with Feng Joga. But after suffering at Feng Joga's hands, they wanted to retreat. They wanted to use the tributary of the River of Time to leave this place. But Feng Yuan had already blocked their path of retreat. He used Strength Path giant handprints and slammed the Year Beasts to the ground. Most of these Year Beasts were subdued by enslaved battle, becoming Feng Yuan's slaves. But there was also a portion that resisted. Towards these stubborn resistance, Feng Yuan's response was to continue using Strength Path giant handprints. After a few slaps, very few Year Beasts refused to submit. After all, these Year Beasts were not in perfect condition. They were already injured by Feng Joga's attacks. More and more Year Beasts were subdued by Feng Yuan. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and kept these Year Beasts into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. There were also some Year Beast corpses. These unlucky fellows were usually heavily injured. They could not control the strength of Feng Yuan's Strength Path giant handprints and were smashed to death. Even though they died, these were rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Feng Yuan did not let them go. On the battlefield, the Year Beasts were mostly killed by Feng Joga. Feng Yuan used Year Beast summoning again, summoning another batch of Year Beasts. Next, he stayed in the Gu formation's concealment and used Feng Jioge's strength to capture these year beasts. A moment later, there were 70 to 80 year beasts in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Most of them were desolate level year beasts, while a small portion were ancient year beasts. At this rate, I might be able to gather hundreds of year beasts. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he could not buy those year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies, he managed to capture many by himself. But, with my soul foundation, I can only enslave over 100 year beasts. Feng Yuan estimated. Even though his soul foundation was strong, he still had a large number of eagle beasts under his control. Maybe I should sell these eagle beasts? Feng Yuan was hesitating when his scalp turned numb, his body tensed up. A strong and ancient aura rose from the tributary of the river of time behind him. An immemorial year beast. It was attracted by my year's flow like water immortal Gu. Feng Yuan realized. Feng Yuan did not put year's flow like water immortal Gu into the sovereign immortal aperture, so the immemorial year beast was attracted by the immortal Gu's aura and came here through the tributary of the river of time. Sensing the immemorial year beast's aura, the year beasts on the battlefield went berserk, they became very courageous. Feng Jioge felt immense pressure, especially when he used submission song to control those year beasts. The difficulty of enslaving them also increased greatly. Rumble. A huge tiger claw suddenly burst out of the tributary of the river of time. As the river of time surged in the sky, the tiger claw attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was prepared. He kept the year beasts and the shadow sect immortals in his immortal aperture. When the tiger claw attacked, he was already sent flying. The huge tiger claw smashed down like a hill. The small formation that Feng Yuan had set up meticulously was destroyed by the tiger claw. Roar! The tiger-shaped immemorial year beast's attack had missed, and it also felt that this wonderful delicacy, years flow like water, was getting further and further away from it. It suddenly roared, and a thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Swish swish swish. Waves surged in the tributary of the river of time. The tiger immemorial desolate beast was unwilling to give up. It tried to drill out of this tributary of the river of time. But it was clear that it was too huge, its foundation was too strong, the entrance of the tributary of the river of time was too small. But it did not matter, the tiger claw slammed everywhere. The tiger immemorial year beast tried to expand this tributary of the river of time. The tributary of the river of time's water level rose rapidly, its size expanded rapidly. This excellent time path resource point was already destroyed. Even though the tributary of light had expanded by several times in a short period of time, it had already lost its original balance. After some time, this tributary of the river of time would completely return to the main river. Of course, this was nothing to the immemorial year beast, it did not care about it. Feng Jioge saw Feng Yuan charging over, his eyes shined with bright light, he was already prepared for battle. Feng Yuan was blocked by Feng Jioge in front of him, and chased by the immemorial year beast behind him. He seemed to be in a dangerous situation. But the truth was, he had a smile on his face, he was very confident. He did not even use reverse flow protection seal. He activated rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water again. Feng Yuan also has a rank 8 immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk. But he was not very shocked. Since Feng Yuan inherited Shadow Sect, it was normal for him to have such an inheritance. I wanted to see the Celestial Court's pursuers all die in one go, but only Feng Jioge came. Humph! Feng Yuan sneered. Years flow like water immortal Gu started to shine with pure white light in his hand. The radiance illuminated the surroundings, illuminating the originally pitch-black tunnel. In the light, a huge Gu formation started to activate. This is... Feng Jioge realized that he was already inside the Gu formation. It was just that this huge Gu formation had not activated earlier, it was hidden very well and fused perfectly with the environment. Rank 8 years flow like water was the core of this Gu formation. Under its influence, the Gu formation started to activate. Feng Jioge was on full alert, but the Gu formation's power was not targeted at him. Rumble. Like a dam that had been accumulating for many years suddenly releasing water, the tributary of the river of time turned into a raging river in a few breaths of time. It turned out that this goo formation's true target was this tributary of the river of time itself. Feng Jioge subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, this tributary of the river of time crazily flowed, as if it had turned into the main river of time. The river water surged, creating huge waves that covered the sky. The huge waves directly engulfed Feng Yuan, before sweeping towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge naturally wanted to retreat. There were many Nian beasts, but with his graceful and agile movements, they were unable to obstruct him in the slightest. However, the surging of the river of time was not something ordinary people could comprehend. So fast! Feng Jioge was dazed. He found that the waves of the river of time had already reached his head. The river of time was a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth, where it flowed to, there was no concept of speed, only time. The river of time could spread for millions of li in an instant, or it could take thousands of years to cover an inch of land. I can't dodge it. Feng Jioge instantly understood this. He immediately activated his defensive methods to protect himself. Rumble. The sound of surging waves could be heard. Feng Jioge's body was engulfed by the huge waves, vanishing in an instant. And Feng Yuan's figure emerged from the river of time under the effect of the goo formation. Flood discharge formation, break! Feng Yuan shouted inwardly. The entire goo formation crumbled. Without the goo formation's guidance, the tributary of the river of time was pulled back by the main river. This was because of the flood discharge earlier. The size of this tributary of the river of time had already surpassed the standard. The main river of time would not allow a tributary of this size to be separated. This was no longer the power of the goo formation, it was heaven and earth itself, the supreme power of the river of time itself. Rumble. With a loud sound, Feng Jioge was swept into the main river by the flood of time. Even the tiger-shaped immemorial desolate beast that wanted to charge out felt like it was hit by a huge rock. It was stuck in the main river. After a few breaths of time, the tributary of the river of time vanished, only leaving behind a large area of rippling light. It was silent. The year beasts on the battlefield were also swept back into the river of time. Chapter 14-13. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. In the A Group Goo Refinement Hall, the Goo refinement that had been going on for several months had reached its most crucial moment. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of a refinement path super Goo formation. He was staring at the blazing fire inside the Goo formation. This fire was icy blue in color. It was not hot at all, it was cold instead. Even the super goo formation could not completely isolate the power of this intense ice fire. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of the goo formation. His eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of eerie blue frost. But he did not care, he was concentrating on the fire. More accurately speaking, it was the profound ice at the center of the fire. The Xian ice was constantly melting and being regenerated. The initial profound ice had sharp edges, but now that it was personally refined by Land Spirit of Langya, its edges had already been smoothed out. It had a sense of roundness. 5 strands of fan door wind. Land Spirit of Langya suddenly said. His assistant was the hairy man Goo Immortal Sixth Hair. He heard this and quickly took action. Using a special method from the immortal material storage, he took out 5 strands of fan door wind. This fan door wind was a rank 7 immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep mountains or forests, it was not in the sky of great swamp, it was on the door of a mortal's house. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortal's door could not close, it could only open and close continuously. This strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of Goo Masters a long time ago. Goo Immortals took action to collect it. But at the start, Goo Immortals could not use an immortal material like fan door wind. They did not understand it. But now, they were familiar with the method, they could make full use of it. The 5 strands of Fandor wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by land spirit of Langya. Soon, the 5 strands of wind revolved around the profound ice. It was as if 5 hands were sculpting jade. It intensified the changes in the profound ice. Oh no! Good times did not last long. Land spirit of Langya's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in shock. Sixth Hair's heart jumped. He quickly looked over. The ice flame was suddenly extinguished, and the Xian ice shattered. Even the 5 wisps of wind from the Fandor vanished into thin air. Ah! I failed again. The land spirit of Langya stomped his feet and roared, looking extremely flustered and exasperated. Sixth Hair sighed deeply. What a pity. He had really reached the last few steps. But he failed. The previous few months of hard work had all gone down the drain, all for naught. If I had used the hairy man heaven-earth style, this would not have happened. Land spirit of Langya snorted coldly. Sixth Hair hurriedly reminded, but first Grand Elder, according to the sect's rules, since Elder Fong Yuan spent a lot of contribution points to issue this mission, we have to follow his requirements. Sigh. This Fong Yuan's brain was muddled. Why was he thinking of using human goo refinement methods? Is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? The failure of the goo refinement made the land spirit of Langya's mood very bad. Sixth Hair hurriedly put in a good word for Fong Yuan. Elder Fong Yuan has always been mysterious. Although I don't get along with him, and I usually don't like him, he's a very good person. However, this time, he seemed to have used all his capital, spending a huge amount of sect contribution points to refine the immortal goo. He wanted to refine 3 immortal goo. If they deliberately wanted to embarrass First Supreme Elder, they wouldn't have to pay such a huge price, right? Hi. I'm just saying it casually. The land spirit of Langya hung his head dejectedly and waved his hand. Let's take a break first. This was the 5th failure. Moreover, Fong Yuan doesn't have enough sect contribution points. Contact him and tell him the result of the goo refinement. If he wants to refine it again, he needs to have enough sect contribution points. Yes, Sixth Hair replied. Fong Yuan was like a sharp arrow, flying in the sky. He was not in the mood to appreciate the vast beauty of the desert. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about the fight with Feng Jioga. The tributary of the River of Time in the Sand Whirlpool was a secret cultivation resource of the Shadow Sect. It was recorded on the Shadow Sect's map. Before Zishan Mikoto died, he specially told me in his will to go to the River of Time as soon as possible and contact spectral souls will in the ghost face Red Lotus. Although Fong Yuan inherited Zishan Mikoto's inheritance and had a large number of killer moves, immortal goo recipes, secrets, and so on. But he had only inherited more than half of the entire wealth of the Shadow Sect. And the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time contained spectral soul's will, which controlled almost all of the Shadow Sect's cultivation content. It even had a portion of spectral soul demon Venerable's true inheritance. The Shadow Sect had existed for 100,000 years. When spectral soul demon Venerable was alive, he rampaged through the world and slaughtered all living beings, causing them to fall silent. Although the entire Shadow Sect no longer existed, the cultivation content it had was unimaginably vast and abundant. For example, immortal goo houses. Currently, Fong Yuan only had the complete construction content of 12 immortal goo houses. But in fact, Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect definitely had more than 12. The rest of the cultivation content required Fong Yuan to go to the ghost face Red Lotus and receive it personally. And the Red Lotus true inheritance is also in the River of Time. I have Spring Autumn Cicada, it is the key to the true inheritance. Fong Yuan was definitely going to the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time in the outside world of the 5 regions was his entrance. Although Fong Yuan lost one to eliminate the pursuers of the Celestial Court, it was not a problem. In the records of the Shadow Sect, there were still 5 to 6 tributaries of the River of Time. However, currently, in Western Desert, the Shadow Sect only has 1 tributary of the River of Time left. To be safe, I will go to those 2 resource points first. Without absolute confidence, I will not go there. Feng Yuan made up his mind. He was in Western Desert now. Western Desert was connected to Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border. But Feng Yuan could not go to these three regions. Central Continent had the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They were forbidden areas for Feng Yuan. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had issued a warrant for Feng Yuan's arrest. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals had even attacked the Shadow Sect not long ago. Western Desert was the best hiding spot. As for Eastern Sea, the Shadow Sect only had the location of one tributary of the River of Time. But unfortunately, this tributary of the River of Time had already been taken away by Miao Mingshen. Speaking of which, this was Feng Yuan's fault. Because after Feng Yuan discovered it, he informed Miao Mingshen's group. Once, to understand the situation, Zishan Mikoto used the tributary of the River of Time to go to the Ghost-Face Red Lotus. When he was in Eastern Sea, he could not find that tributary of the River of Time. He could only go to Southern Border to get his wish. My biggest problem now is that I have an investigative killer move. My location is exposed to the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. At the same time, without Dark Limit Immortal Gu, Providence is also plotting to kill me. Most importantly, I lack Immortal Gu. I have countless killer moves, but I lack the core Immortal Gu. With the core Immortal Gu, I can get rid of the investigative killer move and deceive Providence again. While he was thinking, Feng Yuan received Sixth Hair's letter. Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into this letter Gu. The content made him frown. The Gu refinement had failed again. Damn it! Even though he framed Feng Jioga, Celestial Court would not only send him to kill him. Celestial Court definitely had a backup plan. It was just a matter of time. This Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Self-Love Immortal Gu, it is quite difficult to refine it to rank 7. I have participated in the recent Gu refinements. Land Spirit of Langya did my best. I did not do it half-heartedly. Sixth Hair said. Feng Yuan did not doubt his words. Land Spirit of Langya was pure and honest. Feng Yuan believed in it. It was normal that he could not refine it. After all, it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. The success rate was low. But this Self-Love Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had to refine it. And it had to be fast. With it, Feng Yuan could use a killer move from Zishan Mikoto's inheritance to get rid of the investigative killer move on him. This was completely possible. Feng Yuan had full confidence in it. Refine, I have to continue refining. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will not hesitate. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, making up his mind. It was extremely easy for him to obtain Langya sect contribution points now. Because Zishan Mikoto's inheritance was extremely plentiful. But I cannot remain indifferent anymore. This time, I succeeded in framing Feng Jioga because I caught him off guard and used the rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water. This is information that Celestial Court cannot obtain for now. Now that this trump card has been exposed, I need to hurry. It seems that it is time to use that method. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. He replied, this time, I will ask Sixth Hair to take charge of the Gu refinement, while Land Spirit of Langya acts as an assistant. Sixth Hair received Feng Yuan's letter Gu, and when he saw the contents, he could not help but feel surprised. He knew that his Gu refinement standard was inferior to Land Spirit of Langya, and Land Spirit of Langya did not cheat, but why did Feng Yuan want him to take charge of the Gu refinement? In the River of Time, the rumbling sound of water could be heard endlessly. Feng Jioga was swept into the river by the surging waves. This is the River of Time. He tried to stabilize his body. He immediately felt the incomparable power of Time Path corroding his immortal body. Strong. Incomparably strong. Feng Jioga's immortal body's defense was also quite impressive. But in this short instant, he felt that he was being rejected by the surrounding environment. Feng Jioga knew clearly that this was because his body was full of Sound Path Dao marks. They were incompatible with the Time Path Dao marks here. As expected of the River of Time, I need to leave as soon as possible. Feng Jioge wanted to leave, but when he looked back, the tributary of the River of Time had already been destroyed, only a thin layer of the multicolor of time was left. This layer of multicolor was huge, but to Feng Jioge, it was no longer an exit. This is troublesome. I am not a time path gu immortal, I cannot leave with just the multicolor of time. What should I do? Just as he was hesitating, Feng Jioge's ears suddenly exploded. A tiger's roar resounded, a huge tiger-year beast emerged from the bottom of the river. With a loud sound, the river water splashed everywhere. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk to pin size. Compared to this tiger-year beast, his body was like a mosquito beside an old bull. An immemorial year beast. Chapter 14:14. Ding ding dong dong. Feng Jioge was giving it his all at this moment, as the melodious and crisp sounds rang out incessantly. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. The song covered hundreds of steps. The immemorial tiger-year beast's claws were dyed in a jade color. But its claws were too huge, they still attacked. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth, quickly dodging. At the crucial moment, he almost brushed past the year beast's claws. Even if he was not hit, the terrifying shockwaves caused by the claw still crashed into Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was like a broken kite, he was sent flying. Guh! He was thrown high, drawing an arc in the river of time as he spat out a mouthful of blood. No, my battle strength is greatly suppressed here. The river of time is filled with time path Dao marks. It is the place with the most time path Dao marks in the world. The Dao marks conflict, my sound path killer move's effect is less than 10% of its original effect. Feng Jioge endured the pain, activating a killer move to heal his injuries. In the outside world, healing methods that were almost unstoppable were barely satisfactory here. Not just healing methods, even Feng Jioge's movement killer move became slower. His Emerald Jade Song was extremely powerful, but after the tiger year was injured, with just a slight tremble, the thin layer of emerald jade on the tiger's claw was completely shattered. It was obvious that the effect of the Emerald Jade Song had been weakened to the lowest point. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level. The reason why he had rank 8 battle strength was because his sound path Dao marks were on par with rank 8 Gu immortals. But, after he was plotted against by Feng Yuan and got dragged into the river of time, his greatest advantage became his greatest weakness. Compared to the time path Dao marks here, the sound path Dao marks were too lacking in quantity. This was also why Feng Yuan was very confident that Feng Jioge would die in the river of time. The immemorial tiger year stuck out its bright red tongue and licked the wound on its right claw. Then, its eyes revealed a fierce glint as it once again charged at Feng Jioge. It was strong to begin with, it grew up in the river of time, its time path Dao marks complemented the river of time, it had an obvious home ground advantage. There were no rank 9 year beasts, immemorial year beasts were the overlords of year beasts. The tiger's roar resounded, and the wind and waves surged to the sky. The enormous tiger-like Nian leaped forward and launched a ferocious attack at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge parried with all his might. But soon, he was injured again. He was at a complete disadvantage and had no hope of winning. The only way to survive was to find a tributary of the river of time and retreat. But this hope was also very slim. Because it wasn't easy to encounter a tributary of the river of time. Even if they ran into a tributary, it might not be as big as this one, allowing Feng Jioge to escape. Feng Jioge was a sound path Gu immortal, he was not a time path Gu immortal, he did not have any special methods to escape the river of time. Am I going to die here? Such a thought flashed through Feng Jioge's mind. But at this time, a female immortal's voice resounded in his ears, use that rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu life armor? Feng Jioge hesitated. The Celestial Quartz Gu immortal gave him this immortal Gu to protect his life. This was a rank 8 defensive immortal Gu. But Feng Jioge had his doubts about this. Why? he didn't have any shortcomings in defense. Even when facing Wu Yong, his defense could hold up for a period of time. Rather than lending this immortal goo to him, the celestial court might as well lend him other immortal goo to attack or move. After all, Feng Jioge was inferior in terms of movement and movement. And his 7 great songs, even though they were powerful, were killer moves, it was not as efficient as using a rank 8 immortal goo to attack. After Feng Jioge received this immortal goo, he tried to activate it. Life Armor Goo's effect was very strong, but the immortal essence absorption rate was also very shocking. Even a person like Feng Jioge could not endure it. If I want to delay time, I should use my defensive methods to endure and heal myself. If I use Life Armor Immortal Goo, my immortal essence might not even last 50 breaths of time. Feng Jioge calculated rapidly in his mind. At this time, the immemorial year beast roared, it was already in front of him. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he chose to listen to the mysterious female voice. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Life Armor at once, Red Date Immortal Essence was expended intensely, a thin layer of light armor appeared on Feng Jioge's body. But it was this layer of light armor that remained unmoved under the ferocious attacks of the primordial year beast, protecting Feng Jioge. Even though Feng Jioge was not injured, under the immemorial year beast's fierce attacks, he could not avoid falling into the river of time. Once he fell into the river, the boundless water of the river of time pressed and washed at Feng Jioge from all directions. But Life Armor's performance was outstanding, it did not budge, only some small cracks appeared on the surface. This was already very impressive. After all, it was only a rank 8 immortal goo. And in a secluded domain of heaven and earth like the river of time, the Tao marks were often on par with rank 9 immortal goo. The immemorial year beast moved along the river and chased after Feng Jioge again. Feng Jioge thought to himself, how bitter. He struggled with all his might, he wanted to fly up and leave the river of time. But the immemorial year beast had a lot of intelligence, it did not let Feng Jioge achieve his goal. Feng Jioge was obstructed in the river, not only was he toyed with by the immemorial year beast, he was also being pushed away by the water of the river of time. The situation was getting worse for Feng Jioge, he had already lost the initiative, if this continued, his immortal essence would be used up and it would be time for him, Feng Jioge, to die. Could it be that I made the wrong choice? That female voice was just a trap. Just as Feng Jioge was feeling puzzled, a tornado-like stream of water suddenly swept over and wrapped around him. Feng Jioge was caught off guard, he was about to struggle when a voice could be heard, don't struggle, Feng Jioge, I am a Goo immortal of Celestial Court, I am here to help you, you can call me Lord Huangshi. Saying so, the tornado-like flow of water expanded to dozens of times its original size. Countless bubbles gushed out, obstructing the immemorial year beast's vision. Feng Jioge did not dare to deactivate Fate Armor, but he allowed himself to move along with the force of the tornado-like flow of water, flying towards the sky above the river of time. There, a yellow-clothed bald Goo immortal was already waiting for him. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. In front of her, star constellation chessboard was clearly displaying the scene of Feng Jioge being saved. The voice that reminded Feng Jioge at the crucial moment was naturally Fairy Myrtle. The true use of rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo was to give Lord Huangshi a clear clue, allowing him to find Feng Jioge quickly and accurately. The river of time was very hard to enter. It was much harder for Goo immortals to enter than Black Heaven or White Heaven. Because rank 8 Goo immortals were rare to begin with, and Time Path rank 8 Goo immortals were only a small portion of rank 8 Goo immortals. But even so, the huge Celestial Court definitely had rank 8 Time Path Goo immortals. Lord Huangshi was a part of Fairy Myrtle's plan. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan was to let Feng Jioge force Feng Yuan to enter the River of Time and search for Red Lotus True Inheritance. At this time, the Time Path rank 8 Great Expert, Lord Huangshi, would take action and kill him. But Fairy Myrtle did not expect Feng Yuan to give up a tributary of the River of Time and set up a trap, almost taking Feng Jiuge's life. Feng Yuan, this otherworldly demon, is truly crafty. But after this battle, the foundation of He Fan's true inheritance is more or less revealed. Even though he gave up a tributary of the River of Time and used it as a trap, it made me even more certain of my earlier guess, that Feng Yuan will definitely enter the River of Time and take away Red Lotus' true inheritance. With Feng Yuan's vigilance, it seems that he has at least one tributary of the River of Time's location in Western Desert. No matter. My investigative killer move is still here, Feng Yuan's location is still exposed. Feng Jiuge managed to survive. Fairy Myrtle activated Star Constellation chessboard again, letting her see the other battle. Feng Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was already heavily injured, it was flying in black heaven. Two newly advanced Celestial Court Gu Immortals were chasing it, they had some injuries but they were light. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was strong, against two rank 8 Gu Immortals who had countless immortal killer moves and could coordinate with each other, it could not beat them. Sensing the threat of death, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's survival instincts drove it to fly into black heaven, trying to shake off the enemies behind it. Unfortunately, its actions were already within the expectations of the two great enemies. Bam! A killer move struck the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle screeched in pain, it almost fell down, but soon, it flapped its wings and tried to climb back up. Eagle blood spewed out, drawing a long line of blood in black heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts had strong self-healing abilities, but the Celestial Court Gu Immortals' killer moves were clearly extraordinary. The outcome is set. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was still struggling, the battle situation was clear, the two Celestial Court Gu Immortals could not fail. Especially when one of them used an immortal killer move to keep himself behind the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The faster the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, the faster he became. Wherever the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, he could follow it effortlessly. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had intelligence, how could it be smarter than humans? Even human Gu Immortals could not break immortal killer moves in battle. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals were worried about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's fierce counterattack. On the other hand, they wanted to capture this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle alive, so they continued to bleed it and weaken its battle strength. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle seemed to sense its gloomy fate, but it did not give up, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Passing through black heaven, it arrived in white heaven. The heavenly wind chi wall was not an obstruction to it. But it was different for the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. It was not easy for the two Celestial Court Gu Immortals to pass through Celestial Court's chi wall. But they were prepared, how could Fairy Myrtle not be worthy of their immortal Gu house? Stay here, I will chase it and prevent the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle from flying back. The two Gu Immortals cooperated seamlessly, sealing off any possibility of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaping. Chapter 14-15. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Western Desert. Love go small say net kunite shrouded the sky, stars shined brightly. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was huge, the day was extremely hot, while the night was bone-chilling cold. Feng Yuan landed lightly on a nameless sand dune. After flying for half a night, I have not seen any pursuers from Celestial Court. Could it be that Feng Jiuge is really the only one chasing after me? Feng Yuan's heart was filled with doubts. Forget it, let's not care about this. Feng Yuan calmed himself down, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. Next, Ying Wu Xia and I will use our killer moves, our battle strength will fall, I will leave our safety to you. Feng Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and He Lulan. The four immortals received the orders and dispersed, starting to patrol their own areas. Fang Yuan set up an immortal goo formation. With precaution immortal goo as the core, the original version of the goo formation was a mortal goo formation in Zishan Mikoto's inheritance. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. It was not hard for him to modify a mortal goo formation. After adding precaution immortal goo, the defensive strength of this goo formation could not be underestimated. Of course, there were many flaws and weaknesses. They were only used for emergencies. In Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, there were 4 immortal goo formations. The strongest was the Purple Blood River formation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked the immortal goo needed for these goo formations. He could not set them up successfully. If he modified the goo formation and used a vast number of mortal goo worms to replace the missing immortal goo, he would need at least 2 to 3 days to deduce it. Because of all these factors, Fang Yuan set up this goo formation. This goo formation was more or less enough. It was mainly used to defend against enemies' sneak attacks. And most importantly, Fang Yuan needed to make full use of his time. Celestial Court did not send any pursuers. This made Fang Yuan even more worried. The goo formation closed, creating a simple temporary space. The goo formation space was very simple. It could not compare to the palaces in southern borders super goo formation. The space was white. Only Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxia were present. Sect leader, let me do it. For Shadow Sect, for the great cause, I will do my best. Ing Wuxia was full of fighting spirit. Fang Yuan nodded, then you go first. Ing Wuxia sat down and started instilling his immortal essence. After preparing for a while, his aura suddenly shook. Immortal killer move Burning Soul Bursting Luck was successfully activated. In an instant, Ing Wuxia's karmic luck suddenly increased by several times. At the same time, he felt dizzy and drowsy. Burning Soul Bursting Luck was a killer move that expended the foundation of the soul to temporarily increase the luck of the goo immortal. Thus, the activation of the killer move not only meant that Ing Wuxia's luck rose sharply, it also meant that his soul was extremely weak. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan directly took out Guts Goo. During the cultivation process, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to storing Guts Goo on himself, in case of any mishaps. His cautiousness had provided him with a lot of help, and now it was reflected on Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia quickly recovered. He was no longer in a daze, but his face was still pale. Even though his soul was healthy, his soul path Dao marks were reduced by a lot. Burning Soul Bursting Luck technique would permanently reduce soul path Dao marks. Moreover, this killer move had a requirement on the number of soul path Dao marks. To activate it successfully, a certain amount of soul path Dao marks had to be expended. Precisely because of this, on Fang Yuan's side, only he and Ing Wuxia had the qualifications to activate this killer move. The others might have high battle strength, but their soul foundation was very weak. Everyone had their own specialties. No one could cultivate so many paths like Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan could cultivate so many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, and also because he used dream realms to raise his attainment levels in many paths. After Ing Wuxia's activation, it was Fang Yuan's turn. This Burning Soul Bursting Luck killer move used Soul Path Immortal Goo's Soul Hull. With Ing Wuxia's guidance, even though it was Fang Yuan's first time using it, he succeeded after 2 failures. Rumble. At once, Fang Yuan had auditory hallucinations. He seemed to see the luck above his head surging and expanding. It was like smoke rising into the sky. He nodded and informed Sixth Hair to start the goo refinement. Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia had a connection of luck. Before the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan chased after Ing Wuxia and the rest, chasing them all the way from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. In Northern Plains Earth Trench, Ing Wuxia and the rest were rescued by Sixth Hair. Ing Wuxia and the rest escaped, while Sixth Hair obstructed Fang Yuan with Dark Flow Giant City. Ing Wuxia and Sixth Hair's luck was connected at that time. At that time, Ing Wuxia had connect luck immortal goo. To delay Fang Yuan as much as possible, Ing Wuxia had to strengthen Sixth Hair in all aspects. Luck was one of them. As expected, Fang Yuan's pursuit was greatly slowed down. Sixth Heir did not die, he returned to Langyup blessed land safely. Right now, Fong Yuan's plan was to make use of this connection to help Sixth Heir's luck rise sharply. Back then, when Ing Wuxia was in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he had used this killer move to refine fixed immortal travel. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court succeeded in refining it. His efforts were not in vain, it benefited Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan managed to refine change form immortal goo. Fong Yuan had obtained this information from Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, he wanted to use it in this situation. After all, luck was the best method to assist in goo refinement. This point had been fully verified long ago. Back then, with the help of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, Long-Hair Ancestor was able to help Giant Sun Immortal refine so many immortal goo and construct 88-point Jinyang Tower. Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fong Yuan used this goo to check the soul path Dao marks on his soul. His Dao marks were reduced by a lot, his soul foundation fell drastically, it was like he was going back to normal overnight. Fong Yuan had been cultivating his soul for a long time. Ever since he acted as Chang Shan-in and traveled in northern plains to participate in the Imperial Court contest, it had started. Using Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, Fong Yuan's soul cultivation progressed rapidly, the efficiency was extremely high. After a long period of cultivation, his soul had accumulated a lot of soul path Dao marks. But today, after using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fong Yuan's efforts were all for naught. Fong Yuan did not feel much pity or regret, Dao marks could be regained after being used up. If he lost his life now, everything would be over. If other Gu immortals like Bai Ningbing used this move, how could they have so many soul path Dao marks to expend? Fong Yuan had a thought, he asked Ing Wuxia, how many more times can your soul foundation last? Ing Wuxia answered honestly, I can use it twice more. But sect leader, you inherited Zishan Mikoto's inheritance, you must know that Burning Soul Bursting Luck's effect cannot be stacked. If I use it again, it will not be of much help. Fong Yuan nodded, I was just asking casually. He felt a deep sense of admiration towards Spectral Soul. Ing Wuxia was a split soul of Spectral Soul, but he had the Soul Path Foundation to use Burning Soul Bursting Luck 4 times. Spectral Soul was indeed the legendary person who created Soul Path and cultivated to rank 9. Burning Soul Bursting Luck has already been activated, we have done everything we can. Let's go, let's leave this place. Fong Yuan sorted out his emotions and stood up. Soon, he packed up the Immortal Gu formation and kept the other Gu immortals in his immortal aperture before setting off again, flying rapidly. He had to keep moving. Not only did Celestial Court know his location and send Gu immortals to hunt him down, there was also Providence's arrangements. If Fong Yuan and the rest stayed at a certain place for a long time, many problems would arise. In the white sky, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew up while spraying blood. Behind it, an immortal Gu house carrying 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals chased relentlessly. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is almost at its limit. That's right, it can really fly. Alright, let's close the net. This attack will stop you completely. The immortal Gu house quickly surged with an aura. Next, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot out. The golden light was extremely fast, it hit the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle immediately. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was heavily injured, it quickly flapped its wings and tried to dodge. But the golden pillar of light was long and thin, it followed it like a shadow, enveloping the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's injuries became more severe, its body was covered in a layer of golden light, this made it more difficult to move. But at the next moment, a change occurred. A white cloud appeared and intercepted the falling upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle entered the white cloud and vanished. Oh no, it is the black and white overturning cloud. Quickly retract the killer move, don't destroy this cloud. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals cried out in shock, but it was too late, everything happened too quickly. After the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle disappeared into the cloud, the golden pillar of light hit the white cloud and dyed it into a golden cloud. The golden cloud became extremely heavy, and soon, it fell from the sky. At this time, the golden pillar of light disappeared. The two celestial court goo immortals had stopped their killer move. But at this moment, these two smug expressions had completely vanished, replaced by dumbfounded expressions. How can this be? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? This kind of black and white overturning cloud connects the black and white heavens. It can allow anything to enter the cloud and move between the two heavens. We were also wary of this factor, so we had already taken action along the way and destroyed the suspected black and white overturning cloud. To think that an overturning cloud would actually appear, and it was even hit by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This damnable luck. The two celestial court goo immortals felt like they were going crazy. They were about to vomit blood from anger. They had worked so hard and expended so much immortal essence, but when they were about to succeed, this happened. Chase! The upper extreme heavenly eagle still has our investigative killer move on it. We will go back the way we came, past the heavenly wind chi wall and return to black heaven. Chapter 14-16. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle used star constellation chessboard to quickly discover the situation in white heaven. She furrowed her beautiful brows, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Is it luck path? A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88-point Xinyang Tower. The culprit behind the collapse of this tower was Feng Yuan. What was the probability of Feng Yuan inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance? It is a pity that my investigative killer move can only track the location of Feng Yuan and the rest. It cannot see their current situation. Fairy Myrtle sighed as she activated Star Constellation Chessboard again. At the next moment, Star Constellation Chessboard showed the scene in the River of Time. Feng Jioge and Lord Huangshi had already flown near a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time is not small, it is enough for you to enter. Lord Huangshi smiled as he pointed ahead. I will use an immortal killer move to send you out, do not resist. Feng Jioge nodded as he bowed elegantly, thank you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Is that Tiger Immemorial Year beast chasing us again? Feng Jioge's expression also changed slightly. No. Lord Huangshi looked ahead without blinking. On the surface of the River of Time, a thick layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Strange. Since when did fog appear in the River of Time? Feng Jioge frowned. Lord Huangshi, however, had an excited expression. He had great anticipation in his eyes. Such a thick fog, could it be? At this moment, the two of them saw a shadow suddenly appear in the thick fog. The shadow was faintly discernible. It was covered by the fog and could not be seen clearly. Lord Huangshi's expression became even more excited, while Feng Jioge was still confused. Soon, the fog fluctuated, revealing a corner of the huge shadow in the fog. This allowed Feng Jioge to see the face of the shadow clearly. It looks like a stone island. That's right, that's the Stone Lotus Island. The legendary location of Red Lotus' true inheritance. Lord Huangshi's voice trembled slightly. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies, he was at the pinnacle of time path. No one could compare to him. As Lord Huangshi, who specialized in the Time Tao, the Red Lotus true inheritance was extremely attractive to him. You stay here, I'll be right back. After Lord Huangshi threw down these words, he immediately shot out like lightning. His speed was inconceivable. However, the entire fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The closer Lord Huangshi approached, the more the fog retreated. After trying for a long time, not only did Lord Huangshi fail to shorten the distance between him and the fog, he even distanced himself further. A moment later, the thick fog dissipated, and the stone island in the mysterious fog also disappeared. Lord Huangshi returned in a daze. His expression was very ugly. Even in the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle who was observing this had a disappointed expression. But soon, she frowned again. She fell into deep thought. Why did the Stone Lotus Island suddenly appear? Is it because Feng Yuan detonated a tributary of the River of Time? However, Lord Huangshi and Feng Jiuji's positions had long since left that place. And the more important question is, how can we enter the Stone Lotus Island? Do we need the key, Spring-Autumn Cicada? Southern border, Wu Clan headquarters. A super goo formation had already been constructed. Wu Yong stood in front of the goo formation. After inspecting it for a while, he nodded slowly, showing a satisfied expression. He said to a Wu Clan Supreme Elder beside him, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wu Bei. It is my duty to serve the clan, it is not hard work." Elder Wu Bei had a respectful and humble attitude. Among Wu Clan's Gu immortals, he specialized in formation path. Not long ago, he had been guarding the Super Gu formation in place of Feng Yuan. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Feng Yuan returned from Northern Plains and used a scheme to force Wu Bei out, while he entered the Super Gu formation again. Because of this, Supreme Elder Wu Bei avoided a calamity and did not participate in the Battle of the Dream Realm. In this battle, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals lost a lot. Even the immortal Gu that were used to construct the Super Gu formation were taken away by the Celestial Court. However, not long ago, Wu Yong failed to kill Feng Yuan, but he made a secret agreement with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong let Feng Jioga go, while the Celestial Court handed the immortal Gu that were taken away to Wu Yong. Wu Yong returned to Southern Border's Righteous Path and returned these immortal Gu to their rightful owners. This action directly pushed his reputation to the peak of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's clans were moved by Wu Yong's benevolence. Not only did he negotiate with the Celestial Court, after the negotiation succeeded, he did not covet the immortal Gu at all, he returned them to their rightful owners. They were very impressed. Furthermore, after Wu Yong exposed the rank 8 immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and displayed his powerful battle strength in the Battle of Purple Blood River formation, all of Southern Border's super forces were wary of him. Thus, even though they did not kill the Shadow Sect members, Wu Clan's situation had undergone a huge change. The various large clans that had invaded the Wu Clan's resources had all taken the initiative to withdraw from the territories that they had invaded. They even made a roundabout way of compensating the Wu Clan. Qiao Clan was a vassal force of Wu Clan. The territories that Ba Clan and Xia Clan had taken over were also returned to them using Wu Clan's prestige. Wu Yong was naturally not satisfied with such a result. After returning, he had been taking charge of the situation and negotiating with the super forces, trying to get them to hand over more benefits. Currently, both sides were still arguing. Wu Clan was showing a strong stance, but the other clans were not pushovers. They had to protect their own interests. Wu Clan's losses this time were truly huge. Many of Wu Clan's Gu immortals died. They even lost 6 immortal Gu to Feng Yuan, as well as 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. But Wu Clan could only keep this matter to themselves. They could not openly settle the score with Feng Yuan. Wu Yong wanted to use the other super forces to make up for his losses. At the same time, he would not forget this demonic path scoundrel, Feng Yuan. This Super Gu formation was personally arranged by Wu Yong. Not only was Wu Bei in charge of it, he even asked Qi Clan's Gu immortals to help set it up. Alright, let's do it. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He said to Wu Bei in a plain tone. Wu Bei's heart shook. He could feel the anger and hatred behind Wu Yong's calm appearance. To think that Wu Yihai was actually someone else in disguise. Humph, he is truly daring. He dares to deceive Wu Clan. Now, I will show you my power. In this world, there are many people you cannot offend. Wu Bei snorted coldly in his heart, starting to activate the Gu formation. This immortal formation used the Earth Vein as the foundation, Feng Yuan's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu as the clues. It used close to 10 immortal Gu and countless mortal Gu to create this. Its power was to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Every time the goo formation was activated, it would burst out with a formless power that could cross southern border and affect Fang Yuan. This immortal formation's power was naturally very powerful. It far surpassed the killer move that Wu Yong used against Fang Yuan earlier. At the same time, it was very durable. This was one of the advantages of a goo formation. Once the goo formation was set up, it was easy to activate and stop. It was not like killer moves. Each activation required a complicated process. Every step had to be correct. If they were not correct, the activation might fail and the user would suffer a backlash. A goo formation was different. After it was set up, unless it was destroyed, there was no need to worry about backlash. Use half of its power first. Wu Yong instructed. Wu Bei nodded. Wu Yong was not doing this out of kindness, it was to make it easier to negotiate with Fang Yuan. After all, Wu Clan's immortal goo were still in Fang Yuan's hands. Wu Yong naturally wanted to get it back. Even though Fang Yuan went to Western Desert, Wu Yong did not give up on this plan. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal is powerful and can reflect all attacks, but it is a pity. This move uses too much mental energy and expends a lot of immortal essence. How can Fang Yuan use it all the time? With this goo formation, we can attack and stop whenever we want. We have complete control over the situation. Let's let him have a taste of his own medicine before we negotiate. Wu Yong had already thought of a plan. The goo formation started to activate. It was about to activate, but right at this moment, the ground started to shake intensely. Rumble. The whole of Wuyi Mountain shook intensely. What is going on? Why is there an earthquake? Which goo immortal is undergoing tribulation? It is not a tribulation, it is an earth vein shaking. It is affecting the whole of southern border. This is 100 million times more severe than a tribulation. Oh no, Elder Wu Bei. The spectating Wu Clan goo immortals exclaimed as they realized something amiss. Boom! The immortal formation self-detonated. Wu Bei coughed out blood as he screamed pitifully. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Sixth Hair was sweating profusely. His hair was completely wet from the sweat. It had condensed into a lump. He was in a sorry state. The final step. Sixth Hair's eyes were bloodshot. The land spirit of Langya heard this and immediately handed the prepared immortal material to Sixth Hair. Even though he was the first supreme elder, since Fang Yuan had already requested it, and the rules of the sect were set by him, the land spirit of Langya, he had to abide by them. Thus, he did not mind helping Sixth Hair. At most, he had some complaints towards Fang Yuan. Hum. A long and crisp sound could be heard from the ice flame. It was like the sound of wind blowing on silver dollar. Soon, the sound dissipated, and the blazing ice flames were extinguished, revealing the spherical mysterious ice in the center. Sixth Hair breathed roughly as he muttered, "Come out, rank 7 immortal goo self-love." Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the profound ice. The profound ice shattered and an immortal goo flew out. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.